And here we go. Wow. Okay. Nice. Nice cap. Oh, first time I'm seeing Qflux wearing the Paragon's cap. Man. Nice. Nice merch right there,
Look
bro.
better in a hat. I don't know why. I don't know if bad thing about my appearance. The hat just really seems
Yeah.
to bring it together.
Yeah. It looks like it's kind of I don't see the disheveled look that's happening right here. It's more
I got like
streamlined.
I got the Sokol curse, doxing myself here, use my last name, but, like, my little almost unibrow, I'm calling myself out. Everyone tells me, "Don't do this, Flux, don't call yourself out." I know, but, like, lifelong I've just accepted I should let it grow all the way in. I should go full Helga from, Hey Arnold, like, I've really
Oh my
thought
god.
about it before. I've legitimately considered it.
Helga
Yeah,
Pataki,
man.
good reference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bro, it's all about the Paragon's hat right now. I'm just fixating on it. But anyway, we're gonna be having the first match. It's gonna be imcute versus HyllusDiardi, and I think guys, we're gonna be having the deck review right now because it's already up. Let's look at the first deck right now. It's gonna be from imcute. And let's look at this Gafar deck, and we're giving it to Ali to break it down.
Yeah, so the only Gafar to make it to day 2 of the major, so that's pretty cool. But so Gafar again, you're going to be pacifying stuff to be buffing up your units. So the idea here is to go wide with token generating type of things. We've got the Ruin Tinkerer and 1-drops to get on board early. The Tradecraft Instructor, that's a new one. The little 1/2 that gives +1/+1 to the top unit of the deck. So some 1-drops combined with also a new unassuming agent, which I think the new official name is Granny. Sort of an annoying card for the opponent to deal with, and also an early unit to get buffed up. And then there's also some new options for pacifying. So the Mycotoxic Vapor, that's another 3-cost effect to join Change of Heart in pacifying some units. So get on board and try and get them, increased in the stats. And then there's even a couple Triumph of Earths at the top end of the deck to, have some extra push for lethal.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ali. Lots of pacifist effects right there to pump up your units. And let's look at this next deck right now. So imcute is going to be bringing this amazing Universal Workshop. Let's listen to Qflux to break this down.
Yeah, we've been seeing cool lists with the Juggernaut Workshop, both Real Ogden and Uni, and in this case it is Uni using only Universal cards, using the 2 ladies, the high end, of course, for a big win condition, Freydis and Ingrid. Honestly, it's not too many new cards, but the ones that are in there are very impactful. So Black Market Sentry with the 4/4 stat line, but also limiting your ability to bank, so you can't bank units while it's in play. We actually saw in one of the games, I believe it was imcute, who couldn't bank a card on turn 3 or turn 4. He ended up winning the game anyway, interestingly, so that downside didn't actually prevent him from winning. Very interesting anyway. That card, fascinating. Horizon Acolyte, if I'm not mixing it up, I believe that's the banish a card from hand to draw 2, so a little extra card draw there. And then, of course, Rite of Redemption. 3 copies of that, along with the 3 bombardments. Actually, it's a decent amount of new cards. I might have underplayed how many new cards there are in there, but the overall shell, definitely the same as it used to be. We got Sanctuary, Stabilized Shard, the Cyber deck, which has been more popular recently, Drone Printer, Classic, got the Wong, the Cyrene, the Sabos. You guys know this list if you played the game for a while. Get to the ladies, play the ladies, and the big difference now is that we're not seeing Hacker anymore after a few nerfs. Hacker is not part of the package, so very cool list.
Yeah, very cool list indeed. No Desmond Walker present in this list. And of course, as you mentioned, Qflux, no hacker. So and that means imcute can definitely hack it without the hacker. Let's look at this next deck right now. And here we have it. This is, okay, a Scipius combo deck. Let's listen to Ali to break this down.
Yeah, so this Scipius deck is definitely the new kid on the block. This did not exist before Deception. So it's got a lot of controlling type cards, but as Excelsior said, it's a combo deck, right? So the shell of most of these Scipius decks are, pretty much the same, with maybe like 5-card slot difference depending on how the player wants to like get to the combo the fastest by choosing what kind of draw cards they want. So looks like I'm Cute has included Swelling Tide in that choice there. He's got Cytokinesis. We see most people playing that one. And then he did opt to put in the Wannabe Warlord. That's kind of like the choice. It gives you the option of having a secondary attack, which you guys would have seen in the review clips, which can be useful. But then he's just chosen some Cunning Diplomat. So the shell of it with the Leviathan, the new card, the Cerulean Surge, the Meritus is what's going to get you the combo. All of that is the same, and there's just like a few differences here and there on how they want to get to it.
Yeah, there's like a lot of ways to for this to happen, and Meritus being at center of it just shows how important that card is. And this is the last deck from I'm Cute. Let's look at HyllusDiardi's lineup, and we start first with Lemieux. What can you say about this deck, Q-Flux?
Yeah, the Lemmy decks have been interesting to see. I'd heard a lot of people getting a little bit salty about it on ladder because it's quite strong. And sure enough, we've seen that in the event so far. As far as what's changed from old Lemmy, we've got the Lemieux's Reign, we've got the Dispatch, of course, those Rites of Redemption really showing up in almost every list, the one copy of Bombardment, and not a Deception card, but Catherine Sword of Volley, which hadn't really seen play before Deception, now popping up all over the place. Of course, it's really just the best of what Lemmy used to do, which is having lots of card removal combined with good tempo and a wide board. And it's adding in that burn Cathy kind of strategy with the fleet supports. You see the 3 copies of Orbital Strike there, so Hyllus is absolutely ready to burn your face off. And listen, it's not like we didn't see burn Lemmy before. I mean, I've spoken many times about how much I enjoyed Diesel's old list from Aftermath, which was a smuggled supplies burn Lemmy. Yeah, it was very cool. But now we're kind of seeing a more mainstream, more, if you can call it meta. I know it's early, but if we say this is part of the meta, like high-end meta, this Burn Lemmy has become really the star of the show. We've seen a little ADHQ. We have seen 0 Cathy lists in this major, which is... oh man, I'm smiling just getting to say that. Like, it was too much Cathy for too long. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the Lemmy meta, Lemmy enjoyer here, and love to see it. Great list.
Bro, what are you saying? Cathy's not present. She's right there. 4 costs, bro.
she's in the army now. She's no longer leading. She's no longer the general, this is maybe a better place for it.
Yeah, it's a reminder like Catherine Sword of Valley. It reminds me of the character from Edge of Tomorrow, like the Angel of Verdun, something like that. Anyway, so let's look at the next deck of HyllusDiardi. It is going to be another Uni Workshop. Let's listen to Ali to give us a comparison between this one and the other Uni Workshop.
Yeah, so Q-Flux did a great job breaking down the first Unishop list that we've seen here. And honestly, I think there might only be 1 card difference. It's really tight. I think that Hyllus has 3 interrogators, and I'm only seeing 2 from I'm Cute. And I believe I'm Cute had the Horizon Acolyte in there. But other than that, they are almost card for card here. And with the new deception options, Bombardment being a great tool, AoE, for this deck, because that's something that it struggled with earlier. The Rite of Redemption, single target removal, and then some early game pressure with the Black Market Sentries. But yeah, other than that, there's almost identical lists and have gotten a little bit better with the new deception cards.
Yep, definitely. I think Deception made this list definitely better and more competitive, if I say so myself, especially with the Bombardment additional, because I think that's the one thing that most of the decks have been missing, like early or like board removals. So good, so good. Let's look at the next deck that HyllusDiardi has brought. And this is the last one for a day. And from what it looks like, man, these CPS decks are gonna be coming and coming and coming. And Q-Flux, bro, can you tell us how this is different from the other one?
The big thing here, we got Gaius and Duelist, which has been an interesting card, and Aishio's Operatives, which I waxed poetic on yesterday. It's a very, very fun card. He's also got the Rubicon in there, which hasn't really seen play or, get discussed too much in our broadcast yet. But Rubicon, when you play it, you create a duplicate of all the cards in your hand. And it also has a second effect, which, if I'm not mistaken, is whenever a non-token unit gets destroyed on your side of the board, you get a 1/1 Cathari token, maybe an Iterant. So some interesting stuff we haven't really seen in there. Also, the one copy of Synchronicity, which has definitely provided some pressure. Like, I believe there was at least 1 or 2 games yesterday where that Synchronicity was a big factor.
Yeah.
Of course, it can double the Meritus to increase the chance of pulling off OTK. So honestly, there's just so many decks, or so many ways that this deck can play out, that it's kind of hard to summarize it. Like, it feels like, yes, Meritus is the win condition, but it's like an open world game where there's 7 different paths to get to that end. It's like playing Skyrim. You don't even want to finish the game. You just want to go explore all your different side quests. And so it's been really fun to watch people play this list, honestly. Maybe more fun to watch than try to play against it, but very fun to watch. And the last thing I'll say, oh man, Raven plus Hydralisk Chamber, letting you play Raven, assign wanted to the opponent's unit, and immediately sacrifice Raven to then pull it into your bank, the other person's unit. That is a wild combo. Just so many good cards in this deck, and the only thing it has to watch out for is Miasmancer, because we've seen that Miasmancer shuts down almost every single card. Like, there's almost nothing in this deck that isn't a muster, so it's very vulnerable to that. But otherwise, yeah, it's a really cool list. I'm excited to see it get played some more today.
Man, to that Raven comment, I just want to say one thing. It's so good. That's so Raven, man. Anyway, so okay, well, that
Love it.
is the match right now. I think Ali gets it. That's like
I totally get it. That was great. How are you so good at this, man? What have you always been this way? So funny.
I've always been this way, and they found
Born
me
this way.
in the gutter of puns, man. So anyway, we
Fun
have
gutter.
here Fun Gutter. HyllusDiardi's Earthen has been banned, and imcute's Marcolin has been banned. So, man, let's start with Ali. What are your thoughts regarding these bans?
Well, Marcolian. Okay, so Lemieux seems to be eating up a lot of the bans, so I'm not really shocked to see that. It's just been consistent, and I think aggro can just be scary, so I think that makes sense. And then the other one that was banned there was Nehemiah, right? I believe. And look, I think yesterday we saw in Zaratustra's match, like, just how good Nehemiah can still be. You know, summoning an extra Titan, just building a wall, even against the Scipius deck, like the Warlord has evasive, right? So that could get through defenders. But if you aren't running that and you have the OTK, you still have to get through an annoying board full of defenders. So I think Nehemiah is just really consistent and strong, and Earthen has a bunch of tools. So I think it makes sense to take it out from the lineup as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those decks that has a very, very snowbally effect, right? You don't want it to be as strong because it can go from turn one, turn two, turn three, turn four, and each and every turn there's something big that's coming out, right? So it's definitely a good target. Like Flux, any
Yeah. My main thought is just I'm really surprised that Skippy keeps getting through. I mean, listen, and apparently Excel just got banished to the void, so we'll get him back when we can. But I don't know. I guess I'm wrong. I just really thought people would be banning Skippy. It's been such a menace on the ladder, and it feels like if it gets 1 or 2 chances, it's gonna get a win pretty quickly. And so I guess it's just one of those things where the ladder dynamic, Skippy in a best of 1 format, is really hard to deal with. But in the best of 3, 4 decks, 1 ban, there's a lot more ways to try to kind of maneuver around it. It's got to be that kind of situation. But yeah, that continues to be my biggest surprise.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
hear you.
Yeah.
I think it's like, it's a difficult deck to play. We've been mentioning that. And so, giving your opponent the opportunity to mess it up is always valid. And also, it's still a combo deck, right? So sometimes it's just a little bit slower paced, trying to find the pieces. But I do agree with you, Flux. It's definitely a menace. So it getting through has been kind of weird as well.
Honestly, I get the Nehemiah ban, because Nehemiah has been crushing all tournament. But sorry, Excel, go ahead. Because he's back.
Oh, bro, yeah. Sorry for that. We I just had a ping spike right there because I just got hit by the orbital strike. But HyllusDiardi and I'm Cute is gonna be starting this semifinals match. Let's go, guys. Game one of day two. Guys, take it away.
All right. I have to call out the better pun would have been to say he got hit by an EMP, but that's okay. We'll let it slide. He had to think of that one quickly. So it is Skippy versus Lemmy, right? As long as I'm not going crazy here.
No.
And the opening draw looking pretty good for Hyllus, actually. We'll have to check in on I'm Cute's hand in a second, but Machinist plus a Scout plus a Researcher. Also, he's kind of contemplating, does he want to send back the Researcher or not, maybe, or the Sand Scout, but good hand up there, at least reasonable. Let's take a
Yeah.
second, and once we get the hands back, Allie, why don't you let me know what you think here? How do you feel about this opener?
Let's see. I think that you're happy from Hillis's side. You've got your opening one drops. That feels pretty good. And then honestly, I'm cute. I mean, you were talking about it in the intro. The chamber into the Raven combo. Great call out, by the way, because I don't think that has been discussed enough. Like how insane that combo of cards is right there. And also I'm cute is going second with the Tioli, so that's always nice.
Yeah.
And he's got the bombardment if things get out of hand with this Lemieux deck, putting an early, pressure on the board. So I would say both have a decent hand. And also Hylas has got a Sabo for that chamber to sort of stop anything too crazy going on. So I would say both players have a pretty decent start here.
Yeah, it should be a very strong opening on both sides. I mean, it's like a dream scenario for I'm Cute, I feel like, because Cytokinesis is also great for him to basically get whatever he needs from his deck, as long as he doesn't lose too much tempo in the process. But yeah, going back to what you said briefly on the Raven thing, it really does feel like Raven's found her home in this deck. The only time I really saw it play consistently before that was a very niche situation, which was the one of the best players for Ashio, Nomega, who made a list for Ashio that used Raven, and it was able to take advantage of the discard from hand to discard Formortician's Exile, get an extra draw. There's a discard effect, all that stuff. But this is really a much more solid position. Like Raven just gets consistent value over and over. Going back to what's
For
happening
sure.
in the action, the shield pod gets cleared. Hillis setting up some more cards. Sand Scout coming down, getting the health bonus. Seems like a pretty good start. We definitely have a couple of action-packed turns coming up here. That's a lot of units to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing is quite out of the bombardment range here, so that'll be nice for I'm cute. But yeah, I think you're pretty much always happy as long as you've got a couple of one drops, some early pressure into like a researcher to refill the hand as the aggro deck. Like, so I think Hylas is he's doing all right. But let's see. Now moving on to I'm Cute's decision here. Technically, he could utilize the Tioli, but probably wants to save it for a bigger turn. Um,
He could potentially play the chamber. Okay, definitely. I was thinking chamber, coin, raven, and then you have more ramp next time, but not enough units to take advantage of that. Yeah, I suppose.
yeah. Looks like he's
Odious
gonna
getting.
toss the Odious.
And that's
Sure.
that's another thing about Raven. It's really hitting me how perfect it is. It also lets you discard stuff to the waste to set up your Meritus. Everything about the card synergizes perfectly with Skippy's win condition. It's actually incredible. And
Mm,
here is the Cytokinesis. Let's see what I'm Cute's gonna grab. It's Leviathan.
well, yeah.
What a big amount of value there. Just like refill the hand, get stuff to bank, get potentially multiple Leviathans to play. It's a really strong thing to pull with Cytokinesis.
That was a really spicy turn, actually, and I like that he took out the Machinist with the Raven because, again, he's got the bombardment in the hand, and I think he's like, "I just don't want anything to get out of range for me dealing this 3 damage here." So he was able to take that out and then, ramp into a draw 3 cards. So, yeah, that was a good turn too, to say the least. And
What's
now
critical
passing
here,
it.
maybe, if you don't mind, is
Yeah.
that Hillis is only running. Or wait, how much? So Hillis banked one Sabo, I believe, already. So he's got. I think this is his only Saboteur left, unless he was running 3. I think he was running 2. Um, but I'm Cute is running the one copy of the Speculator. The point being, if Hillis can draw his fleet supports, I'm Cute doesn't really have counterplay for that aside from the one Speculator. Whereas in terms of the units, it feels like I'm Cute has a lot of answers. So I feel like Hillis really needs to find those fleet supports as soon as possible.
Yeah. That's actually why I really like this Lemieux deck because it's got the fleet supports in there, and I think a lot of the time people might be like, "Oh, I need to go super heavy in the effects, to make it worth it." But 3 orbital strikes, like that's just so much extra push in the late game. And then with, the extra irregular spells like the rain and the dispatch, like you don't need that many effects to make the fleet supports worth it. So it's just it feels pretty good. But there we see the bombardment. He's gotten rid of the early pressure, and so now Hillis needs to build up another wave here. But I'm cute's going to be going right into draw 3 with the Leviathan. So I would say I'm cute's looking pretty strong in this position.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where he doesn't have a lot of flexibility in the sense of he can only play one card pretty much. Like there's no like multiple building blocks to kind of craft your whole turn out of, but each card is just so strong when you have Leviathans, Hammer, Triumph, like you're not really worried, and I think that might be the Gaius and Dolus there next to it. Unless it's a prime variant. I'm not sure about that left card, but it's just he has lots of really good options, and that's I feel like that's better than having a bunch of flexibility, but it doesn't add up to anything. So it's looking pretty good for I'm cute. Hillis just needs to get more momentum towards his win condition. He has a lot of ways to win, but he isn't really able to set them up yet. He needs to draw.
Yeah, it's a little scary, with, the Leviathan when you've got a full hand here because you don't really mind burning most things because 'cause you've got other copies, but the one card that you don't wanna burn is Meritus, right?
Yep.
So this is a little bit of a sketchy situation because he is currently out of full hand, so, uh, fingers crossed for I'm Cute that Meritus is not the top card off the deck here,
Yeah, he's got like the 3% chance of burning his win condition, which
you
is a
know?
risk I guess you just kind of have to take because the alternative is to just be afraid to draw and then never find it. Like there's probably more risk of Meredith being lower on the deck and you didn't draw fast enough as opposed to the 1 out of 21, right? So it probably
Yeah.
makes sense to go for it, but it's got to be scary with this much money, this much clout, and the world seat on the line to just be like, all right, 3%
That's,
chance that I get, just a blundered here or make it messed up here.
totally. That's card games for you though. You have to be prepared to put yourself in these situations. And then if you do get unlucky with the 3% chance, then you just baby rage and, pretend to quit and then come back the next day, right? So that's how
Yeah,
that
I
works
mean,
out.
3%'s not bad. Like anyone who's played poker is like 3%. I'm all in, babe. You know what I mean? So it's definitely not too big of a risk.
There we go. Okay, it looks like Hillis is getting a Lemieux's Rain off, getting to summon an irregular and also make use of the ability destroying a damaged unit, and then even has a left energy left over to get a Scimitar Captain down, which actually kind of helped him a little bit to not burn
Yeah, yeah.
because it did remove a card from the hand. So if it had been the Meritus off the top, that's when you, emote thank you to your opponent and see if it tilts them, but,
I was really
uh
hoping it would be Meredith just for how poetic like that would be, but in this case, but honestly though, bombardment also really useful if Hillis is able to get wide again. He's able to clear the board again. Although at this point, Hillis's hand is running out of stuff. Like he's got the burn, and this is Quinto talked about it yesterday during one of the Lemmy matches, or it might have been a different match, but this is that situation where the burn deck is about to have to use its burn damage to control the board as opposed to hitting face, and that's
mm,
always the beginning of the end. So Hillis definitely potentially running out of momentum, although he does have total control of the board. So interesting. I'm cute just needs to get this board back under control pretty much.
yeah, I'm cute just needs to stall just long enough to where he can find the rest of the pieces here. I mean, he's already got, hammer in the hand. Of course, he needs to develop that, get it
Straight to the bank.
get it in the waist eventually here. Oh my, he's gonna go interesting.
Okay, that was the
Okay.
prime variant Leviathan. I was struggling with that art. So yeah, he plays that one. Swelling Tide. Grab the Raven, as we discussed. He's got to do it, right? I mean, Hammer's nice, but yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I
got to
suppose it
do it.
has to be the Raven.
Because it's free. It's
Gets,
a discount of 2 from Swelling Tide. That's so clean.
yeah. With yeah, the discount makes it so much better. The question is does he go for, like, the secondary chamber probably not, right? You want to hold on to that chamber. You don't want to
He
pop
didn't
it.
even sacrifice Raven, actually. Interesting. Okay, he just lets it stand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love that because it means Hillis has a chance to get more draws when he's so low on cards. I feel like you can just, but like you said, it would have been the second time. So I guess he doesn't want to sacrifice the relic.
Yeah.
It's a tough trade off for sure.
So let's see. There's access to 6 energy this turn. So we could do a 4 and a 2, or make use of Lemieux this turn, the Paragon. I'm not really in love with using Cendrillon. So I think he's probably between those two. But you're absolutely right. Like whenever you're starting to use your burn on units, that just feels so bad, right? So hopefully he doesn't have to put himself in that position, but it looks like he might have to at some point.
Honestly, Lemmy is looking quite nice here. Like trade something into Leviathan, play Lemmy to remove it, hit face first, so you get all 3 effects, and then you can potentially like trade in the researcher, then you kill Raven later. Yeah, so I feel like Lemmy. Okay, he's going Lemmy's Rain, gonna save the big one. But what's he gonna do with
Mhm.
this? I mean, I don't think he wants to play Orbital Strike here, does he? Like, I don't
Send
know.
it. Just send it face. Assert dominance. It's fine.
Actually, I would love to see that. I would love
I
to see
think
that.
he's gonna do it. I mean,
Come
look,
on,
you can't be given
just
up for unless maybe he miscalculated the energy, but I don't know. I don't really think you can be given up for like whiffing 4 energy in a turn. I don't know. I think like but judging by his face there, I always see. I think he did think maybe he could have played Lemieux. I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but you can see by his reaction that he looks a little confused. So I think if
I mean,
given that play, I would have rather have utilized the Lemieux Paragon to just put another 3/4 on the board.
in his defense, he has 2 3/1s on the board. So even if he replaces one of those with a 3/4, there's still the trade into the other 3/1. Like it's kind of the same trade either way. So I could see the logic. Either way, Hillis is just down on cards, but he is chipping away at I'm Cute's health. It's not the best, but like
Mhm.
it feels like he could get there. Also, he just needs to find a fleet support. I'm Cute still hasn't found Speculator, so like one, not that he knows that, but like just one single fleet support would make a huge difference. But man, I'm Cute is just the engine is running, and he's got a lot of ways to control the situation now. This is tough.
Wow. Man, the Scipius deck is just so cool. Chamber is also just one of the best cards. It just enables such wild things. But you can see I'm Cute is like really he's in the flow. He's definitely in control of this game. Hillis is sweating a bit. Even though he's gotten him down to 18 without, a big swing of cards or finding a fleet support maybe, for some crazy burn. But I think by that time, I think I'm Cute's gonna be able to take this. Granted, he hasn't found the Meritus yet, right? But at a certain point, you almost don't even need it. If you've
Yeah,
got
that's what's so bad here. Like he at this,
yeah.
it's rare for this deck to win without Meritus. Like we have seen that in theory it feels doable, but in practice it doesn't happen as often as you might think. Still, in this case, this board is so strong. Hillis just doesn't have a way to deal with it. He can't even damage anything to set up his Right of Redemption or his Lemmy hard removal. So it just really seems like Hillis has run out of options. It's just not the right time for this hand, this double orbital. As beautiful as the prime variant is, it's not the right thing.
Yeah. Oh,
I
that's a
don't know.
bummer. 2 fleets like I said, it'd be game over if he had a fleet support in the hand with 20 damage from those 2 orbital strikes here, but just being solo cast, that is not enough, and let's see, I'm Cute's got 16 damage on the board right now. It is just so painful to throw any of these orbital strikes into a Magna. I can't even take out one of the bigger units. Oy. Oy, oy, oy.
And
Bad.
and the worst part, if you really think about it, that turn Hillis floated 4 mana. Like that was his mana to play fleet support if he could have found it at any point. You know,
For
like it was right
sure.
there.
Yeah. Definitely. I suppose you could just Lemieux back a unit from the waste, maybe like a 2 drop or a 1 drop, but that really isn't gonna. I'm failing to see any outs for Hillis at this point.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna try exactly what you said. He doesn't even have a gunslinger. If there was a gunslinger, he could have set up Right of Redemption. There's just like no answers, nothing he can really do. There's just no, yeah, it's gonna be very. And also making matters even worse is that imcute has finally drawn his relic removal. The Asian Speculator is right there. 3-drop second card from the right. So like, it's really hard to see any way for Hyllus to come back here. I don't know what he could draw to get there.
The only way you lose this game is if you get greedy and you don't clear their board and they top deck a fleet support or something like that. But actually, even if he does top deck a fleet support, that still wouldn't be enough to cast both of these orbital strikes, right? You could activate it. That'd be 7, and no, it wouldn't be enough.
Maybe he should have kept the Right of Redemption, so he could have theoretically top deck fleet support to then double Right of Redemption. But then you're banking your burn spells, which are your win conditions. So he's
Right.
just so between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah.
See how imcute cleans it up, and he is indeed not ignoring the board, taking absolute control, making sure there's no weird stuff going on. And he's going to do the upgrade play, making the Leviathan even bigger and even scarier. And there's the Meritus, so we are moments away from victory. Is it gonna... Yeah, this is GG right here, I think.
Yep.
The coin, no less, to get the second Cerulean Surge. That's definitely going to be GG. imcute, about to take down game 1 of day 2 of this major. imcute, definitely looking like one of the scariest. Like, I'd say we haven't gotten to see Pandapple yet, to be fair. He stealthed his way to the top 4. We'll see him in the next
He
match.
did, didn't he? Yeah.
But imcute and Zara feel like the two really just like terrifying players here. If I'm like, those are the...
For sure.
They're both like world champion potential, just oozing off of both of those guys.
I was really impressed with Zaratustraa yesterday. A Lazy Guru definitely got like unlucky in some of those games for sure. But I just, you can tell by Zaratustra's decks, like I said, it really feels like he went in with his own game plan. I mean, I'm sure he had testing partners that had maybe similar lists, and he's the one that made it through perhaps, but it just seemed like he wasn't following like the quote quote meta that we have now. He's shaking it up and he's very practiced with the decks. He's locked in. So as it like currently stands, I'd probably be the most scared of Zaratustraa, but you're absolutely right. imcute. I think he's the number 1 seed. Is he? The number 1 seed. He's locked in as well. So, yeah, game 1 goes to imcute. Hyllus couldn't really do too much in those games, I gotta say. I do wonder how much evolution we'll see in these Markolian lists. Like, even though I like the Lemieux, as the tournament is progressing, it's getting a lot of bans, but I think there's a lot of room to make it more consistent or a little bit scarier. Like, it kind of runs out of gas a little. And so I'm curious if you share in that sentiment.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen Lemmy players running low on cards a few times, and it might be trying to do one too many things with the irregulars and the going wide. Not only going wide with 1-drops, but then also summoning all these irregulars, and some decks even using, I believe it's Dispatch, try to like buff them up, and then you've got the hard removal stuff, then you've got your burn damage to win. Like, there's so many
Totally.
different puzzle pieces in there. Maybe like one thing needs to get yeeted out so the rest of it can be more consistent. Or maybe people just need to figure out how to pilot it more consistently. I mean, it could be one of those where the mulligan is a little tricky and there's little details like that to work out. Lemmy is just... It's like one of those decks. I think Hogvax comes to mind as a player who's played a lot of it, and there's some other players, Diesels I mentioned. Like, it's definitely a favorite deck of some really good players, and I think there is the desire to see it work, and so I'm guessing people are going to continue cooking on this Lemmy deck a lot, especially because it also seems to do well in ladder.
I do wonder if we're not just going to see a resurgence of Kathy because, the 4 consistent drop on 4 or 5, with a 1 drop for Kathy to push face damage, because let's be real, she always bonks the face. And her passive, like in addition with the whole fleet support package, like it might just be stronger, honestly. But I'm a little sad that ADHQ didn't get a more representation. Who brought it though? We
It was
had
D-Money in that first
it was
game
D-Money.
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of all the Markolian decks, ADHQ has always been my personal fave, and they got a lot of vehicle support this expansion. So I would love to see a little bit more ADHQ in the future, but maybe it's
I feel
just
like
not.
the challenge with ADHQ is that it's so reliant on drawing Nora, which is the card that lets
Yeah.
every unit become a vehicle, and so that that it's like you need to draw that card, but when you do draw it, you still have it's not quite as much of like a trump card as some other like drawing Meridus might be in Skippy. I don't know. It's
Mhm.
it's it's so close though. I also share your feelings that ADHQ is so much fun to watch. I hope Kathy doesn't come back with like the 15 one drops again in a few weeks, but you're not
Yeah.
wrong that feels plausible. All right, so what do we
I
got here? Go ahead.
just one more note on ADHQ. I think it also is like a meta dependent thing. Like it's a very good mid range deck, and I feel like sometimes when it's shined the most, it's like against Shroud or like a New Dawn or something. I remember it absolutely smashing at one point in time. So it's probably a meta dependent thing. But all right, guys, we're into game 2 of this semifinal match of the major. So let's see what these players have in their opening hands.
Speaking of dispatch, there it
One of the
is.
best perfect loops, let's be real. I love
Yeah.
the art on that card. So cool.
Dispatch and Aishio's Operatives, two really amazing perfect loops. So I'm
Mhm.
cute, brings in the Uni deck, Sanctuary turn 1. We saw Sanctuary doing work yesterday. I believe it pulled an Ingrid when there was already 8 energy available or something. It was like really cooking yesterday. Gonna Hyllus gonna set up some early game units, banking a trooper, playing another trooper. Good hand for Hyllus.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
cute, also not too bad. Yeah, what do you think?
Much better hand here. This is the type of hand that could cause some issues. Like, the Uni shop now has bombardment as a tool, and that was always like a kind of a difficult thing for them to recover, right? There wasn't like an AoE option. But this is definitely gas of a hand from Hillis here. Oh, and he just picked up a Wong too. So after he dumps this initial wave of threats, he can do a refill. So yeah, this is looking pretty solid. I'm cute hand, not quite there right now.
Yeah, he's got so few cards. The PS8 isn't going to go very far. And Miasmancer is reasonable, but Lemmy's got ways to still. Well, I guess the Miasmancer could be okay. Like next turn, if he has to just bank PS8 or whatever he draws, or Sanctuary first. Point is, if he has to play Miasmancer, it'll be okay. But Hillis just has all the options. I'm cute, really at the mercy of the deck right now.
Here's the thing though. Juggernaut Workshop's a hell of a paragon. Like with this, we've seen this happen so many times where like even if the opening hand isn't great in one of the Augencore lists or the Uni shop, it's like the Juggernaut token coming out just provides so much value as the game goes on, and so it could keep him in this until he finds a little bit of a better hand here. But I guess Hillis is, let's see, he's deciding what to do on turn 2 here. I mean,
5 seconds left,
I
bro. Play.
yeah, you do not wanna rope out, here. Oh, that's nice, that's a good one, that'll be out of bombardment range. I like to
Very
see that.
nice. So the
Okay,
early lady draw, not great with so few cards in hand.
that's good. I
That's
that
really
was
good.
that was a great one to get. You just want cycle, something you can play right now. Yeah.
That's so much better than Miasmancer, who would just get killed by the 2/4.
Yeah, I know, that was very good. And then the
Let's
drone
see what.
printer is not the worst pickup too, right? And actually, next turn he'll be able to just develop the drone printer and get a draw from the Juggernaut token coming out. So that works out really nicely.
That's actually perfect for I'm cute. He's gonna have enough draw. He might not love it, but if he has to, he can bank bombardment or sanctuary. That just kind of depends what he draws. And then the drone printer both helps him establish more presence on the board and lets him get his hand filled out with cards, which are two things he needs to do right now. That actually feels like a very key card for him at this moment.
So Hillis has got the choice here. Does he want to get researcher going? I mean, he's already got a lot of hands, or sorry, a lot of cards in the hand. Or does actually, I guess he can't really poke face here and then get the scimitar captain down because I think you just want to keep building board presence, right? So I like the dispatch, even though it's slightly off curve here. That 3/5 unit's a little chunky. We like to see it.
Yeah, it feels like floating that energy is worth it given the extra buff that makes it a 3/5. It's almost like there's your extra energy of value. And man, Hillis actually demonstrating how you're supposed to play. Almost no one does this, which is I'm actually glad because it makes it a little bit more boring potentially. But he waits, he lets his whole time run out. He thinks about all of his options. He doesn't bank early. He doesn't make any like early moves. He doesn't have to. He's like makes his whole amount of decisions, and he makes the play when he's sure. Of course, sometimes you need to like draw and see what you draw. There's times where you don't want to do that, but his patience, his like methodical piloting here is actually really what you probably should be doing in this situation. So really, really principled play by Hyllus. We see the bombardment come down, and it's going to combine with the artillery juggernaut, just like you said. The Juggernaut
Yeah.
Workshop is insane, and it takes what would have been a very underwhelming bombardment and makes it a full clear, as well as having a unit on the board. Just incredible value from that power there.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Okay, let's see. I would not be shocked to see a researcher come down, yeah, with the machinist here. Just keep getting more cards to the hand, more options. Yeah, this is
Hillis heard me
fine.
say, he heard me talk about how methodical he was. He was like, all right,
You
Flux, hold my
know,
beer. Fastest turn.
look, look, that's how I play. I'm not even sure I piss people off with how I rope. But I think in a tournament you want to be using your full time as long as you don't rope out, right? Because that is also a misplay if you spend too much time that you panic at the end of the turn and you don't actually get to think everything out. So you gotta be careful with it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So Hillis with a lot of options. Really feels like the opposite of the previous game where he was so low on cards. Here he has an abundant harvest, and it could be as simple as playing Wong and hoping the coin flip goes his way, excuse me, but I do think there's some risk here of him having an overfilled hand. I guess for Lemmy, it's not too big a deal. We're hoping that Wong buffs the researcher. Let's keep this game interesting. There it is. And he draws
Ayo.
fleet support. Very, very nice, Wong. Very nice.
Ooh, I like it.
That
Decides
is,
to go face too.
yeah, going full aggressive. Okay, you're better. You're calling the spots out. I keep thinking he needs to defend, but you're really like he just can go face and end this really quickly, huh?
Well, I think the logic here is just like as soon as he gets to, girl territory with the Ingrid and Freitas, like it's just things get a lot. Oh my gosh, did Sanctuary get him another Freitas? Wow.
Yes, Sanctuary's cooking for I'm cute, even though right now it might not be the most essential card for this turn. That's wild.
Wow. I'm such a Sanctuary doubter, but the thing about Sanctuary is that it's not just for the effect that it gives. It's also that it is a universal permanent, right? And so it buffs up your Ingrid and Freitas. So yeah, but my Sanctuary's never giving me Freitases. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing where it's like you when your opponent uses it, it's like Ingrid, Miasmancer, Ingrid, whatever. And then when you use it, it's like, Pirate Corsair, name the 10 cards you haven't heard of before, data breach, etc. So it's definitely the kind of thing that it feels like that, but it's honestly, this is a really complicated board state. I think you're correct that Hillis just needs to race ahead because yeah, once I'm cute gets to the ladies, it's just gonna like he's gonna be able to use Hillis's units against him, and you know I don't know how long can Hillis keep this under control. He's got so much burn, he's got fleet support, plus he's close to 8 mana where he could play, or actually I'm sorry, 7 mana. He could play fleet support and then the discounted orbital, that's 10 damage from hand, so he's like so freaking close. Okay, he's gonna
Yeah.
play it right here. Let's see. Yeah, it's
Oh,
double discard, right? Double discard. This is huge.
yeah. Love to see that because I mean, as long as he just punches one of these units face, he's got the 20 damage in the hand. He just needs to evade that Sabo. Obviously, you're not super happy to see two Freightes's in the hand, but so do we think the logic here is snipe them both and just let our fleet support get got, or does he hold
I
on?
I was wondering if he'd
Hmm.
want to destroy both of the non Freitas cards just so that because I'm cute's only at 7 energy, he doesn't have ramp available, right? So there was an argument maybe to just leave him with no cards to play next turn, but Hillis is not agreeing with that logic. He does get rid of the relic removal though, like you just said. So he's kind of taking a partial play. I guess he just doesn't really mind. I mean, Miasmancer is not exactly going to block burn damage from the spells, so probably a good way to play it. But I
Yeah.
would have had a really hard time resisting leaving both the Freightes's in hand and just being like, okay, bro, here you go. You have both of them. Now what? Please
Yeah, I'm
continue.
unsure, honestly, because I think that the logic is either like snipe them both, okay, and take away that out, or you know, get rid of the Miasmancer and the Sabo, like because it
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. He kind of went like halvesies here, um, so that's a peculiar thing, honestly.
Definitely a spot to be potentially reviewed. He does find the coin, the Tioli, but it is one turn too late to immediate, or like one draw too late to get the Freitas out early, unfortunately. By the way, can I just say, everyone told me Tioli wasn't going to happen. I think Muka in particular was like, stop doing Tioli. Tioli's not happening. You know, the fetch meme. And it's like, Tioli is like, it happened. We all call it Tioli now. I feel vindicated. I know, wrong time for me to
Oh,
talk about
the
that, but I'm
nickname
flexing.
for it. Okay, yeah. No,
Tioli. Like,
Tioli. That's so funny. He went
I was a
full
day one Tiolier. Sorry.
Regina George on you. Stop trying to make fetch happen,
That's
Q
it.
Flux. Yeah, it's you. That's what it was. Well, let's see. We've got with the orbital strikes. I mean, he's basically almost there, right?
It's so close. Yeah, like he's got 10 damage if he just orbitals to face. Gunslinger can make it 11, but maybe I mean he's got to do some damage control, so maybe Gunslinger or the Miasmancer just to slow down the damage. Orbital this turn, orbital next turn. GG. Unfortunately, what Hyllus doesn't know is that imcute has just found that other Saboteur. So if he does plan on fleet support getting him there next turn, it's not going to happen. That is
You know,
potentially going to be a big issue.
that is tricky because he's obviously anticipating the Freitas this next turn. But if he goes for the Freitas, it means he's not going for the Sabo. He doesn't know about the Sabo, but I'm sure that he's thinking, do I just go in on all of these Lemieux's reigns right now, like build the board, which I think is ultimately the probably the stronger play than like throwing out an orbital strike this turn. But man, if you it's hard because you just got rid of the relic removal, right? So you probably think you have the option of keeping it for the next turn. So giving up the 10 damage orbital strike to build the board seems right to me. But yeah, we'll see how this pans out here.
It's tough when you're 2 turns away from lethal and the opponent doesn't have a clear path to lethal, and you know that Freitas or Ingrid can take advantage of any good units you play potentially. At least Ingrid can. It's like it's really hard for me to imagine resisting. And you destroyed their Sabo from the hand previously. They don't have that many cards. Their deck still has a lot of cards in it. Like there's so many things pushing in the direction of yeah, just go for it. But Hyllus is not going to take that bait at all. He's going to establish the board with a bunch of little tokens there. Very interesting choice.
I'm honestly surprised that he didn't just gunslinger that 3-1. Like there he
Yeah.
had an energy left over. He could have just like banked the right of redemption and I mean I guess maybe he's thinking he wants the redemption for the big Freitas or other unit, but I don't know. I think I might have just taken out the 3-1. Mm,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, even if he banks the other Lemieux's Reign or the Wong or just something kind of wacky like that to hold on to right, just not playing Gunslinger there. It's just like you said, the energy. It's right there. One energy. There's a 3-1 unit. You've got a gunslinger. Plus, he's trying to go wide and establish lots of little dudes on the board. It
right.
feels like that would have fit into the line so well.
Yeah.
But here
Well,
comes
this is a
Freitas.
pretty beefed up Freitas here. Is it full? I think so. He's gonna
Yeah,
get full health, or not, sorry, 4 health, not full health. Um, and then yeah, let's
a
see if he
lot of
can.
things happening. It's one of those spots where it's like, all right, show me the end state because it's hard to verbalize every single step along the way. But I mean, clearly, I'm Cute has a huge board now, and Hyllus is not in range of lethal at all. I mean, listen, the relic was going to go away, so admittedly, he wouldn't have had lethal anyway. But like now, he's not even close, and it feels like he might have missed his chance to at
Yeah.
least set up to be in lethal range. I mean, it's still early. He has a lot of cards, but this is a tough offensive to react to. And there's the Ingrid. Oh no, it's not looking good.
Yeah, that was I had totally forgotten that the Sabo was in the waist too, right?
Yep.
So he was able to get the Freitas and the Saboteur off in one go. I mean, I think that's just he's cooked. Which is why I think that if we go back to that decision to either snipe both of the Freitases or the Sabo
Yeah.
and the Miasmancer, like that might have been pretty relevant, you know? It would have sucked to have lost the fleet support, but if you took away both of the Freitas options, I mean, I think he's ultimately going to lose because of that, like absolutely massive Freitas, right? So I think that may have been a misplay,
You
possibly.
nailed it, I think, when you said he
Mm,
went halfway. I'm actually suspecting that either line would have worked. Either remove both ladies or remove both
mm.
of the other ones so he has no clear play. Like, because if he can't play units, he's not setting up the ladies as well. And most likely the best line, remove both the Freitas just to remove the win condition completely. Either way, he ended up losing the relic. I mean, as you pointed out, Sabo going to the waist doesn't really stop him from getting Sabo when Freitas is in his hand because Freitas can get it back from the waist. So, in retrospect, it really does seem like he had the chance to stop I'm Cute from having all these options, and he missed the chance to use his counterplay. He was basically one click away from shutting all this down, and
Yeah.
it's probably going to cost him the game, frankly.
I think the logic is like if you aren't taking both of the Freydis's, you have to be ending the game like the next turn, and he was on 7. So
Yeah.
uh, I think that was probably going to be a bit of a pipe dream, and you have other fleet supports in there, so you could find it again. But anyway, the Freydis, the girls are doing what the girls do. He's laid down the Ingrid now. Look at that absolutely massive board. He's also got 23 health. Um, he's looking pretty good here.
Oh, I got one. I got one like Excel was here. We were talking about the Mean Girls meme. Well, here's the Mean Girls. They're on I'm Cute side of the board and they're
Yeah,
about to win the game
actually,
for him.
sure. This is definitely the game of the Mean Girls. Mm-hmm.
Oh man. All right. It's just give Hillis one more turn, see if he can make the most brilliant play we've seen all weekend and not lose from here, but it does appear to be completely over. I'm guessing we might see a concede in a minute.
I wonder if the team will ever add a new okay, well, in Mean Girls, there's technically 3 of them, right? So we've
Mhm.
got Ingrid, we've got Freitas, maybe next expansion, is it heresy to, like, kinda move away just from the 2 main girls here, or do you think we'll see a 3rd join the Mean Girls pack? I don't
Not at
know.
all, because if I'm not mistaken, it started out with only one of them, right? I forget who was first, but it was like Ingrid first, and then Freitas came out in Planetfall, right? Or it was something like that.
Yeah,
So
that's true, yeah, Ingrid definitely isn't, base set, right? So there's
so it
there's
feels like
room.
DM Muka, DMV, and be like, hey, I think it's time for the third lady. Plus, Uni's feeling a little more balanced than it was during its
Mhm.
heyday. So I'm with you, honestly. Give us a third 8 drop. Plus, with my username QFlux888, I think a deck
Oh,
that's built
yeah,
on the
there you
triple
go.
eight would be fantastic.
Yeah, GL, on the team writes the lore, so it's gotta be consistent, so maybe we'll take it up with him, be like, "You gotta
Yeah.
add another one," but, yeah, the muscle, Desmond, like, it's actually really awesome how extensive the lore is, so, maybe we'll see it in time. But okay, so to recap here, I'm Cute is up 2-0, took down Hillis with that Lemmy deck. Um I think that, Lemieux is still good, but I said it earlier, I'm wondering if it's just not good enough right now. It keeps eating up bans, but in both of those games, it doesn't look amazing.
I am so distracted, but when you mentioned the brute and the muscle and stuff, just to point out that people don't necessarily know this. I've heard people joke about it, not realizing it's actually legitimately what it is. So people will joke like, "Oh, it's almost like Ocean's 11." Like, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool if the gang was all here and they were like in an Ocean 11 style heist?" And the thing is, I've confirmed this with Veen, that is the actual lore. So like the team lead, the hacker, the muscle, like it's not like a coincidence that the actual lore is that it is an Ocean's 11 style heist crew. So anyone who thinks that would be cool, it's not a would be, it's an is, because that's literally the actual lore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty fun.
All right, let's move on to the next game. This could potentially be a 3-0, folks. It could be. And I'm Cute is starting out pretty strong with the Steward of the Garden in the hand. Got the Interrogator. You said it in the deck review, but Nehemiah is just like still really strong, you know? She's doing a great job.
Is this the Nehemiah? Am I crazy to think it was the Gafar? This is the
You
Nehemiah,
might
isn't it?
actually know. I'm so sorry. You are I think you're right. I think this is the Gafar. My bad. My
That's
bad.
okay
My
though. I have a different question for you actually. How do you feel about Hillis going back to Lemmy a third time? If I was him, I think maybe I'd be switching off and trying a different deck for a minute.
Honestly, it's like the age-old question. It's like, do you swap? Do you reset your mental? I mean, you're gonna have to run this match anyway, Do you just go for it, get it over with? It's a tough one.
So
And no,
Gafar with I'm cute dropping down the Steward of the Garden, getting that ramp set up right away. Hyllus not going to be able to do anything about that immediately, which means I'm cute can play Granny on turn 2, and then Hyllus is stuck on 1 mana for that. Is that even legal? There's no way. Whoa, my goodness. We really need some text on that. It's like cannot be played until turn 4 or something. That seems wild to me. Is it actually going to be a turn 2 Granny? Is that actually allowed?
hold on a second. Back up.
Am
Maybe.
I tripping?
Let's see. I gotta check that out.
I
Turn
believe it's
2
allowed. It's
Granny.
a 3-drop. Yeah, it's a lot. I
Let's
mean,
go.
it is a lot. I'm just so like, there's no reason it wouldn't be. I'm just like, wait, that can't be possible, but it is. That's so Hyllus is gonna literally have 1 mana on turn 2. He's not gonna miss any draws with the way Granny is designed, but that is Hyllus is gonna have a uphill battle. Yeah, apparently in the production chat, they're telling me you can perma-lock an opponent at 1 energy. So in theory, if I'm cute, could play multiple Grannies in a row if he can draw them. Hyllus will be
Oh my
stuck at
god.
1 energy, which seems maybe a bit broken. Yeah, maybe a balanced team might want to consider if that's a great way for that to play. But yeah, Hyllus is just in the fight of his life right now. He's got so many cards, but he can't bank on turn 2. This is unbelievable.
Absolutely terrible. Oh man, what if Granny becomes the menace of the meta? That would be a turn of events here. The
I
unassuming
mean,
agent.
yeah, it really might. It seems like it is, to be honest, after seeing this. Hillis is only able to play the 1-drop in his hand. Dude, that is so wild. The only thing helping him a little bit here is that I'm cute doesn't have a huge turn 3 play, but Gafar is not exactly bad. Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, for anyone that's new to Deception, that doesn't know Granny, so the unassuming agent is muster. The enemy player draws 1 card and cannot bank cards from their hand until the end of your next turn. And then the aftermath is you put this card into the enemy's bank. So just a super irritating card for the opponent here. But we'll see if he can recover a little bit.
Yeah, I did a little short video at Paragons that was like the 5 worst cards of Deception because I'm oddly fascinated by like terrible cards in card games. And most of them were cards that were not good to play because their power level was low. But the last one was Granny, Unassuming Agent, because I was like, this is the one that's going to be the worst design decision. No offense, but it's like the one that people are going to complain about the most is how I should say it. And yeah, but anyway, so Hillis has a ton of cards, and what's he gonna do here? I mean, Harf can punish Cute a little bit for trying to play spells. Uh, I mean, I guess what he really just needs to do is damage Gafar and then get that off the board. It's not too bad yet, but man, it's so intimidating to be down in energy in parallel, especially that early. But honestly, okay, Hillis has a bunch of units. Let's reset. Let's reset a little bit. Hillis has
Yeah,
4
yep,
units
yep.
on the board. Gafar only has the 3/3. There is no more grannies in sight. The senior home has closed the doors for a minute. And so if this Terra Glider can just maybe low roll slightly, then we got a good game ahead of us. It's going to be a
That's a good
really good
one.
roll. It's
I'm
the
like,
Merciless Bulwark.
um, no, I
Maybe the
mean,
best one.
I think yeah, it might be the best one. Yeah, there's 3 copies of the Terra Glider in this, like, despite, like, no allocated provisions and that type of stuff, but I think for this exact reason, like, with Gafar, you're just trying to stick a board early so you can work on, buffing it up, and I feel like most of the 4 drops are somewhat decent, but that Merciless Bulwark is mighty fine, and then it goes into I'm Cute's Peacekeeper on 5 or Gafar the Vigilant, so he's really got an amazing curve. So I think it's going to be pretty tough for Hillis to get back in this, especially when you're down in energy, right?
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario for Hillis. Down on energy. I'm cute, hitting all his best cards. Terra Glider, high rolling. Although, as you said, the 4 drops are pretty safe. They're all pretty good. And yeah, it's interesting to mention that Terra Glider, people might forget before Aftermath, Earthen just could not go wide. Like, there was no way to do it. And Terra Glider giving you 2 units on 4 with Gafar's playstyle of buffing his entire board, like, it's really easy to underestimate how much one more unit is worth, especially for Earthen. And yeah, like Gafar the Vigilant, Gafar the Peacekeeper, a Pacify card with Change of Heart, and then on top of that, Formidable Presence to lock in a 2-turn lethal as soon as the board is established. Like, I'm Cute has the perfect hand, but Hillis is doing a lot of good work here. So he's gonna let the Merciless Bulwark buff happen once, and in exchange for that, he can clear several units, continue establishing a strong board for himself. Honestly, I'm very impressed at how well Hillis is contesting this.
Absolutely. I think that bulwark against another deck or archetype that doesn't have the single target removal. Granted, I guess Rite of Redemption is now a thing, but that was probably like the cleanest way. One hit into the execute, take it out, is pretty good, all things considered. And then he was even able, with that to develop some board presence too. Lemieux's Reign, honestly, really good card. You get a useful effect, and then you also get to put some units down. So I think you're absolutely right. He's doing a pretty decent job of fighting back, considering that early granny.
Yeah, now I'm Cute's got to think like, okay, that was a dream opener, and I'm not in as good of a position as I wanted to be. I'm 2-0. I want to end this series early, but can't get too greedy here, like get too eager for that quick win. You can kind of overextend. He's got to pull back a little bit, get control of the situation. He's still got huge options, though. I mean, this hand is so good. I would love to see Hillis win this. We only have 3 matches today. I don't want to. I don't want to
I
speed run
know.
him. I would love to see some more games. Plus, it'd be a fun comeback series to see Hillis try to reverse sweep. Gafar the
Yeah.
Vigilant hits the board. Let's see what he's going to discard.
Honestly, I think that Hillis is kind of in a decent position here. I think if he wants to go with the Lemieux next turn and get the snipe on the damaged or the Gafar or something, like that's not that bad. He still gets to develop. And then if he wants to take the trade in with these 3/3s into the 5/3, are those the ones that have armed actually? I think those are the
I
ones
have
that have
not
armed.
memorized all the tokens, if I'm being dead
Yeah.
honest. Maybe production chat can clue us in on which keywords this guy has. I think they're about to tell us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they're
do.
armed.
Yeah, yeah. So he can poke into the Gafar. You really want to get that off the board, right? And then um use the Lemieux to take out the Gafar, develop a unit, you get the damaged one off the board, and then trade into the 5/3, and that's really clean, right?
It's
So
really clean, especially considering next turn he has the option to do the fleet support into a 2-cost card removal from the spell, the Scimitar Captain hand control card there. So like he can discard 2 cards from I'm Cute's hand next turn. He's contesting the board well here, and those 3/3s with both armed and evasive. And Lemmy has evasive. So this is I'm Cute. Lemmy is the earthen counter as far as Marco is concerned. And this is why. Lots of hard removal, lots of evasive. I'm Cute did remove all the remaining Lemieux's Reigns from his deck. That's the 2 cost, lets him do more hard removal. So that is going to
mhm.
cut down. But honestly, Hillis is not exactly running low on resources. And I'm Cute is making a somewhat, I don't want to call it desperate because it does synergize well with the pacify that he might be about to play, but definitely not the ideal formidable. Like a couple turns ago, I was saying, okay, this formidable could set up a 2-turn lethal, but now I'm seeing him use it just to try to get the board back to even. So things have changed massively from that first couple of turns. Maybe we were wrong about Granny. I mean, it looked so amazing on turn 2, but here we are. Hillis looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely was annoying, but Hillis just had a really good hand, honestly. Like he had enough tools to sort of fight back. And I suppose she only snipes your energy for like one turn, right? So, if it was a persistent effect, that would be way more insane.
Yeah, way worse.
Um, so yeah, I think I'm Cute. He kind of looked off to the side here. I think he knows this one is like pretty. He'd have to have a pretty insane recovery here to fight back.
He's
So
saying
I
no in real time as you say. He's like, no. He just saw
yeah,
his mouth move.
like this. He knows. Oh, I mean
Okay.
that might be one of the better things he could have top decked. Actually,
What's
he gets
amazing
to
here is
go.
that the formidable presence reset some of those flipped over cards, right? So he gets 5 on the Terror Glider there.
Yep. You can see it on I'm Cute's face. He was like, okay, not bad. He's not too sad to see that. I still think with, the hand disparity here, Hillis has got so many more cards. It's going to be tough, but that probably was one of the best things that I'm Cute could have top decked to sort of like establish a board presence again.
What's tricky here is that Hillis is largely out of hard removals. The Lemmy's Reigns got removed by Gafar the Vigilant. He's played his
Mhm.
Paragon Lemmy. So that Jonah isn't going to go down too easily. He does still have Scimitar Captain in his hand, so he's able to do more hand control. Guessing he wants to save that until I'm Cute kind of rebuilds his hand. And we can see I'm Cute really did have a great turn there. He also has Relic Repurposing in hand to remove that fleet support next turn. That's also going to let him heal 4 to face. So if I'm Cute can build a hand again, maybe. But as you're pointing out, Hillis has so many cards, and the fact that he's got another Scimitar Captain with the nice perfect loop riding down the road there, like it's just gonna be really hard for I'm Cute because as soon as he gets a few cards in hand, he's gonna lose 1 or 2 of them again. Let's see.
Yeah. Man, I really do like the fleet support, like irregular combo here, the dispatch and everything like that. So if there is a way to make this deck a little bit more consistent, I still like the irregulars. But yeah, I feel like he's picked up
So
a pretty
that's I'm sorry,
decent
that's the
board there.
lethal token right there. That will give him a way to get through the Jonah, actually.
Mm. Yep,
The
that works
2/2
out
there.
well.
Very nice.
Very nice, very nice. Still though, it's looking a little rough here for I'm Cute. No cards in hand. Still facing down a somewhat threatening board. Okay, the Terra Gliders are really like, put me in, coach. I like they're trying for him, but at this point, he's already revealed so many cards in the bank that it's not going to be sizable enough.
Yeah. So Miasmancer was active there, limiting some of his options. But that Terraglider is going to be nice next turn. Honestly, I'm Cute was pretty greedy to run 3 Terragliders, in my opinion, and he's getting absolutely rewarded with the way these draws are playing out. I just can't imagine that Hillis doesn't win from. If Hillis doesn't win this one, Lemmy is canceled. Like you
I
have to win from here.
Yeah, I kind of liked the 3 Terra Gliders. I mean, I totally see what you're saying, but I feel like having it on 4, like summoning a 4 drop just for that consistency and then you just bank the other ones later, like,
True.
I think it's a pretty decent, like, way to establish stats in that, like, early mid game. So but I hear you.
He's gonna
Um,
discard anyway, probably, right? He's gonna play the Scimitar Captain right here, just destroy that card from hand. And then
yep,
I'm Cute is drawing and immediately banking, which is GG. And he draws to knock. Well, at least it
okay.
gives him a card to
Yeah.
bank. There's the concede. All right. Hillis starts the potential reverse sweep. We got a nice match here now. And that was a pretty surprising outcome after turn 1, turn 2. We were counting him out really early there. Our mistake.
Yeah, yeah. I think Lemieux's probably pretty well positioned to take down Gafar's. Again, I think he had a really strong opener. But yeah, I mean, I'm Cute had the Stewie into the granny, and it still was able to take him down. So but I think that that particular matchup, I'd be really curious to look on the stats of, like, parallelstats.com or something to see, how often of the time Lemieux, or Markolian is winning that one. But, of course, if the Kafari gets on the board fast enough, it could, give him some issues. Let's see.
Yeah. While you're looking that up, I'll just say on the mental level, I feel like Hillis is sort of looking good, and I actually feel like I'm Cute. As far as being 2-0 in the first series, he looked pretty frustrated. I felt like he was really disappointed he couldn't get that win there. He couldn't convert to a win off of that opening. I wonder. I mean, I feel like there's the seeds of a reverse sweep here possible, but I'm Cute is really really good. So this is an exciting position to be in. Also, we have yet to see a single game 5, so it'd be kind of cool to see one go to game 5 here.
So, in looking up on parallelstats.com, shout out to Jason, Lemieux in Diamond to Master rank is beating Gafar 64.6% of the time. So,
Oh,
that would have been really sad if Hillis had lost that one. I think he's pretty darn favored. And so, it makes sense that, that kind of panned out the way that it did.
all right. Well, let's see if Hillis can keep the pressure on. We have Gafar again for I'm Cute, and the Skippy showing up on Hillis's side. get some more reps on how the Skippy works. Yeah, I don't know if this is a matchup we've seen very much. Skippy versus Gafar. Pretty interesting.
That is, well, I don't if this on the stat site as well. Oh, hang on, listen. You said Skippy versus Gafar. Hold on
Yeah, I
one
believe so.
sec. That would be looks like Scipius should lose this 47%, 8%
Oh,
of the time, but that's pretty close. Anytime it's like close to around 50%, right? It can go either way. So
that's a
I
coin
think
flip,
this
yeah.
is anyone's game.
Well, I'm cute with the double steward opener. Definitely going to have the ramp, as well as with you pointing out the consistency of the Terraglider. There it is. 3 copies in the deck, 1 in the opening hand. Hyllus does not have a turn 1 play. He's just got to bank and chill. No Hydralist right away. That Surge is pretty early. I wonder if he banks one of these Ravens. Yeah, looks like that's what he's going to do. Okay. Nice little trade secret 1-drop. I really like that 1-drop, the new one that buffs the top card of the deck. That's been really fun to see. Quick
Yeah.
Steward of the Garden from I'm Cute, and then back to Hyllus.
Yep. He's probably pretty happy to see that Leviathan get picked up, though. He's got a Tioli if he wants to get it out sooner. Magna, always nice too. Going to be able to take out one of those stewards perhaps early here. But what to do this turn though? There's really not much. I mean, you could just throw the Raven on the Stewie, I suppose. Just
Yeah,
for the
it
sake
seems
of
like
doing
the
something.
only play he really has, right? Like you unless you want to, you can't even coin yet. So yeah, Raven target the Steward of the Garden. Tough thing is, do you bank Surge? Do you bank Leviathan? You probably can't bank Magna, right? Is he gonna bank Raven and chill? Is that what he's doing here? Looks
Man,
like it.
that's a tough one. I'd almost think that you just like bank the surge and hold on. You could just hold on to the Raven if you're not developing it for some more value. But I don't really know why you need the surge early. Like you have the Leviathan, you have 3 copies of it. You probably can draw into it later. Raven might help stave off some, scary units. Um, perhaps.
Yeah. Hillis just playing it super cautious, choosing to take the slow path. I mean, here he's got the option to coin out a bombardment and just clean up I'm Cute's board, which really doesn't seem like a bad choice.
Yeah,
He's been playing it
bombardment's
so
great
slow.
actually.
Isn't it? Like it's looking better and better as the major goes on, is it not? Like it's
Yeah.
really looking good.
You're vindicated, Flux. You're like,
Yes,
bombardment
twice.
is good.
The Tioli and the bombardment. I'm just vindicated everywhere.
I
Love it.
mean, neutral AoE, it's when there's not much else in the game in terms of options, right? It's just and the withdraw is so flexible, right? So at least one copy in most decks makes sense.
Told
Um
you, Viper. Sorry, didn't mean to call.
yeah,
I got to call out. We might be world champion one day, but I was right about bombardment, so take that. Anyway, just kidding, just kidding.
Viper's
Love you,
so
Viper.
good. He's so
He's
good.
amazing. He's such a talented player.
Yeah. All right. Looks like he is gonna go with the bombardment, which he did need to use the Tioli in order to get that down, though. So it means he can't really Tioli out the Leviathan next turn, but that is okay. I'm cute was not able to go Terra Glider this turn because the Stewie got answered. So, isn't putting too much pressure on turn 3.
Yeah, really, honestly, Hillis just showing his understanding of these early games. In the previous game, he navigated around the unassuming agent blocking his early bank. In this game, not really having a very easy turn 1, turn 2, playing it super slow. And then I'm cute, not exactly in the biggest tempo position here. He does have that Terra Glider, which is going to start to get him cooking pretty good, unless he chooses to go Granny next turn or Gafar. He's got a lot of options, but Hillis has done a great job here of being patient. And honestly, it's like I said in game 1, game 2, he's being methodical with his thought process. He's taking his time, he's thinking through his moves. His play style is reflecting that. He is not making any frantic plays. He is holding back and finding these really nice ways to control the tempo where it's like it almost seems like he's playing too slow, and then it turns out no, he's got it totally under control. Really, really impressive openings here from Hillis.
Yep. There we go. The
Negotiator,
the
one of the
Ardent
weakest. Yeah, one of the
Yeah,
weakest.
the Art of Negotiator is not really the one that you wanna see, but it's still a 2/5 with Defender, it's not that bad. That's why I think the decision to, like, consistently have the Terraglider on 4 might be worth the 3 copies just because, that's a decent amount of stats right there, um, and you really want that in the Gafar deck.
It's too bad that Magna doesn't have a little more health, because then you could actually attack Ardent, and Magna would get pulled back into Hillus's hand, since Ardent's effect, for anyone who doesn't know, is after this unit defends and survives, put the attacking unit into the owner's hand. So that's almost a
Mhm.
tech option there. And then he could like replay Magna to clear it, but not going to be possible. He does have Leviathan now. Or wait, I'm getting,
I don't
he was
think he's
first, right?
yeah, he was first, so he
We can get the
can
5
play
here. Yeah, okay. So
Leviathan
he can get
here.
Leviathan. Yeah, what's he want to bank here? That's the real question.
Um I mean, the logic is if you bank a Leviathan, you technically have a secondary one with the Scipius if you really needed to do that. So maybe you bank one, right? Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good play. Get the big 3 draw. He's got bombardment again. He's able to clear the board again. And the board is again quite vulnerable to bombardment. Uh, the thing is that Tradecraft Instructor is going to start to get value, and it's when Tradecraft survives, that little 1/2/1 drop on attack, give +1/+1 to the top unit in your deck. That is very impactful. So that's going to be giving imcute some nice buffs now.
Looks like
I
he's
like
gonna go
repurposing.
bank the repurposing. He's like, I haven't seen a chamber yet, but I guess it's probably the most scary in the early game. So maybe he's feeling like he can bank it now. But he's gonna go with Gafar the Vigilant. This is one of my favorite cards from the new expansion. If you attack to the face here, your opponent gets to discard or has to discard, and then it also snipes it from the waist and the hand. It's just just a really annoying good card. So let's see what he chooses to
Yeah,
give up here.
it's just so many different powerful things happening with Gafar the Vigilant. Let's see what imcute's going to remove from Hillus's deck. Considering the coin, which seems a bit odd to me. Okay, it takes away the coins, gets one out of Hillus's hand as well. Wow, so there's no redraw. Usually those kinds of effects you get to draw when it gets pulled out of the hand, not from Gafar apparently. That's news to me. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's Hillis hasn't this is actually the first Skippy match we've seen, correct me if I'm wrong, where there's just no Hydralisk chamber in sight. Like everyone's been drawing them in their opening hands quite consistently, but here Hillis has just not found a single one.
Yeah, I think most of the games that I've seen, at least, there's been chambers in the situation at least in the first few turns, and now we're on to energy 6 and not a single one in sight. So he's got 2 options for draw though, which is nice. He can go with the Swelling Tide and also the Cunning Diplomat. I honestly wouldn't even mind getting that shard developed, but we'll see what he gets here.
What's scary is that imcute has a fairly wide board now, and he has that Mycotoxic Vapor in hand, which another new card, 3 energy, target enemy unit gains Pacifist and Decay. So he's ready to buff his whole board. He even has a play where he could Gafar first and then use Mycotoxic Vapor second. Um, Granted, if you pacify Leviathan, the activated ability still is available for Hillis, so that's not the best pacify target, but there's potential that imcute really starts to get close to his win condition, as well as that Gafar's Peacekeeper. He has a lot of ways to start buffing this board.
Yeah, this is a decent amount of pressure with pacify options, and also he's got the formidable presence too, just to kind of finish him off if he can.
So, wow, both the Cytokinesis and then doesn't even need to use it to find Meridus because Meridus shows up right after. All of a sudden, Hillis potentially can get to his win condition in time, although I don't think his waist is quite set up enough to get there, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
But he's close now.
Well, he can play Tanakh and the Peacekeeper. A little annoying that he'd have to throw the 4 damage into the Cunning Diplomat. But I don't hate
Yeah.
that. You develop 2 more units, and I think the Tanakh probably got buffed. Oh, no. Sorry, never mind, from this little 1 drop here. but oh,
I
it was
guess
the
both the
Peacekeeper. That's
Peacekeeper and the Miasmancer. Yeah, it's the hard to keep track. So there's some nice stat buffs in hand. I guess Miasmancer can also block Emeritus, so he's got a lot of options here. Just a question of like, in what way do you take control of the situation? He's gonna bank the
well,
buffed Peacekeeper?
I kind of
Or
like
what?
that next turn you've got the Miasmancer and Formidable Presence play, like to
True.
get through any defenders. But I
Or
think,
plays him
yeah,
right now.
he's locking out the decision, or sorry, the options for. Ooh, interesting. To is it right to trade? I guess so.
Yeah,
I
I can
guess
see it. I mean,
so.
he's getting some more damage to face. He's removing that activated ability. He's taking away Hillus's ability to control the board so well. Miasmancer blocks Meritus. I feel like there's a lot going on there. And with Hillus down to 12, I mean, I'm cute threatening 5 damage. Granted, the defender's in the way, but formidable in hand. He's also next turn he has formidable plus mycotoxic. So is that lethal? He can clear the 0-3. He'll have 5 off the Miasmancer, 2 off the Tradecraft. That's 7 plus 6 is 13. He is threatening lethal here 100%. Yeah, 100% threatening lethal if Hillis doesn't get another defender or do something. And I actually don't think Hillis can defend against that. So yeah, I believe that's going to be lethal, actually. That makes total sense. Miasmancer basically making it impossible for Hillis to do anything ahead of this lethal attack.
Yeah, no, shutting it down there, definitely was the right play. Like, can't throw the Scipius down for more cards. Man, they can't make use of these Cerulean Surges. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded one of these Surges getting banked earlier and like held on to the Raven or something. Like they just you wound up finding another one, and they just weren't super useful. So yeah,
Here it comes.
here it is. Is that lethal? Sorry, the classic. Gotta replay it.
Meme.
Okay. All right.
Here it comes.
Formidable Presence. It's getting cast.
And
Let's
that's going to be the
go.
whole match here, I guess. Ah, we didn't get to see game 5. We almost got to see a game 5.
Yeah.
I do
Well,
want to
nicely
say,
done by
yeah,
I'm Cute here. He smashed it. It was really fun to see this new Gafar list too. A few new tools from Deception, and let's see, that is 8 damage. We got 11. He's got enough. So
one more than he needs.
boom.
Hey, Hillis kept it interesting. Really well played, getting the win with Lemmy. If Hillis had lost 3 in a row with Lemmy, would have been a really bad look for Lemmy. So at least we got to see that. And also, this is what he does, bro. This is what I'm Cute does. He doesn't smile. He makes what I call the stank face from my musician days. Like when you're playing the drums, like I do, and you're grooving with the boys, and then someone plays a really nice like riff or something. It's just then all the musicians will go, oh. But like not. I'm smiling, but there's no smile. It's just like. And I'm Cute makes that face whenever a really good play happens, and I love it. Anyway, Excel, please take it away.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Bro, that's not stank face. It looks like blue steel to me, man.
That's it too. The Zoolander.
Yeah.
Where are
He's
my
doing the blue
fellow
steel.
ravers at when the beat, the drops and you're just
When the
staying
beat
face in the crowd? Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, guys, congratulations to I'm Cute with finishing it off with Gafar. Definitely, that Gafar has gone far so far in this tournament with the semifinals already locked in, and of course that final spot locked in for I Am Cute. He's one step closer to becoming the next Majors 2 champion. But of course, we're gonna be waiting for the next one in the next semifinals. But before we do that, guys, like I was watching that matchup, like it was amazing, especially the last one before when HyllusDiardi was able to win. That Lemieux was it kept refilling and refilling and refilling, right? And that kind of a setup, that kind of a archetype, how does it feel that it you can do that with Lemieux now, right? It used to be LPC, like LPC rolling in, right? That's the only way you can refill the board. And Lemieux Irregulars right now dominating the competitive scene is already actually bumping up Kathy. Like, any thoughts on that? Like, with that kind of setup, does it need to be nerfed or is it just right? Let's start with Ali.
I I don't think it needs to be nerfed. If anything, I think these games are showing me that I'm not as impressed with Lemieux as I expected to be. Like I think they're those early lists with the LPC into the 2/5, defender that buffs him up. Like I honestly think that was almost a little bit more threatening at times. Like there are elements to this Lemieux deck that I definitely like. I love the dispatch, and Lemieux's Rain is like a really cool tool. So,
Mhm.
not saying it's bad, but I'm not like wowed overly, impressed with it. I think the deck needs some more iterations on it personally.
Yeah. How about you? Thank you for that insight, Ali. How about you, Qflux? What do you think about the new Lemieux?
I think new Lemieux's strongest suit is Lemieux's Rain, giving extra rounds of the Paragon power. I
Mhm.
think the thing that maybe isn't quite connecting is Dispatch. Like,
Hmm.
yes, there's a lot of irregulars, but it just doesn't seem like it's quite adding up. Of all the ways to buff your board, actually, Lemmy
Hmm.
versus Gafar kind of shows like Gafar is the one who can buff the board. When you can use a card that pacifies for 2 mana and your whole board goes +1/+1, regardless of what units they are, or like old
Yeah.
Naeus, things buffing out of control. Like, that's what you need.
Hmm.
Dispatch, I think, might be the weak link. Overall, though, Lemmy, I think it's fine. If we're going to nerf something, nerf Kathy. Do it right now. Why? Because I don't even want her to have a chance to come back. Make her a 4/4 for 6. Keep her in the grave. Let her card be the thing. I'm half joking, but yeah, I don't think any Lemmy needs. I don't think any nerfs on Lemmy are necessary right now, personally.
Of course, you can see it as Ali has said in competitive level. You get to see that kind of strong deck be countered and even like be put down on its knees, especially when it counts. And you can see it with the Gafar deck that I'm cute played. And man, like amazing matches right there. 3-1 reverse sweep was not possible with HyllusDiardi. And man, I want to see who will be coming next to the final seat. And before we do that, thank you again to Ali and Qflux for that amazing cast. Let's look at the brackets right now. And here we go. Just an update, guys, so for everyone who just tuned in to the Parallel Prime League Major 2. I'm Cute just secured his next seat. Not just the major seat, but the finals. Not just the world seat, but the Major 2 final seat. And he went here by defeating HyllusDiardi. And HyllusDiardi will be getting the third to fourth place. And of course, I'm Cute will just be waiting and probably watching the next match between Zaratustraa and Pandapple. And with that, guys, we are welcoming back the QQ, the Factor, and Kinto. Guys, welcome back from the Singularity. Guys, were you able to watch that match?
Yeah, it was indeed. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, yeah,
Like impressive from IMQ, who just almost didn't put a foot wrong, should I say? He's a really strong
yeah,
all tournament, hasn't he, IMQ? And like he
yeah.
just again super focused. Very. I mean, he's in the final now, so you almost wouldn't bet against him that he could go and win it based on how he's been playing so far. Shame for
Hmm.
Hyllus because I think Hyllus is one of those players that you enjoy watching. You know, like he's not super expressive, but like it's just nice to kind of like watch him and then kind of almost see the brain
Yeah,
ticking behind his
yeah.
eyes and thinking like how he's calculating the moves. So yeah, really well done to both players, but yeah, especially to I'm Cute to get to the final.
Very good, and well done indeed. Like, one question before we go on to the deck list of our next players. Let's have Kinto answer this. Man, okay. So let's make sure that this is on record because what do you do here? We have relics, we have potential draw potential, and we have banking. So what is the order here, Coach Kinto? And I'm looking at the possibility of you have sanctuary, you have draw potential, right, and you have banking. Which is the order, right? I'm seeing different from the different players that I've been observing here over this tournament. It has been different each and every time. What are your thoughts? Oh, your mic is close right now.
Rule number one, it's always draw first. I can say the second step then could be play Sanctuary, and then you bank. This is
Okay.
why am I being tested every time I'm here?
It's become a meme right now because man, like The factory has been asking you a lot of questions yesterday, and you've been answering them. And you have now have a master role in questions, and of course, you'll be the one
Uh,
to be answering this.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I love answering questions like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
anything I
No, oh,
can do
thank
to
you.
help.
That clears it, man. Like you've heard it from Coach Kinto, and of course we're gonna be having our next match today. It has been mentioned that one of the players here in this next match has been dodging the broadcast. Now he will not be able to dodge the broadcast right now. Pandapple is gonna be here. Let's look at the next for our players. Let's start with Pandapple. There you go. Now you have been how do you say this? Revealed. No more stealth mode for you. Let's start with the Neve deck. And this is already in the semifinals. The Factor, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Panda quite a bit on the ladder, and he has been running this deck. He's a big fan of it, and he's a big fan in particular of the Zealous Requisitioner, the 3-cost 3/3 that gives you basically an energy ramp by taking a random card out of your Singularity and putting it in your bank. He absolutely loves that card. It works perfectly to help you get your win con with Neve quicker. So he's like when he plays, he tends to try and just rigorously play the Zealous Requisitioner, get to Neve as quickly as you can. I like this deck, to be honest with you. I mean, there's probably more units than what we've typically seen in a Neve deck, recently, because there's 17 units here, which is kind of a bit. You've got one Mearsmancer in there, so Panda's obviously thought, this is the meta where you almost can't afford to not at least play one Mearsmancer in the deck. Doesn't really matter
Yeah,
what deck
yeah,
you're playing. It's so important
yeah.
now, isn't it? So one Mearsmancer goes in. Of course, Solace is in there. Solace is really good just to kind of help you keep that control, and you can possibly get your opponent into checkmates too. And he's a big fan of Paid Off as well. So I would not be surprised if we saw Panda play Paid Off if Neve gets through, if Neve's not banned.
This is a good deck, and I saw Lazy Guru yesterday with this deck with Reality Sifter just to punch up that Jealous Recognitioner, and we see Embedded Agent still back on the table, right? Embedded Agent over Singularity Steward,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
bro. This is amazing. This is amazing. Let's look at the next deck for Pandapple. Here we go, and it's gonna be his very own version of this Katari deck, the Sipius deck combo. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, so Panda here rolling in with classic relics. For CPUs, he is running the Recon Specialist, Raven, and all the other cards like Maya Mancer, Saboteur. He's running Team Lead here to reduce the cost of his hand. So it seems that he's not relying on too much external ramp from effects or the relic. He wants to make sure he can actually play what he wants to play at the moment he needs it. The rest of the deck seems like the current list. He's going with the 8 Palm, Data Bridge combo here, and some of the other effects that are usually used in these lists. Really interesting list, actually, with the 8 Palm.
Yeah, it looks like a mixed version of the 8 Palm of Gali with the Maritus as well, Maritus combo. So it's like it gives him more freedom, right? And Data Breach, legendary alpha set. Oh, bro, I haven't seen this in quite a while. I wanna almost put the possibility of hijack here, and this will be so good, so good. Anyway, let's look at this next deck right now. Here we go. This is, oh man, Nehemiah represents. Let's listen to the factor to break this down.
Yeah, cool. I love the shout out there to Hijack, by the way, because I want to find a way to run with Hijack, and I hope we see more
Same.
of that in a tournament
Yeah.
somewhere. But, anyways, to Nehemiah, this is an interesting deck because immediately that sticks out, for me anyway, I can see that Panda's actually put 3 Mearsmancers here. So in his Neve deck, he has 1. In this, he has 3. You don't often tend to see 3 Mearsmancers in a Neve deck, a Nehemiah deck, but he's opted to do it here. Again, the meta is very much focused around cards, powerful cards that have musters. So having Mismancers, 3 copies, is actually pretty solid here. He's also running
Mhm.
Rite of Redemption to give him a little bit of just removal if he can't get
Mhm.
the trades done on the board. But then when you kind of like look at the rest of the deck, I mean, you can see a lot of the usual suspects in a Nehemiah deck. So Conduit, Steward of the Gardens, the Tanakas have become a regular fixture as well. The Moonlets have been in there for a good time. So
Mhm.
provoke Caretakers. Of course, we've got
Mhm.
Gafar the Vigilant, which we saw in the last round, was actually used quite a bit, and that's a very powerful card from Deception. But then,
Mhm.
yeah, just kind of the interesting thing on the effect is that he's only running 1 spores. So we've seen in Nehemiah decks that they tend to run 2 or 3. He's only running
Mhm.
1, and then he's running 2 formidable presences. So yeah, and no kind of bombardment. So it will be
Mhm.
interesting if this deck goes up against a deck that keeps going wide. And if Panda
Mhm.
doesn't quite have board presence, he might get into a little bit of
Yeah.
trouble with this deck. But otherwise, pretty balanced, actually. Very well put together.
Yeah, pretty balanced too. Like, and it's not deception heavy. It's like only I counted.
Hmm.
It's only 3 cards that are deception here: Gafar the Vigilant and 2 Rites of Redemption. So yeah, it's like if the Nehemiah deck was actually so strong in the previous versions, this actually possibly made it more or rather made it stronger. So and more stable. So let's look at the next deck for our players, and it's gonna be Zaratustras first deck. It's going to be the classic Oaken Core. Oh man, let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, so Sarah here running the classic Ogan core list with all the upgrades. Seems the main upgrades, the Faceless Pulverizer, Boxed Spine, Repeater Cannon, and Critical Fusion are the ones being used the most. He is running the Black Market Sentry in this list. We are usually seeing it on uni list, so interesting to have it there. Big tempo card, even with the um, contrary effects. He's
Mhm.
running Mailings, Cover Prowler is another key card, Maya Mancer, the Workshop for the Assembly Mechanic, which has been clutched, paired up with the Reclamator in turn 3, running
Yeah.
Astel's Roll, the legendaries like Ruthless Juggernaut here, and then he goes on with the effects like No Snitching, Take or Leave
Mhm.
It for Ramp, the PSA launcher, the Rite of Redemption, which has also seen a lot of play, and Collateral Damage, 1 copy for Relic Removal. Really nice list here from Sarah.
Really nice list indeed. Like we've seen him play this, if I remember correctly. And man, there's a lot of ways to make this happen with all the withdraw effects as well, or withdraw potential as well. So let's look at the next deck of Zaratustra. And man, okay, this is a Nehemiah. We're probably going to be seeing a Nehemiah mirror. The factor, how does it fare against the deck of Pandapple?
Yeah, there's a few differences here. So you can see that if we immediately look at the effects, we can see that Zara is running the 3 virulent spores, which is almost become the standard really when you run a Nehemiah deck. And of course, Panda was only running 1, so that's why it could be interesting in a mirror here between the two if they both let Nehemiah go through to see whether the spores can actually make a big difference on wide boards. But then we see some similarities as well. So we see like there's the Mias Mances, but Zara's going for 2 rather than 3. Moonlit Stars as well. He's going for 3. I think Panda was going for 2 there. And then we've got things like Gafar the Vigilant. The Shamak Stone Eyes is a big difference here. I don't remember seeing that in Panda's deck. But this is going to be allowing Zara to get another big body down and get some draw going so he can get some more cards in his hand. That's quite kind of clever. I'm interested to see how well that works. I think in the past we've seen players opt for like Rummaging Researcher so you can get that combo with things like the Terror Gliders and yeah, but he's not doing that this time. He's just saying I'm just going to get a 5 cost down. He's running 2 copies of the Shamak, so that could be cool. And then 3 Altars of Gaias so that you can trigger the Flourish, keep the heals going as well on yourself. Yeah, this I have to be honest. I think if I prefer If you told me which one do you prefer, I actually prefer this one over Panda's. But Panda might have an ace up his sleeve with his deck. So yeah, curious to see how this works.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this works as well. And this is a high possibility that we're gonna be seeing mirror, but who knows? Here in the semifinals, this is high stakes, guys. And let's look at the next deck of Zaratustraa. And okay, we've seen this yesterday. I'm pretty sure you guys have witnessed this. Kinto, man, can you tell us more about how this works?
Yeah, so this list is the most different CPUs list we have seen in the majors. It's a completely new one, running with basically the deck revolves around creating a bunch, like a lot of tokens each turn with all the relics like drone printer, pulse tap. Um, he's running the kill box, which is Killbox and Akara, which are benefit a lot from having big boards. So if you let Zaratustraa create a big board with all his cards, the Ruin Tinkerer especially has a nice synergy there with the Hyrulus Chamber and the CPU's token. So essentially being able to create Ruin Tinkerer tokens also. So essentially he can create a bunch of tokens that each turn he's presenting lethal with Killbox or Akara and all the other CPU's combos available with monsters. It's a really crazy deck.
Really crazy deck indeed. And the maximum amount of relics, we don't know. We've already seen 7 on the board, and if Zara can bring more, yes, it is very, very welcome. And yeah, those are the decks that we've seen from our players. What are the bans? I think you guys already know. Let's look at them right now. And to no surprise, or rather, very surprising indeed, both have retained their CPS decks, and the Markolians, the Lemues, have been banned. Okay, this by far has been the most diverse decks that we have seen with our players. And what do you think about these bans? Let's start with the Factor.
Yeah, I'm kind of actually not surprised because when you look at Panda's deck, the Neve is definitely vulnerable to Lemmy, and then because he's only running one of the Virulent Spores in his Nehemiah, that deck is also vulnerable to a Lemmy deck as well. So when I was looking through his deck and we were going through it, I was thinking, okay, he's going to take Zarathustra's deck out of the equation, and I think for Zarathustra he also he's very clued up on what's good, obviously because his decks are insanely good. But I think when you look at Lemmy and how strong Lemmy is, if you can get rid of it, then you probably should. And I think again, when you look at like Zarathustra's decks, probably the one thing that he doesn't want is another deck to be going super wide on him. He wants to be going super wide. He wants to be the one that's
Yeah.
like aggressive with all the little tokens and the little units. He doesn't almost want to be having another deck that can then start to trade into those and kind of mess up his game plan. And Lemmy can do that. So it makes a lot of sense, the bans from both players. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like and keeping that CPS up is, man, it's a high risk. And oh wow, we're starting with the first match. Oh man, Neve versus Nehemiah. How will this go? Second semifinals match: Pandapple versus Zaratustra. Kinto and the Factor, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. So this is an interesting matchup because we saw earlier on in the season, way before Deception arrived, that we started to see a change in momentum from Power, where the Earthen that used to be relatively weak in this matchup then started to become a lot stronger and actually started to swing the Power, where they were actually doing quite well in tournaments and often beating Shroud, especially Neve. So I'm very keen to see in Deception with this types of decks who's going to come out on top. And we're going to look at the mulligans here. Quinto, what do you think of the opening hands for both players so far?
Pretty good for Sarah here, starting with a Tanak, being able to get something to bank essentially since he's on the play. I really like Crimea Conduit facing into Shroud, since it's a
Mm.
card that can really survive all those effects. Definitely Embedded Agent doesn't help here. Um, However, Sarah has that no snitching, so he can actually be able to set up a board. On the other hand, Pandapple with the Baron also has no snitching, Treacherous, Life Siphon, has many weapons here to deal with any sort of tempo building from Sarah. So it's going to be exciting to see how this develops. I think Panda has the advantage in this matchup because of all the Shroud type removals and things that they can do, like treasure, stealing key cards, and all of this. So
Yeah.
yeah, really interesting matchup here. I think we haven't seen it in this tournament, specifically Nehemiah versus Neef, which was a classic
Mm.
classic match that we saw before all the time. So yeah,
Mm. Yeah, it was,
definitely
wasn't it? We were
one more
seeing
thing
it.
to add to my
Yeah, go do it.
my spiel. It's before you would have, like, players would have been expecting Neef Dominion, but now that Neef has Bombardment, it saves itself from the damage taken from the minion, which helps a lot against aggro decks or like really heavy tempo building decks.
Yeah, do you know what? That's actually a great point because, yeah, as you say, before when there was no bombardment, realistically, the only way for like Neve to deal with wide boards was to take a severe amount of damage often from the Dominion. But now you don't have to do that. You can just almost rely on a bombardment to clean up some wide boards. It just gives you a little bit more survivability if you're running Neve that you don't draw your health down so quickly and so early, right? So
Yep.
really good point, actually. And I think you're right as well. The Premier Conduit, when you are playing as Shroud, this is one of those really annoying units. I mean, Ceres made it a lot easier to deal with, but he's not running Ceres Panda in his deck. So it can be a bit tricky and a bit awkward sometimes to deal with. For the moment, Panda does, of course, have a way to deal with it here because you can just use the 2 units to trade into it. But yeah, it's a really cool, and we can see that Zara's got another one. So that's what you want to have against Shroud. If you can, shielded units, just give them so much of a pain.
Yep. So really well played here. A Saboteur to deal with this Altar of Gaia right away. He knows that Sarah is running the Shaymak probably. That's like, I mean, healing himself at this stage of the game, not saving the counters, kind of signals Panda that he might have the Shaymak being able to play it next turn, for example. It's a huge advantage, especially going on the play for Sarah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And yeah, I think it was a good play. I mean, when you looked at Panda's hand, he could have done a couple of things there, but he had a nice, good opportunity early on to remove the Gaia. And I think the Altar of Gaias are one of those relics that when you're playing up against them, there is a tendency sometimes just to think, okay, I'll deal with it a bit later once they kind of get to the energy levels where they can start to play stuff that gets really big flourishes from them, right? But sometimes as the game goes on, there's bigger threats that you have to deal with on the board, and then you can't deal with the Altar of Gaia so cleanly. So I like that from Panda, where he's thinking, okay, I can deal with it now. I probably should deal with it now, and then I can focus on the board for the rest of the game.
These treasures, like, look at Panda's face. He's like, ooh. Yeah, definitely the Shaymak goes away here. Remove the resources. Sarah is not happy about that. Definitely. He knows that he's gonna lose the resource and another treasure scheming. He knows he's gonna lose the resource battle here if he doesn't if he's not able to draw, especially because he's going against Shroud as an Earthen. So it's really tough here for Sarah in this scenario. Definitely he
Yeah.
can pull off a play here for a Nehemiah, Tanak Nehemiah, get those resources from Tanak and keep the tempo going. Attacking phase, you start cheapening damage. This is essentially what he goes to do, and gets Terra already. Pandapple already wasted 2 treasure scheming. This Terra might be able to stick if if Sarah manages to stick his board, it's going to be a great play.
Yeah, I mean, the double scheming was really aggressive there, wasn't it? Just to say, look, I'm going to try and really restrict what you can do and stop you from kind of coming at me with tons of things. But as you say, now he's only got one more scheming and there is a terror there. So if that doesn't get schemed, that could be really powerful. I think the thing for Panda as well is that he has a lot of spells, which is great. He hasn't quite been able to find the Zealous Requisitioner yet. So he's still a little bit too far away from getting to his Neve. He probably would have loved to have found a Requisitioner by now. He has 3 cards in his Singularity. So, he's the Requisitioner is the perfect thing here just to kind of give him that energy ramp and try and get Neve down.
Yep. Okay, so it seems that Sarah managed to stick his board. He can drop Cyrene here just to prepare the stage for a Terra. Let's see if he does that. I mean,
Yeah,
what
I think
else is he gonna do?
yeah, exactly. I think he's kind of the reason he banked that Tanaka was because he's setting it up, isn't he? It's a good play. He
The
wants to keep hold
decision
of the
here is
terror.
to actually attack with Crimea Conduit the Saboteur, because there's actually no way from Pandapple to clear this Crimea Conduit. However, if he does it with Cyrene, he will be target of this Life Siphon that's in Pandapple's hand.
Yeah. Yeah. You lose 4 damage to face, but then you potentially keep like 3
Yep.
units alive on the board, right?
I mean, you like, there's so many times I've played Crimea Conduit versus the Shroud matchup and keeping my Crimea Conduit like at 1 health. It's really, it's something that really really gives you the edge. So here it goes. He
Yeah.
knows
He recognized
that.
it. Yeah, he recognized it. He heard you, Quinto.
He heard me. Yeah, now Pandapple actually, well, he has Erasure, but his Crimea Conduit, Sarah's Crimea Conduit will remain. Unless Pandapple decides to go double Life Siphon, Erasure, in any case.
Yeah. He could also do double Life Siphon and then Triumph if he wanted to as well. That could be interesting because then he gets a Cyrene.
Question is if he's gonna be able to deal with Terra next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, having the erasure is quite nice because that allows you to do it, but he is going to do it. Yeah, here we go. So he's
Ooh,
playing
he
the
decided to
Triumph
go with
here.
Cyrene, and this is really
Yeah,
nice, actually. This is a
this is
very
good.
good play
I like this here.
by
Yeah.
Pandapple. He recognized that Cyrene, he could get it from the Triumph of the Lost, and now can actually do a bunch of stuff here, especially. Yep,
Well, he can clear. Yeah, he can clear the
the
4-1
Premier
if he wanted
clear
to.
everything now.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good. I like it. Then hits the Cyrene and then uses the Cyrene ping to then ping the 1-2 Tanaka, and I love that. Yeah, I thought that
And
was
kill
on,
his
and I love that he took
Cyrene.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
really
very well
good.
recognized here by Pandapple, regaining tempo. Now Zaratustraa is left out with an empty board, a Terra that will probably die to Erasure here. And Sarah will be losing heavily the resource game, which is crucial in
Yeah.
this matchup.
I was just having a little chuckle there because I was watching Panda's reaction for when Zara played that card, and it was like Panda almost thought, "Yep, of course you've got the Terror there." Luckily for Panda, in a way, the Terror didn't actually proc anything too crazy. So he's only got, if he gets rid of the Terror, there's only the 4/7 left on the board. He does have a Dominion, and he also has a Scheming. So I think probably he could actually get away here with an erasure to the Terror and then even scheme. We can see as well that Zara's got the Miasmancer, so he can try and block Panda soon from getting to that Neve. But he's running out of cards a little bit, isn't he, Zara? And like he really needs to find a Shamak or some kind of like a Wong so we can get some card draw going.
Yep.
especially with
A1 will have.
Neve on the horizon as well. You know, here it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, so he can
that's the
take the
thing.
Mia's
Like
Mancer.
the clock is ticking here for Zaratustraa if he doesn't manage to actually set up a good board or get some more resources like a full Wong. It's gonna be tough for Sarah to come
Mm,
back from here. But I mean, we have seen so much from Sarah that like actually can happen.
yeah. Yeah, interestingly enough as well, Panda is quite low on cards in his hand too. We haven't seen him draw like a brand's expertise or anything. So yeah, he's kind of getting to the point now where he's probably quite grateful that there's not a crazy board in front of him, and he can just try and limp his way to the Neve to then get that down. He has played quite a few effects now, so I think his Neve board will be
Yeah,
pretty sizable.
his knee will be good. Okay, so he gets the moon lead now. A really slow match here towards the mid game. Zaratustraa, not much to do. On the other hand, Pandapple is getting ready for an insane Neve since he have played Triumph of the Lost, all his treasure schemings, Erasure. Panda is set up to have an insane Neve.
Yeah. By the way, we need to mention it. I think a lot of love for Panda's mustache here on the stream. I love it. It's a sizable one. He's been
Bro,
putting some work in on that. Yeah, it's really good. He's
the
part of
size
the
of one,
Stash
yeah.
army, isn't he, with Manos? So it looks really cool. So
Yeah,
shout out
yeah,
to
it's
Panda's
intact.
mustache there. He's trying to get some stash power.
Ooh.
Okay, this is
And
interesting. I wondered if we were going to see
Zaratustraa
this.
pulls off an ogre out
Yeah,
of his bank. Oh my god.
and he gets an
Into
instant
replicator.
replicator, which is not great,
Yeah,
really.
doesn't do anything really.
No. You would have wanted something better there. That was interesting though. He does get the instant replicator copied back to the ogre. When he got that from the Tanaka early on and he banked it, I thought, I wonder if we're going to see this later on. And yeah, well played to Zara, because it's quite easy sometimes to forget a little bit about the things that you've banked early on. A lot of
And then you
players
can
do
withdraw.
it, but yeah, he had withdraw and he just brought it back out again.
Okay, so
He's going to
Sarah
ignore
decides
that.
to go face, chip in some damage, gets relic
Oh,
repurposing, and Pandapple is able now to play his Nip with this Tioli. Oh my god,
yeah,
what a top deck.
yeah, brilliant. Really good. The clear play here is get Neve down and then
Okay,
establish your dominance on the board.
yep. Let's see, what does he get now?
Yeah, this
Here,
would be really cool. He has 13 cards in his waist. He's played quite a few effects, really,
yep,
including the Triumph. Here we go. Look at all those effects
look at all
there.
that.
Siphons, schemes, triumphs. This should be pretty good, actually. Here we go. So he gets a skirmisher, or scrimmer, should I say. I always want to call that one the skirmisher. Okay, Shadowed Informant. It's not bad. So far, this is okay. I think Pandas, these are okay. I think Pandas not quite hit the jackpot so far. This isn't
No, no,
super great. The Bloodhound Transport, a 0-1.
the Radiant Legion.
Yeah. This isn't going to help
Oof,
really.
that's not what you want to see from a 5-cost unit.
No, it's not. Not at
That
all.
Radiant
Oh
Legion.
no. This unit can't attack either. Oh, this is a little bit underwhelming actually. Oh, he gets Lustrician as well. Oh
Not the
dear.
best Neve. Not the best Neve.
No. This is very underwhelming actually. I thought with all the schemings and the erasures, the siphons, especially the Triumph, he would get something really good there.
Okay,
Probably
this is good.
one of the more disappointing ones we've seen actually. Still, a lot of units on the board.
Yeah. It would be a shame if we see a virulent spores from Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay, decides to go
Okay. So,
trade the Neve for the ogre.
yep.
And now let's see what Sarah draws here.
There isn't actually a lot of damage. I think that you can see here Zara's calculated how much damage is actually on the board here. There actually isn't a ton, but that scrimmer That's actually going to be getting some counters on it, right? Some attack from the
Okay,
flourish.
Sarah top decks a Terra Glider, which he can actually play with.
Wow.
Ooh, he can actually get something out of it. Terra Glider into Moonlit, pull off a Terra or a
Yeah.
Stalwart. Any of those would work.
This is good. This could be good here. This is
What
going
is
to
he
be a
going for? For a
crucial
Titan?
turn.
No, he's
He's
going
going
for
for the
the
full.
Terra.
Yeah, he got
Ooh, and
it.
he
He
gets
got it
it.
as
Oh my
well.
god, Sarah.
Oh, wow. He hit the jackpot. My word. What does he get now?
Wow.
Okay. He gets
A
the Mr.
loyalist.
Loyalist.
And now
Yeah.
into a Moonlit. Oh my god. Oh no, actually into a Relic Repurposing. He had to waste all his energy to get this Terra going. That's the problem here with the Terra Glider now. But Relic
Yeah.
Repurposing works too, since he can get another proc from Terra. I wonder if he's going for the buff. I think the buff is
rather than
the
another
best
unit.
option here, since Pandapple's board is not like super strong, and Sarah's priority is to actually make this board stick, since he doesn't have anything else at the moment. Still yet to draw one. Yeah, Pandapple
Panda
can't
almost
believe
can't
it.
believe it.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh
he
my
can't
god,
believe it.
no way.
And he does go for the buff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Zara's completely out of cards in his hand. He does now draw a no snitch. And yeah, some of the units on Panda side are going to start to die here from the decay. But look at that that scrimmer over there. On a
Malia
1-1-5.
here for Pandapple.
Yep.
And a Wong. Wow. Okay, this might be something. This might be super good here for Pandapple. Get an erasure, and it should be an easy ride for him now.
Oh, he gets Solace as well. Wow, okay. Nice. I mean, he's going to need to, of course, take the Terror off the board, I think. So, yeah, you almost don't want to risk Terror getting another flourish.
Okay, interesting decision here for Pandapple. He's thinking, should he play the Solace? Yeah. Or should he go here for Malia for getting more resources? Out-resourcing Sarah might be a good option here with Malia.
Yeah, I think so.
Getting some heals going, staying off wild earthen play with Formidable Presence or whatnot.
Yeah, I think he could hold the Solace back for the next turn. Solace is almost one of those cards where if you're in this position where you've got like really good board presence and you can then whittle your opponent down right on health, and you take, say, a big unit off the board that they then have to take corrupted damage, you can just lock them into a nice checkmate. It's really useful in that way. He's just figuring out the trades here, isn't he? So he's just taking his time. He knows it's going to get a little buff there, but then he can trade that into it. Lovely. And then he's actually going to do full trade here. So then the 2/3 medic
trade
then gets killed as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
think that
this
was
is super
smart.
good here for Pandapple. Already a solid board. Dropping Malia here for some heals and more resources. Has Solace in hand, which he can use on a key turn. And
Oh,
Sarah
wow.
top decks Wong. Let's see if he
Wow.
gets something out of it.
Yeah. Okay, Relic. Sorry, Rite of Redemption's good. Yeah, and Shamak for more card draw. Why not?
I don't know. I just think this is gonna be super difficult for Sarah to come back from Pandapple with
Yeah, he's
a
quite far
big
behind.
board. No clear answers here from Sarah. Just more resources. Pandapple seems that he's gonna be able to outplay Sarah overall as this progresses on.
Yeah, he's going to remove the Shadowed Informant with Rite of Redemption just to do some damage limitation. But I agree with you. I think he's a little bit too far behind at the moment. He is going to remove Marley's ability to give more card draw and heal. So that's pretty smart. but he doesn't look like he's going to bank. He's going to keep hold of the Shaymak so that he can then play it and on the next turn and then get some card draw. But yeah, for Panda, this is
Ooh, a Maya
almost like
Mancer
a
might
game for him to lose.
Maya Mancer might do the job here, just cementing his dominance for Pandapple. And he decides to
He's going to
bank
bank
it.
it.
He doesn't care. He's going for it.
Yeah. I mean, the Solace and the Mearsmancer would have been quite nice, actually, because he could have removed with Solace the Wong, put it back in Zara's hand, then played Mearsmancer, and then basically he can't play it, even if he could play it, but then you don't get any value out of it. You take corrupted damage for nothing, but he's opted not to do it. I think the way Pan is looking at this is that he has, with the Solace, the arrays you just used, and the Eclipse Fate, I think he just thinks, like, I can just remove anything now that you put on the board and keep my board intact. Wow.
Okay.
Terra Mech.
Shaymak for draw here. Let's see what he pulls off.
Oh.
Byron Spores is actually nice.
That is good.
Starting to, but I think he needs everything here. He can't bank. Actually, he doesn't want to bank any of these cards.
No. This is a
Because
difficult
if he
bank.
plays Titan, like if he plays Titan with Formidable Presence, for example, he's gonna be able to do 6 damage, plus the Titan. Then the next turn, draw another Formidable Presence, and he will be able to essentially win the game like that. If he manages to pull it off, definitely there's an Eclipse Fate here that will definitely hurt that strategy.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So in the end, Zara decides to bank the Spores. He is running 3 anyway, but he's banked 2, hasn't he now? So he's only got 1 more left. Solace comes in. He's going to send the Shaymak back into Zara's. Oh, he's not. He's going to take the Wong. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it a lot. Interesting. So
Damn.
Panda. Yeah, interesting.
This is a bit crazy, actually. What is he looking for?
Okay, so he
Adira.
gets an Adira. Yeah, and he gets a Brand's Expertise. I was not expecting that. I thought he was going to use the Solace there just to kind of take the Shaymak off the board.
Well, either
keep the pressure
way,
going.
Eclipse Fate can deal with this Formidable Presence, I believe. So
Yeah, it can. Yeah.
it's going to be Formidable Presence, 11 damage. Then the Terra, the Titan, also dropped on board. But Eclipse Fate will give Pandapple probably lethal,
Well,
right?
yeah, exactly. If Zara plays the Eclipse, if Zara Zara's going to play a Terramech, and then
Oh my
surely
God.
he's going to play.
I don't know.
the
I feel that
Formidable.
Pandapple is in a tricky spot now. Even if he decides to play Eclipse Fate.
How so?
Oh my God.
How
I don't
so?
know. I
Do
don't know why I
explain.
feel that Pandapple overextended. He should have been more careful, I think.
I think Banner's relatively okay. I mean, he's going to potentially lose some units here for sure, but that's going to do some defending. Look at that unit. So that unit's going to come in and start defending, which is it's actually working wonders. Look, that unit's actually worked wonders there. He's going to snitch the Solace, but then the next turn, Panda can use the Eclipse Fate if he wants to.
Okay, this will work here for Sarah, like for Pandapple, definitely. Managed to force Zaratustraa to
Adira's
trade.
coming on. Yep. What can Adira pull here? What can I do? Oh, Gafar the Vigilant.
Oh my God.
Nice pull.
I think that's going to be it, actually.
I mean, yeah, if he then uses the Eclipse Fate, that's it's not enough. He's just a little bit short.
It seems he's playing it around just clearing up.
Yeah.
Eclipse
Eclipse
Sarah's
Fate
board,
to remove the tokens.
not leaving anything here. Yeah, this is very well done also in that sense.
We didn't
Now
use the
Sarah
clip
is
straight
left
to remove the
only
tokens.
with a Shamak
Okay.
at 1 health. Really far off from lethal, and I think that's gonna be it now. Yep.
Okay. He's going to make a trade here. So he gets rid of the Gafar the Vigilant.
Does Sarah
Panda
actually have
is
an out
looking.
here? I don't know.
Well, he's lost his terror mech and he's lost his terror, isn't he? So I think he's lost his 2 best units so far. He does have formidable still, but
Are they
for
gonna play like
Panda needs to
Are they gonna play like a meal, like a decking end game here? Pandapple keeps
possibly,
on
yeah.
drawing. What is he searching for?
I'm not entirely sure. I think he just wants to. I don't actually know, to be honest with you, because at this point, I think he's looking for more damage right on the board. Because at the moment, he's only got 6 there, 6 damage. And I think he wants more because he knows a formidable could potentially stop that. He doesn't run a ton of units, right? And he doesn't run a ton of units with big damage. But yeah, I think he's just drawing to try and find some more units with damage so he can get more board pressure going. So at the moment, yeah, so here comes a defender now for Zara, but it looks like this is potentially going to be going Panda's way. He's got quite a healthy board at this point.
Here's some small heals for Sarah, topping up to 14 health. Rite of Redemption. I think like no draws now. Maybe searching for a.
Okay, nice. The
This
Sirene's
Siren
really
is,
good here. Yeah.
but yeah,
So Siren to come down to clear the Moonlit here, and then Panda can just hit face with all the units on the board. Zara's going to need a huge top deck here to try and salvage this for himself, keep him in the game.
okay.
Otherwise, he's going to be
I think
facing
this is
lethal the next turn.
this is going to Panda, definitely. 4 cards on deck. He already used his
Oh, he does
bigger
get a
units.
formidable. He's having a little look in his bank. He gets the formidable. I mean, it stalls things, but
He has
he's
another
going to
one
play
though.
it. Yeah.
Can he actually buff his other formidable if he draws it?
Can he buff his other formidable? How
No.
do you mean?
He's just going face here, I think.
Yeah. Do you think he just like sends it all? He's actually going to clean up. Okay, so he's going to get rid of the embedded agent. It's also going to get rid of the Wong from the looks of it.
Wow. He's actually expecting to deck Pandapple. What is going on here?
I mean, I think this is the
You
play at the
keep
moment, isn't
hitting.
it? Unless he finds. I'm having a quick look here to see what else like Zara can really pull here.
Okay, so now Pandapple is in decking territory. Zaratustraa is not. But if he doesn't
I mean,
draw
Zaratustra,
another formidable here, he's cooked, basically.
yeah, Zaratustra's basically drawn all his best cards. He's got a Moonlit, which can again just delay things a little bit, but then of course Panda's got the Snitch.
Yeah, and
He
this
still
is
doesn't
going to be it.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still doesn't have the lethal at the moment though.
Wow. Another formidable but might be super bad for Pandapple, actually. Oh my god.
And here comes the Vindex Europe once
Oh,
again, and a Tanaka,
nothing.
and that is going to be it. So he
He gets a
didn't
defender
speak too soon.
though, but
Yeah, he
I
gets
don't
a
know.
defender.
This is not gonna be
Zaratustra
it.
fighting to the very death. I love
Why
it. And
he's
Panda looking
dying.
at it, thinking, "No way."
Oh my god, I can't believe he pushed it to this extent. So he's
So
going
new
with the
star.
Mr. Valiant, which is a defender. Help him. No, this is not gonna do anything actually.
I think this is just delaying the inevitable here, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
I love that Zara's just playing it out. It has to. The stakes are too big.
I mean, he needed a formidable. The formidable would have been probably his best answer. He's still trying to trade. Oh my god, what is like I don't know. He's just trying to
to be
survive
honest,
any way he can.
I mean, to be honest, the fact that he did get a defender from that Tanaka, it was probably one of the better pulls there. Because again, you can keep passing the defender around.
But actually, this is not bad because like Pandapple cannot attack.
No. I mean, he can attack, but like all you're going to be doing, of course, is just feeding counters right to the Move Star, and then once
Actually,
that's dead,
he needs to use bombardment, and that's it. Trades with the Miftar and use bombardment, and then attack with the Siren. That's lethal. Oh my god.
oh, what's Panda doing?
What?
Panda's drawing.
Wait, why? Oh my god, he threw the game.
What's Panda doing there?
No. He just needed to play
He
bombardment.
needs to win this turn. He needs to win this turn, or he's dead the next turn from fatigue.
He needs
And he
needs
done
to
it
play
to
bombardment,
himself
and that's
there.
it.
Oh wow!
Oh, he's not seeing it.
Oh,
He's not
there.
seeing it. No way. No way.
But bombardment is going to kill his own board though as well. That's the thing.
Why?
Bombardment does 3 damage to everything on the board.
Yeah, but he has a Siren there. Yeah, he just needs to attack the Miftar and use bombardment, and that's it. He saw it. Oh my god, I was so like, no, I couldn't wait for all of this just to see him lose like that. Oh wait, he's gonna heal.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Wow.
Panda just threw it.
Wow.
Yeah. Not cool. Not cool for Panda. I think Panda's going to be furious with himself there.
I
because
can't
he was in the
believe
best
Sarah
position.
actually won this.
Yeah,
Holy
that was
smoke.
insane.
What?
That was insane. Yeah. I can't believe Panda was in a position there where he had a decent board. I think he knew that there was some defenders in front of him. Certainly there was the Mivstar. That was going to slightly frustrate him. But I think drawing when you're already at 0, where you just then take fatigue damage, I don't think was the way, because like he wasn't really I don't think he could have drawn anything there significant that would have allowed him to win. There was no kind of like battle ready. There was no way to do direct damage. So I think just drawing there was a bit of a panic move, to be honest with you. I think just because he saw the defenders and thought, okay, how can I get through this? I can't get the lethal. I'm just going to draw. Whereas for Zaratustraa, fair play. He played it out. He kept going. He managed to stick in there, didn't he? He was on 1. Quinto, he was on 1 at that point. You thought, okay, all you need to do is just get through that defender and then just push more damage to face. He couldn't do it, but Zaratustraa hung in there. What are we seeing? You're so shocked, aren't you, Quinto? You can barely. I can see the look on your face here. Break it down. Break it down.
Okay, so Sarah got in the end a Miftar Valiant, which he managed to play, and this unit forced Pandapple to search for another answer so he could deal with the Miftar Valiant directly with an erasure or something like that. Because when the Miftar Valiant took damage, he would absorb all of that damage and heal face, and that's why he used Brand's expertise to search for an answer rather than just playing bombardment and going face. And
yep.
But that accumulated so much fatigue damage that I think he could have withstand it at least one more turn. I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, I think so as well.
It was absolutely crazy. That was the unit that Zaratustraa got in the end.
I mean, look, if he was searching for, like, as you say, an erasure by using Brand's expertise to then find a nice, clean way to just remove the move star, he knew then that if he didn't find it, that's game over, right? Because you take too much fatigue damage that you're then dead the next turn. I think you're right in a way. I if it was me, I might have actually been tempted to just sort of stick it out, see if I could just trade a little bit. I know you're going to be giving counters, but I almost feel like that was a risk and it didn't pay off at all.
Yeah.
And it was a shame because I think for Panda, he played that really well. He was scheming Zaratustraa at the start. He was like reducing all the options. He kept the pressure on. He got the Neve out. His Neve board was very disappointing, to be fair. Although it did come in handy towards the latter part of that game, but he just needed to keep putting the pressure on. He just couldn't quite do enough damage, could he, to get the game over the line for him? So unlucky
Wow.
for Panda. But what an end to that game. We have another game here with Panda taking Neve back into the arena. And he's going to be facing Zarathustra's wonky, wacky, funky zippy deck. This should be really interesting. So lock in, guys, because Panda is 1-0 down in this semi-final. But there's plenty more games to go.
Well, we have here. I'm still in shock about that last match. Actually, like I was calling it the whole time for Pandapple. I think he he tried to play it safe, and overextended the game to a point where actually gave Sarah an out, even if it was like a 1% out, like we saw there.
What we can see, though, is that for Panda, he's got a relatively good opening hand there. He's got scheming, he's got the requisitioner, which is what he didn't really find early on in the last game. So that's good because he can easily go, say, scheming into requisitioner, and that's going to give him nice, quick energy ramp. He's also got the Baron and he has bombardment. So that's quite useful against this deck because we know Zarathustra's deck likes to just populate the board with lots of tokens, lots of small, low cost units. So very, very interesting.
Okay. So here is the madness CP deck that Sarah has built. He came in with a completely different deck for CPUs. And now we're going to be able to see it live.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that just because I've been in that position before as well, where you feel like you've commanded the game, you get right towards the end, and then it just feels like in the last minute, it's just all kind of gone sideways. You know, it's gone completely south on you, and the game's just slipped through your fingers. And it can be really difficult mentally to kind of like just quickly get over it and move on to the next one. For Panda, of course, he doesn't really have too much of that luxury where he can just take a bit of a breather. He's straight back into the next game. So for Panda right now, he just need, like, you can see his face as well. He's almost like I think it's still carried over a little bit the tilt from that last game. But if he can just stay focused, I think he can actually get this game. If it, just to keep him in it, get a point back. He just needs to focus on this game now. For Zaratustraa, he's setting up his board here by the chamber coming down. He's already got the drone printer. So he's starting to get this relic machine in motion. He's going to get schemed. Zaratustraa has 2 cunning diplomats and a Leviathan. The Leviathan is the obvious take, and Panda does the right thing to remove it. And Zaratustraa then gets a take it or leave it to Yoli, as as the broadcast team were calling earlier today.
Yeah.
And opts to bank. Was that the diplomat? Plays a cunning diplomat from the looks of it, and is going to just keep cycling through. Yeah,
Okay. So
he does. There we go. Gets Akara, or Akara actually. I'm so English, I say it's so weird. But anyways, he's also got the cyber deck. Cyber deck could be pretty big actually for Zaratustraa here. Could really frustrate Panda. Panda is going to make that play from scheming straight into requisitioner. Just use the Leviathan that was in the singularity, get it in your bank, give yourself an energy ramp, and get yourself that one step closer to being able to play the Neve.
Yep. It's wild actually how this deck synergizes really well with Akalia's Cradle, Ruin Tinker, and the Drone Printer. Actually, Sarah can absolutely populate the board super quick, giving counters to Akalia's Cradle, then creating a bunch of Eterans from it, from the Drone Printer, and having ready the Q box or a Kara to do max damage in this case. As we see here, he uses the high release chamber to constantly remove his CPU's adjutants. So he keeps on stacking them on the waste and then using them to play Ruin Tinker's tokens. So it's a really nice custom deck that he built here. I believe he battle tested a lot against all the main meta decks. That's why he has been performing really well in this tournament. And there it
Yeah,
is,
it's
the
a very
Ruin
smart
Tinker.
deck. Yeah, it's a very smart deck, actually. It's interesting as well, isn't it? Because as you mentioned with the Akalia's Cradle, that works so well with the overall strategy of this deck. And it's a little bit surprising in many ways that we didn't see Akalia's Cradle. It was a Planetfall card. I don't really remember seeing it much during Planetfall or even during Aftermath. It's really cool, though, how Deception has just enabled some of these cards to kind of like be dusted off the shelf and back into play, isn't it?
Yep. So now Pandapple decides to use Saboteur on the Cyberdeck console. Definitely a card that can't counter him since he's running a bunch of effects. And he wants to be ready to deal with all these tokens on Sarah's
Yeah.
board. The thing is that Pandapple is on a ticking clock in the sense that he needs to start chipping in damage. He can't be too focused on clearing up the board. Definitely it's a priority since he can get essentially bamboozled by Zaratustra's Q box or a Kara or anything really. So yeah, interesting to see how how Pandapple plays this one, since this is mostly a deck that players aren't prepared for. And that's
Yeah, it's a
the edge
tricky.
from Sarah.
Yeah, yeah, it's a really tricky balance, isn't it? Because if you're playing as Neve, the thing for you is your win con is to try and get to your Neve as quick as possible. But then you know that you're going up against a Sippy where you can't really leave the board getting too wide or out of control. Because as you say, they get a kill box, they kill you. They get Akara, they kill you. So you want to be, yeah, clearing as much as you can and just trying to ramp quickly. But for Panda, I think if he gets to his Neve, he hasn't really played many effects so far. So Panda's going to have to try and start getting maybe the siphons going with the brand's expertise. Siphons allows him to do little clears, but brand's expertise will give him a better unit that he gets on the board from Neve as well. We see as well Zaratustraa just pulled the Raven in, so Raven could be quite useful on the next turn potentially. He's going to bank it though. Is he going to bank it?
Yep.
No, he's going to keep hold of it for now.
So he's cycling his deck, gathering all of his combo pieces, quote unquote relics, to essentially be able to reproduce tokens, like a bunch of tokens each turn. So he can then play one of his key cards like Killbox or Akara. This is how he's cycling with Drone Printer, getting energy from Pulse Tap, and doing this over and over again until he has what he needs. Forcing Pandapple to accumulate resources to a point where he's like, what do I do with all of this? Treasure scheming here for Pandapple. I think he's going for a Kara.
Yeah, I
Since
think
that's
so as
a
well.
key piece in this deck.
Yeah, he does. He takes it.
There it is.
Yeah. That was the big threat, wasn't it?
Well, Killbox is actually bigger because if Sarah has like a 7-unit board, then one Killbox is enough.
Yeah, but that was the big threat in his hand, wasn't it? At the time, there was no.
Oh yeah,
Killbox, but
yeah.
yeah,
Correct,
yeah,
correct.
yeah. But you're right.
Okay.
Killbox is God. Killbox gives me a lot of PTSD actually from when it was running rampant on the ladder. So when I saw Zaratustra bring Killbox, honestly, when I look at that card, I shudder a little bit as to all the painful defeats I had to that when Sippy was, in that kind of meta. But Panda, with a board, he's cleared up Zaratustra's board. He's actually got some nice cards, I think, in his hand where he can try and squeeze out some more effects just before he gets to the Neve. For Zaratustra here, though, he's figuring out what's going to be the best play. He's looking at banking Raven rather than using her to do any kind of a clear. Does he get another drone printer down?
Okay, drone printing here.
No.
Now 5
Okay,
energy
pulse
back.
tap. Look at
Oh my
that.
god.
The pulse tap there is incredible.
Yeah, the pulse up is
Wow. All
wild.
that energy. And then draw from the
Another
Leviathan.
Hyderless chamber. He can just
That was lovely.
recycle energy in a way that's absolutely wild.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Really like this, actually.
This is really nice.
So he can, yeah, it's really cool. Really cool. Props to,
Okay, setting up a
to
big board.
Zaratustra.
I mean, the fact that he can recycle energy is just insane. Like, it's such an insane advantage over anything else. Puts your opponent right into the right against the ropes.
Mm. This isn't bad though, actually, from Panda. Using the
Ooh.
Triumph there, so he gets a 5-cost effect, gets the Hydralis Chamber, some extra energy as well with a take it or leave it, and then he gets the Leviathan. He's done it in the right
Yep.
order as well because he needed to. Okay,
Ooh, and
wow,
an
okay,
Elevate. Nice.
wow, that's decent. Can use that to clear the Leviathan if he wants to, or he could potentially use it to get rid of the Pulse Tap if he feels that's necessary. Let's see what he does here. Is it Leviathan? It's a Pulse Tap. Love
No,
it.
it's a
Good,
yeah,
good.
it's a relic.
Yeah, really good. That was superb, actually, to get that.
Yep.
You
No
can see
more
Zaratustra.
crazy ramp from post up.
No, no. That was probably one of the best 5-cost effects that he could have got there from the Baron.
He still needs to clear this board though.
Yeah, I think he can. He can, if he needs to, he can use the erasure for the
This is good stuff.
Leviathan. He's gonna make the trade. Is he gonna get another requisitioner? Another requisitioner would be quite useful, actually. Gets him again a little bit closer to the Neve sooner. Or he could play, Miasmancer. I don't think you necessarily need to though.
Well done by Pandapple using Annihilate on the
He is
pulse
doing
tap.
it. Nice. Yeah, that was really smart. That was smart play. That was causing all manner of mayhem, wasn't it, in terms of energy ramp for
Yeah.
Zaratustraa. He does get the Sabo as well. Panda. He top decks that as the next draw. All right, cool. So Zaratustraa still hasn't quite been able to kind of build the board out yet. Every time he's been trying to do it, Panda's kind of had some kind of solution answer, whether it be trading, relic removing, just straight up removal. But Zaratustraa still has a lot of cool cards in his hand. The one thing here, though, is that Panda did play the Miasmancer, so he's not going to be able to play any units that are going to have musters here. Which makes he's gonna play Rune Tinkerer though. Is he?
Interesting. Like, look at this. Both players with insane hands, insane amount of resources, really cracking their heads to know and think what to play. The level of complexity right now is super high in this matchup.
Yeah, it really is. The game has just got another layer of depth to it.
Yeah, it has definitely evolved from a super tempo oriented game into a more complex system of decisions to be made rather than just making sure that the best unit, the best tempo is on board.
Yeah, I think there's been more emphasis, hasn't there, around from Deception to try and find synergies, right? So we can see here that Zaratustraa has found a nice synergy between energy ramp, relics, and then going wide, right? So going wide is kind of helping him with energy, and then like the vice versa. And we saw that with the Lemmy deck as well. Lemmy deck has nice synergy with the irregulars, really allowing them to kind of like get good ball control, and then being able to kind of also be quite aggressive. So a lot of synergy seems to be there to be explored actually in Deception. I love it.
Yep. So now Panda with Neve right away hits a Baron first.
He's back.
He's back.
So Baron's back. Baron's back. This is okay. This
He's
is pretty
back.
decent. Yeah.
Yep.
We get the second wave soldier. This is actually already a better board than what he had last time. He gets another Baron, is that? Wow. Baron heard
Another one.
me. He knows that I'm
Wow.
casting. He's like, okay, I know you love me, so I'm gonna give you twice. Baron is back. Double flow.
Look at that
Okay.
board. This time
Yeah,
it
gets the
was a
Shambler.
nice Neve.
Yeah, it was really decent. Gets the
Shield
Shield of
of
Nehemiah
Nehemiah.
as well. Yeah. Wow.
But there's no defenders, I believe, yet. Look
No.
at that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's decent. That's a healthy
Just
board,
clear the
actually.
one cost. Just clear the trade the Leria Keen
anything.
and Neve with the one with the tokens. Don't
That's how
leave
dangerous this
anything
deck
to
is, isn't
chance
it?
here.
Yeah. You'd be like, just hit face, surely, right? With the 6/5. It's like,
Yeah,
no, I need to get rid of
clear
that
those
token.
pesky tokens. Clear
Yeah.
them. Yeah, this I wonder if this is the sort of deck that becomes like super counterable once players understand it. Because right
You mean,
now Sarah's in a position, like a really tough position to be in.
yeah.
I don't know how actually he's gonna get back from it, but well, I said the same. Said the same in
never
last match,
write him off.
and he actually did it. So
Yeah. We can never write Zaratustraa off, clearly, from that last game. I mean, especially with this deck as well, that is so creative and so different, right? So wacky. Zaratustraa might be able to find some incredible wacky combo here. But I think when you look at this board, is there enough there for lethal anyway? There's a lot of damage, actually. I'm just trying to do a quick calculation here.
big damn.
He
big
has
damn.
actually he has a lot of damage, actually. I need to see the other units on the right-hand side, but already here, looking, he's got about
Yeah, it's
22.
14, 16, 18, 20, 23.
Yeah.
He's gonna sacrifice his kill box or no, the cartel arms dealer. What's better here?
All of a sudden, as well, it's
Okay,
got
he
very
decides to go
dark
for the kill
in
box.
Panda's cam. So, so he's really locking in. He's taking all the lights out so we can focus all the light on the screen. It's gone into night mode, Panda.
Night mode.
Yeah, so he's going to get rid of the Shield of Nehemiah there, Zaratustraa, and he's then going to play Outnumbered. Okay, I love this card. I think the art on this card is fantastic. So he's just going to now try and go super wide here. Present as much as a threat on the board so that he's saying to Panda, look, I'm going to try and set up lethal against you. You're going to have to start looking to trade. Otherwise, I could kill you with a kill box. Even though he doesn't have one.
Ooh, imagine a kill box here.
I know.
The ultimate lethal. And there it is.
Look,
oh my
look.
God,
Oh, wow.
go.
Oh,
Wow.
There you are. That's insane.
Go.
Kill box and then the Void Unleashed just to rub it
Oh
in.
my
The
God.
Void Unleashed from the Baron. Absolutely mental. Panda
Take
seriously making up for last game.
your wild card deck back home. Oh my God.
Wow. Have you
Wow.
ever seen anything like it? A Neve board with a kill box.
Yeah.
The damage here is off the charts here. There's over
Man with
100
a
damage,
button
clearly.
to top it off, like the cherry on top there.
Fantastic for Panda here. He's absolutely redeemed himself from the first game. He's going to feel really good. Look at that.
Go.
He fist pumps. He loves it. He loves that there. Panda is back in it. So 1-1. What a brilliant, brilliant Neve that board turned out to be. God.
Insane. Wow.
We've got an absolute semi-final here. We had the first game where we were like, oh my God, no way. Like Panda is just almost been in the winning position and then just almost thrown it. And then we've got this game here where Zaratustra's trying to set it up. He's got the relics going. He's trying to get wide. Panda ends up getting the Neve. The Neve board is insane. He gets 2 Barons with it and then quite a bit of damage as well. And we're thinking, okay, what's going to be the finisher here? He plays the Adira and he ends up getting the kill box on his Neve board. That is just the ultimate end game. I've completed the game on parallel, isn't it? Like you've done it. You know?
I think that's
Brilliant.
yeah, definitely. I think that's
Yeah.
probably the most amount of damage on board we have seen in a major ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean,
That was
I'd love
easily
someone in the
above
chat to
100.
tell us. Yeah, I'd love someone in the chat to tell us because it happened so fast. I wasn't able to look at all the units and calculate it, but I'm sure that there was well over 100 damage there. So if anyone can replay that and let us know in the chat how much damage was on that board, that'd be insane. And we also have to think about as well that there was also 2 Void Unleashed, wasn't there? Which was just like just kicking someone when they're down. You know, you get a kill box and you get Void Unleashed twice. I mean, it's just overkill. That is the definition of overkill, you know? So brilliant. So, and it was good as well, I think, that for Panda that he did get that win because he must have been feeling quite bad from the first game. So that's going to give him a bit of a confidence boost that like he's in it, he's in the semi-final, he deserves to be here, and yeah, like he's just, you know, he's got his mind back, he's got his mindset back. So, what are we going to see next, Quinto? What do you reckon these boys are going to be playing?
Good
We're gonna
question. Well,
there you go. The answer to your question, to my question,
yeah, it's
immediately.
gonna be Sarah with Augencore and Pandapple with Nehemiah. Interesting matchup, actually. We haven't seen. This is one of those new matchups that we're seeing now after Deception, where it's like a Nehemiah versus a classic Augencore, making it a really novel type of matchup.
Yeah. I have to say as well, when you was running through before the game started, you was running through Zaratustra's Algencore deck, and I have to be honest with you, I love his Algencore deck. I think it's really well put together. He's got so many answers to a lot of problems in the game, and then he's got some real good aggressive units. Like he's got the Black Market Sentry, which of course is in his opening hand. He's got those all those upgrades. He's got a lot of 3 copies of them, and he's got some nice removal with the Rite of Redemption. So that could be quite key as well because we can already see Panda in his hand has the Terra Mech. Be interesting to see whether Panda banks that or keeps that. Are you if you're in Panda's position, you have a Terra Mech in your hand early? Are you often thinking, okay, I've got it too early, I'm going to bank it, or it's such a big unit for Earth, and you're going to look to keep it most of the time?
I think it depends on the matchup. In this case, definitely like a Titan that you could drop off and deal with something like a Ruthless Juggernaut setup or a Wong setup. I think it's worth it to keep it. However, things can spin out of control if Augencore gets the right draws.
Yeah. He's actually got a good opening hand here, Zaratustra. He has the Black Market Sentry. He's got Reclamator, so he can also go into his Workshop Mechanic earlier, get the token down earlier, and that's going to give him a good bit of tempo on the board. Here's the Sentry, which is lovely. Next turn,
this is big. This is a big
good.
tempo swing here.
Yeah,
like
it's good.
Insane tempo swing for Sarah. Going into a Reclamator, a Workshop Assembly Mechanic. Definitely this Caretaker is going to take care of things. It's not going to be easy. This is definitely a Reclamator play.
Do you think so? Yeah. It's a Reclamator bank, isn't it? Which is quite nice. And then most likely looking to get the Workshop Mechanic down, get a token. You could get the token that pings the Caretaker and then potentially look to finish it next turn with the Rite of Redemption. That could be quite nice, actually.
Actually, with the black market sentry here, just trade, I guess.
You could.
Don't
Yeah, you
leave
could put the
anything to
pulverizer.
chance.
Yeah.
No, I mean just if Sarah wants to keep up tempo, yeah, definitely that pulverizer. But on the other hand, he will still have an assembly mechanic with a token, with a passive token. In this case, the artillery juggernaut.
Oh, that's good. Cerberus Fang's really good. So the workshop mechanic just high rolled a Cerberus Fang. That's going to hit any target every time that workshop attacks. It's going to be able to do an additional 3 damage to anything. That's really good. And Spine
Yeah,
comes
that's
in
a
as
really
well.
good
Yeah,
upgrade.
it's brilliant. Yeah, he's looking
It's
at
a
it
really
there.
good,
That's
actually
one of the better
really good
ones.
upgrade.
Yeah.
Like one of the best he could get.
That actually makes it quite nice and clean now as well. Next turn. Because you're looking here and you're thinking, okay, Panda, what's Panda going to do? Is he going to get another provoked caretaker? Is he going to go Nehemiah? Looks like Nehemiah. Here she comes. Just try and contain some of this early tempo from Zaratustraa here, but the Rite of Redemption could be pretty significant here.
Okay. Pandapple about to attack with the caretaker, revealing some cards here.
We see the
Has the
allocated
allocated provisions.
provisions. Yeah, wow. Blast from the past, these allocated provisions. So he's
To
able
conceal
to,
again his cards.
yep.
I wonder if
He's going for the
yeah.
workshop with the Cerberus Fang. He's seen the Cerberus Fang and thought, no, I need to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Denied. Access denied from Zaratustraa there.
Ooh, this box tech spine is double box techs.
Yeah. Here comes, it's going to do, you could do Pulverizer and Rite of Redemption. It's not bad.
Interesting decision making here. Pulverizer and Rite of Redemption. I mean, when things go right for Augencore, it's really powerful. Look at this board in just one turn. And he's about to be able to eliminate the whole board. However, Pandapple is approaching Titan turn, has the Altar of Gaia set up. He will be able to essentially deal with the bigger units without a problem.
Yep. Good play here. Putting the Pulverizer on the Defender Juggernaut, making it 7-10. Can now clear the Nehemiah. The Defender's going to be passed to the Provoked Caretaker. He can clean it up with the Rite of Redemption, or we can just straight up trade. I think Rite of
You
Redemption
can
is going
attack
to be
phase
better
and
here.
first use the upgrades.
Yeah. Or we can just, use the upgrade to
Says
remove it. It's
no.
also,
Okay, if he defends, then he chooses, or he can choose now.
so I think the Defender then has to,
Once the mechanic, once
there
the
you go.
mechanic, yeah,
There you go.
exactly.
Yeah.
Once the mechanic attacks, he can definitely
That was nice
use
and
the upgrade.
clean, actually. And it keeps the Rite of Redemption too. Brilliant. Really good.
Another assembly mechanic. This is super powerful for Augencore. I mean, Zarathustra's board is scary already, even with this Wong in
Yeah.
play.
It's getting into that flow that Algoncore need to get into once you start getting a couple of units down workshop, and you can get into that workshop chain of just chaining another workshop mechanic and another workshop mechanic. As you say, those tokens are so powerful, and it just allows you then to amass a big board.
The thing is, how we see the Altar of Gaia there, be able to trigger a bunch of flourish from the Titan. Ooh, repeater cannon here for Sarah.
Mm.
I mean, repeater cannon and Vox Tech Spine. If he could play that, it would be absolutely insane. Like it would be lethal right there.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. So maybe he's thinking,
One energy off actually from doing that.
He's thinking about pinging the Wong with the Fang. Is that what he's thinking of doing?
And Rite of Redemption.
Right of Redemption to then remove it, and then he can just go
Yeah, he's
face.
saving the box tech spine and the repeater cannon for max
Yep.
dam. Ooh, enhanced exoskeleton is nice. However, he doesn't have any upgrade right now attached.
This
So
Cerberus
this is gonna be
Fang,
a Rite of
honestly.
Redemption right away, and an attack with
Yeah.
the defense Juggernaut. 7 attack here. Insane.
This
And he's
Cerberus
getting
Fang.
another big token. Next turn,
Yeah.
he can do the combo, and this is gonna be it for Sarah.
Yeah, he has lethal this next turn, doesn't he?
Yep, he does.
This is really
There's
interesting.
no
Really good to
defender
see.
actually.
No. I mean, Panda looks like he's going to play the Terramech. But there's
How
not
many
enough.
counters does he have? 7?
There's only one. No, there's. Am I looking at that wrong? It looks like there's one.
No,
Is
no,
it
no.
7?
He had 7. Yeah,
Oh, nice, interesting, great.
yeah.
So small, I
Pandapple,
couldn't figure that out. That's
Pandapple
actually
is
really
safe
nice
here.
then. Yeah, that's
Saved
really
by a
good.
bell. So he can actually clear both defense Juggernauts here. No, actually one only. Ooh,
The
he
Cerberus Fang can hit.
triggered the Fang. Oh my god! But this is lethal still.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
box tech spine and repeater cannon on the defense Juggernaut. It's gonna be lethal for Zaratustraa here, taking the third match of the set. No defender to save Pandapple from this one. Zaratustraa is just gonna go face and end it right
Yep.
there.
Yeah, Zaratustraa there really showing the power of Algencore and their upgrades, because that Cerberus Fang just really allowed Zaratustraa to control the board, and then getting Spine and Repeater Cannon, knowing that, okay, I've got these tokens, I've got the board. Perfect, absolute perfect combo. So well played to Zaratustraa. A little bit rough for Panda there, because he just wasn't really able to get on the board, was he? I don't really remember sort of Panda getting on the board and having a unit that's stuck for more than like a turn. Even the Provoke Caretakers, which are some of the higher tempo, stronger units that he could play for 3 with a 6/6 stat, even that didn't stick, did it, Quinto? So fantastic there from Zaratustraa.
Yeah. I mean, it's so nice how the Algencore deck like really can ramp up in just one turn. Like really can step up the board. Like imagine in turn 3 with the Reclamator,
Yeah.
you can drop the assembly mechanic, get an insane upgrade like we saw there, the Fang, and then get a 4/7 unit with a defense Juggernaut.
Yeah.
I mean, in turn 3, having a board like that is absolutely wild.
Yeah, it really is actually. We're going
So
straight
now
into the
Sarah
next
needs
game,
to win
guys.
with his insane deck.
Yeah. Yeah. So now Panda is sticking with Earth in here. And as you say, Zarathustra's really crazy, I call it wonky deck. Very
Wonky.
cool to see. Yeah, it's a bit wonky. Wonky funky. I can't wait to see Zaratustraa this time with it, because he was trying to set up a nice board to try and get some lethal with either kind of Killbox or Akara. Let's see if he can do it this time. So opting to keep the Leviathan at the moment with the Hydralis Chamber for Zaratustraa in his opening hand. Is he going to send that back? Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. Send the Leviathan back. It's too expensive at 5. He gets 2 outnumbered. Okay, in his opening hand. For Panda, Panda has a 1-drop of a Premier Conduit. It's not the best though. No Steward of the Garden. And then he has a Snitch, Miasmancer. He's got a Formidable in there. Wouldn't be surprised if the Formidable gets banked early on.
Wow. I mean, the
What do you think of
Formidable
the
can
opening
work
hand?
in this matchup just to block out in like an emergency block if he can't deal with all the units from Sarah.
Miasmancer is quite useful. Yeah, we know that Miasmancer, especially against Cathari, can work wonders. So Miasmancer could be quite useful. He's probably happy, actually, Panda, that he's got that in his opening hand.
He's going for the Ruined Tinker. He knows that he needs to start destroying the CPU's adjutants right away. Like that's his
Mm,
number one priority.
yeah.
He didn't do it.
Panda with the relic repurposing straight away.
Oof, what a top
It's
deck for
nice.
him right now.
Yeah,
That's
that's nice.
perfect.
Yeah.
Probably countering the whole strategy since the beginning. Let's see Sarah's reaction. He seems to not care too much about that.
Mm, mm.
It's a
Yeah, I think
drone
that was
printer here.
yeah. That was really useful actually for Panda because you really don't want to be playing, do you, a Primary Conduit on one as a 1/1. You want to get more value out of it. So just being able to get that relic repurposing was actually very timely for Panda there.
Okay.
So Zaratustra just considering what his play is here. He's going to look to bank at this point the Raven and then pass the turn.
Yep. Not much to do. Not much to do for Panda either, aside from a Crimea Conduit.
No. Yeah, it's a bit of a slow start, isn't it, from both players here, to be honest with you. Primary
I
Conduit
mean, I
is
love
going to
it.
be
I love that the game has actually evolved into a place where it's like not about dropping units and having the bigger board. It's more about thinking how like if you need to pass a turn even
mm,
and not play anything. Here, Panda decides to go with a Crimea Conduit. Zaratustra top decks the post up. Can't play
yeah,
it
I love it
though, but
too.
he's going for
Yeah,
the drone print.
it is quite nice. I love that you mentioned that because you know, I personally love TCGs when there's a little bit more. You don't have to spam the board and just throw units down. You can kind of think what is actually a bit more of a longer term strategic play, and to just try and set pieces into position. So you're playing that long game, and it's nice that we've got that here, and we still have a nice like game that caters for aggro as well.
Yep. Okay, Zaratustra getting his relics. Pandapple, on the other hand, building a board. I wonder if Pandapple can go with a crazy Terra glider here.
Mm,
Okay, there it is, the post
yeah.
up right away.
Gets a terror. Panda's already found a terror. So Moonlit's getting banked, and then it's surely going to be the Terror Glider here. It
Yeah,
is.
Terra
So
glider for
what?
board presence. He
Yeah.
wants to start cheapening damage, have a bigger
What's he
board,
got?
be able to deal with
Oh my
all these
God! Wow.
little units. Gets a
Oh,
legendary card here.
it's actually great. He gets Lucian.
There we go.
Lucian Laurent, if I'm not mistaken. One of my favorite cards actually from the Deception set for Earthen.
Well, actually,
Um,
that's the only MP we had from our packs at Paragons.
oh, really? The Lucian?
Lucian
Was
Laurent
it?
Reborn.
Well, at least you
Yep.
found an MP. That's pretty nice,
Yeah, at
actually.
least, at least.
I'm
Exactly.
still searching for mine. Yeah, if anyone has one, let me know. Let us know in the chat. So yeah, wow. So Leviathan comes down for Zaratustra. He's cycling through, trying to find those pieces to the mad puzzle that he wants to put together.
I wonder if there is a world here where Pandapple just goes for Miro Presence and forgets about life. Just goes straight to fate.
Forgets about life. just goes YOLO. It's like whatever. Let's just
YOLO.
send it. Yeah, send it.
Yeah, just send it.
I mean,
Absolutely
he has.
send it.
To be fair, he's got quite a bit of damage already on the board at this point, hasn't he? There's no defender
Yeah,
in his
that's
way
7
here.
there, 10, 12 damage plus 6, 18. He will be left line. And look at that. A Virulent Spores also goes ahead and removes this
Mm,
spell step.
wow.
He doesn't want any
Zaratustra
shenanigans going on. Decides
plays
to
the
go for
Mia
Maya
Smelter.
Master. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. He's just frustrating, isn't he, Zaratustra, right now? Just playing it slow, thinking, okay, I don't need to be too impatient here. Just keep the board flowing, keep it growing. and stop Zaratustraa from being able to do what he needs to do. And he takes Zaratustraa down to 11 in
Banking
health with
Terra,
this
he
board.
doesn't care. He knows.
Wow.
Ooh, though,
Massive.
formidable for lethal right there in hand.
He's still got the shield pod, isn't he? That's how kind of well this game has worked here for Panda. That the fact that the shield pod is still on the board. Zaratustra's like game plan with this deck is a little bit slower, right? And Panda's kind of identified that and thought, I just need to get as many units down as I can, get the board going wide, get some damage. And he's now, as you say, in a position where the Formidable is going to give him lethal.
Okay.
I mean, it's lethal on the board.
There's lethal on the board, yeah.
Yeah.
Panda is cooking
even
here.
without the Formidable. So that
Cyber
is
the
lethal.
console? Okay, he decides to go for more printing. But I don't know.
Is he going to look to... I think he's going to look to activate the ability, is he, of the Leviathan?
It's too early in the game for Sarah to actually do something meaningful, I guess, that can save him at this stage.
I think he's just going to be trying to clean up as much as he can. He's using double ability on the Leviathan, just discard from hand. Because at this point, if you don't remove threats here, you're dead. But he doesn't know, of course, that Panda already has 2 Formidables. So right now there's 8 damage, isn't there, on the board?
And it's over.
With the Formidable, that's game.
Yeah, that's game. Formidable Kexens.
There it is. Panda loving it. Another fist pump. He's back in this again. We've got a game here. We are going to the 5th game here. Panda is absolutely riled up there. He loves it. Because he can feel the momentum shifting.
If Panda wins this one, like next one, if this is gonna be Panda's first final?
No, Panda did reach a final. He did reach a final, I believe, earlier on in the season. And he came runner-up. I think production can probably fill us in on that. I remember him getting to a final, but look at that. He's got does the heart sign there to the camera. He's loving it. He feels back in the game. He feels like that nightmare of the first game for Panda is almost like a distant memory now because he's enjoying the game. You can see the smile on his face. And he's like, yes, I am still in this here. And it's going to a 5th game. Wow. We are so privileged, aren't we, right now, Quinto, to be witnessing this because we've got 2 great players playing completely different styles, actually, of decks too. They play very differently as well. You see Zaratustraa, he's like very clinical, very composed. You rarely see any emotion. And on the other side, you've got Panda, very lively. If things are going wrong, you're seeing how tilted he's getting. If things are going right, he's like fist pumping, giving it everything. It's really interesting. So, yeah, break that last game down for us. Where did it go wrong and right for both of the players there, Quinto?
Well, actually, both of them had like a slow draw initially, but Pandapple managed to start setting up a board. He got that Lucian also that increased the cost of effects.
Yeah.
He used also a Saboteur and Relic Repurposing, I believe, or 2 Relic Repurposings to remove Pulse Tap and Hydrolysis Chamber from Zaratustraa, effectively neglecting his whole strategy, especially with Pulse Tap to recover energy, keep on printing drones. And yet, in the end, Pandapple managed to set up a big enough board and deal enough damage early on to essentially give no place for Zaratustraa to recover there. And that was it. It was so it was a clean early kill from Pandapple.
Yeah, I think it was just for the viewers as well, just so that they are aware. Yeah, we were talking about Panda being in a final, and we were saying he was in a final earlier in the season. He was in the Minor 2 final, and he became runner-up in that one. He's looking to take it a little bit further here, get into the major final, and then see if he can go all the way and book himself a place for the World Championship. That was a really, really cool game. I think Zaratustra's deck is so interesting to watch when it comes off, right? It takes a little bit of setup. I think it's tricky, isn't it, a little bit against Earthen deck where they have a relic removal at 1. It's just such good value because if you're playing Pulse Tap, you're spending 4, and then they can just spend 1 to remove it, and then they have energy to keep the pressure on the board. So this is going to be a real test though now, because we go into the final game in a mirror match. Who's going to be the master of the mirror? Let's find out.
Yep. The thing is that I'm worried about Pandapple here because I think this deck from Sarah, it's especially built to deal with the normal, well, not normal, but the common CPU's list of the Maritus combo and all of that.
Yeah, the meta sippy that we see at the moment, right? The most common one on the meta. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. However, Panda's list is also kind of off meta because he's running like the 8 palm reveal set of cards, which is great. I mean, we have seen many different CPU's lists. This has been the beauty of Deception up till now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like Panda's list is really interesting. When you guys are talking about it before we went into this game, into the games here, Panda's Sippy list is actually almost like a hybrid, taking some of the best parts out of the deck. Actually, the Lambie, Penzocken, and then of course very Fat Cat. I think it was those three that really kind of cooked up this 8th palm of Galley deck with the Hydralisk Chamber and then the Raven. So shout out to those three guys there because they're amazing. And he's kind of like taken a bit of that and he's taken a little bit from like Deception and he's kind of like merged them together. And what I like about Panda's deck is that it doesn't seem as so co-reliant or so solely reliant actually on the win con being Maritus, because he can still actually get some good units down with the 8 palm Galley, sorry, and frustrate his opponent with energy reduction. So yeah, I like it. I'm keen to see how it does here against, as you say, a deck with Zaratustra's got that is probably very well tuned to counter that type of deck as well. So Hydralisk Chamber for both.
And the thing is that Pandapple is also running the Recon Specialist, which has a monster that reveals a random enemy unit with stealth and a random enemy bank card. Here, just right away, going with the reveal, setting up for a good 8th palm of Galley play eventually, and at the same time has a unit there that can do stuff for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do trades
The
or
Recon
attack.
Specialist is so good actually, isn't it? Because it really helps with the 8th palm of Galley as well. And we know that Panda's also running Data Breach. Data Breach is such an OG card, isn't it? I mean, that card is one of the most OG in my opinion. I love it. I've hardly ever used it in decks, but I love seeing players bring it into a tournament or put it in a deck and then actually get to see it play out. It's really cool.
Sarah with a tough decision here, has all the cards he wants, but doesn't know what to bank. He wants to play this Cunning Diplomat, but doesn't want to bank any of the other cards. And he decides to go with a Ruin Tinker.
Yeah.
It seems.
I think we would say that is the lesser of, well, 2 evils, but in that case, the lesser of 3 evils there. So if you thought about it, he really wants to be able to get his relics going. So the relics take preference over the Ruin Tinkerer. That gets in the bank. He didn't actually play, did he? The Cunning Diplomat there.
Now imagine Panda top decks a Speculator here.
Oh, don't do it. Don't even say it.
We
know what you're like.
Yeah. Cerulean Surge on the Speculator.
You've said,
he absolutely deletes every relic on Sarah's board.
So for the guys that are watching,
itself maniacally.
Yeah, for the guys that are watching, Quinto has a knack of being able to call what is the card that's going to come in. He's done it so many times on the tour. He's given us such fun moments. So yeah, if we now see Speculator, I'm going to ask for the lottery numbers from you. We do actually from the Cytokinesis. No, or we didn't see it. There we go.
No.
Yeah.
He like Pandapple knows that he needs to set up his combo right away, more like prioritize that over anything else. But I mean,
Panda's,
maybe he top deck here and you get it. Like he definitely wants Pulse Tap to drop first.
Yeah.
Before before removing relics. Start removing relics.
Yeah. Oh, synchronicity.
Okay, this is a Leviakin play, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Bank,
Yeah.
Tioli, Leviakin. Maybe he milled something. A couple of things.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he went and got them from the cytokinesis the previous turn kind of made. Oh, he's got an 8. Okay, nice. Yeah, because he's got so many cards in hand. So he banks 1. He's hovering over the Mearsmancer. Actually, is he just thinking about blocking any plays?
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting
Zaratustra.
decision. He's thinking about actually playing the Leviakin.
Yeah, he is actually playing the Mearsmancer there. There you go, just to try and block out any kind of plays from Zaratustra with muster. So Zaratustra now can't actually use the Raven to remove anything from the board
Pandapple
through the
will be able
Hydralisk
to keep
chamber.
on chipping in damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like
So
Panda saw the success of the Mearsmancer because he played 2 Mearsmancers in the last game. And I think as soon as he sees that, he's thinking, yeah, that was my route to success. So why don't I try and do that again here? For Zaratustra, he's setting up, isn't he? He's got the pulse tap down, he's got the drone printer, he has the Hydralisk chamber. So he's got the pieces there. He just needs to start getting that board going wide. And then he can start to utilize some cards like Akara, Killbox, which he has in his hand already.
yep.
It'd actually be wild if we saw Zaratustra do a Killbox back to Panda, given that Panda got the Killbox from him in the previous game and used it in with his Neve. That could be an interesting end. But so far, Zaratustra just looking to use the Hydra's chamber, give himself some more ramp. Are we gonna see here? Wow, okay, interesting. Look at that. He's really getting these drones out, utilizing the pulse tap very well.
Setting
Superb.
up right away. Oh my god. Right away setting it up for lethal. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he is, isn't he? All of a sudden, Zaratustra's then got quite a, not in terms of stats, but certainly in terms of numbers. The numbers have just come out of nowhere there. Panda with the Raven.
A Raven to kill a 1 cost, like a 1/1 token.
Yeah. A bit surprised actually about this in a way. Let's see where this is going. So he does do it.
I
He
mean,
gets
by the
ramp. Is
looks
he
of
going to go
it,
into Leviathan?
Panda has little time left here.
Do you say that because of the tokens and the Akara and the Killbox that Zaratustra has in his hand?
I mean, Sarah already has the main combo there with the drone printer, pulse tap, and Hydralisk chamber. He can actually print a lot of tokens every turn, forcing Pandapple to either like remove everything or find
This is
his
interesting.
combo like super, like now, basically.
Yeah, this is interesting. I like this actually. So Panda playing the Gylus and Dilius. I always call them the Mortal Kombat duo because they look exactly like the Mortal Kombat duo. And yeah, bringing out a Leviathan from the waist there, really interesting. I think that was good play. Gives him more tempo on the board. Another big unit. Really like that. Gaius and Dulius is right. Yes,
Yeah,
the
Panda
production
setting up
of
a tempo here. He doesn't care about the combo. Seems that he's gonna go for it. Try to do lethal damage just by going tempo wise. Didn't care about Sarah's tokens here.
no. Just trying to go as like direct as possible. Is that going to backfire? I mean, at the moment, Zaratustra doesn't have
Doesn't have
lethal yet,
enough
and he's got
here to combo
no.
it, right?
Exactly, no. And it's got a kind of a board that's getting a little bit scary, actually.
He needs a lot right now. He needs to pull off a Maya Mancer at least and get a 10-unit board with Killbox or 9-unit board with Killbox. I don't know. I feel like
he's getting a lot of energy here. He's going to get a lot of energy from the pulse tap. Okay. Is he actually gonna go for this here? Is he gonna go for this?
Kara. Boom. And then Maya's Mancer just to look at this. Look at all those adjutants already in the waist.
Yeah, there's a ton of them.
Another
So yeah,
pulse
now
tap.
he is like now Zaratustraa in a position where Killbox is going to be lethal with that board.
Wow. Akara was key here to healing himself, placing him outside of lethal range. Now Pandapple can't actually just combo his way or do something, because he had actually he was close to lethal before Akara with what he had on board.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he had a lot of units there, didn't he? A lot of those tokens that were going to definitely give him a ton of damage. But I agree. I think the Akara play was really smart. Give yourself a little heal, bring Panda's health down a little bit as well. Make it easier for you to kill him. What does Panda do here, though? Because he knows with Zaratustraa setting up with these tokens that he must assume, he must have to think that Zaratustraa has, say, like a kill box here, ready to use it. So he's gonna. How does he clean up the? Does he clean them up, or does he just go face here? I don't think he has enough, actually, does he?
I don't know. I think Pandapple is cooked here. What is this? Look at that board.
Yeah.
Panda doesn't have actually a way to do this. He needs now to use essentially Hydraulic Chamber to get a bunch of energy so he can use Levia King. This is it. This is lethal for Zara.
Yeah, the kill box is gonna end it here, I think.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So Panda just waiting patiently to see what's going to happen here. He banks Leviathan, gets another unit, gets a counter on the pulse tap there.
Kill box.
Yeah.
And he has a charged pulse tap, so
yeah.
His pulse tap has
drone
5
printer.
counters, 6 counters. Look at this.
Oh wow. Oh, look at this. You can see that Panda's Panda's nodding
so
his head.
Close.
He knows.
It was so
Panda
close
knows.
for Panda, but I mean, this is what I was talking about, the Specular Tour. Like, if he didn't have all those relics there, he wouldn't have been able to do this.
This is going to be the killing blow, the finishing blow. Kill box with 7 units on the board.
Exact lethal on top of everything. Look at that.
Wow. That is mastery there. Congratulations to Zaratustraa, who overcomes Panda to get to the final. Well played. Yeah. That was absolutely insane. He's going to go and bring a cat. Of course he is.
Cat.
You can't have.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Lucky cat. Lucky cat, man.
I mean, that was a complete outplay there by Zaratustraa. Completely overwhelming for Pandapple, reaching the last match of the set and losing it like that. That deck is actually wild. Super wild.
That deck is scary, isn't it? Especially because it's utilizing Killbox again. And just when you thought Killbox was maybe done and you weren't seeing it again, I'm pretty sure you'll start to see that on the ladder. I mean, that is powerful. The ability to print drones and just keep printing. You use your normal energy and it accumulates in the pulse tap. And then you've just basically got free energy again, haven't you? Just to kind of then hit a kill box. That is absolutely brilliant. Super smart from Zaratustra. If that's his deck, which he came up with, I'm sure it is. Congratulations to him making the final, and to Panda. Gutted for Panda, but he done so well getting to this point. I think he'll be happy that he's earned a fair chunk of money, nice league points, and he can now go and enjoy the rest of his holiday in Italy.
Yeah, it's actually a different kind of a mindset, right? If Pandapple is on a holiday and like
Yeah,
you're playing a tournament right now, it's like kind of a mind split. It takes it takes a bit of a mental fortitude for to get in that headspace. That's why he's like, man, even getting tilted during the first match and then just coming back to a 2-2
yeah,
even footing. Oh man, that's great for Pandapple, and we've always seen him in the top four, top tournament placements, and well, he can still try again, right? And
yeah,
I was looking at Zaratustra's deck, guys. Like, there has to be like each and every turn, a board clear, right?
yeah,
And
yeah. It's
the
literally
best,
that.
yeah, yes, that's right, right? And the best way for you to make it not work is to find some way to remove pull stap, which happened a while ago by some fluke, right? Because most of the time the factor knows this. Baron doesn't participate, right? Like, okay,
No,
I'm gonna get something right, something else, not annihilate, right? And yeah, he just got that win from that specific move, just removing pole stab, which is the energy producer of this deck. And
yeah.
bro, like I know you guys love that previous match. Like any other moment during that match between Pandapple and Zaratustra that stood out to you, man? Like of course, aside from the relic play of Zaratustra. Let's start with Kinto.
Well, the insane Adira play underneath,
Oh,
getting that kill box. That definitely takes it home.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I gotta say that I'm seeing Pandapple's list, and he wasn't running the ATN Speculator, sadly.
Oh. Man, that's sad. Actually, I heard you guys. You were like, oh, he might, like Kinto was saying, oh, he might draw Agent Speculator. Like, no, it's not there.
It's
When
not there.
it's
It's not
not there,
there.
man. Oh,
Yeah.
how about
But
you,
you know
the
what?
factor? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
go.
yeah. Do you know what? Just one other thing on that is that I know that kind of in the production chat
Hmm.
off the broadcast, we were kind of thinking, well, if this sort of deck ends up becoming like quite popular in the meta, then you can guarantee that things like Shockwave are going to come back into people's decks. You
Yeah,
can just like
Hmm.
blast all
EMP.
relics in one
EMP,
go, and then
exactly.
like exactly EMP Shockwave would just really help. So
This is a
yeah,
tournament deck
like
for sure.
yeah, yeah, definitely. But I really enjoyed it. I mean, there were so many moments from like all of those games, weren't there? It was like the highs and the lows, and you kind of felt the joy and the pain for Panda. You were seeing it in his face, and then you saw like Zaratustra just nice and calm and collected. Like Zaratustra at this point, like he must have just be so used to it by now because he is consistently getting into these late end final late stages
Yeah,
of a tournament. It never looks
Hmm.
like at any point he's getting phased, even when he was down to one health, right? In the first game against Panda. You looked at his expression, he was not panicking, he was not stressing out, it was not like the game was over. You could see in his eyes he was still trying to find what's my way out, what's my way to win. And he just found it. He found it.
yeah.
And it's just like he's got that winner's mentality of I know that I can win, I know I can find a way out. And I think that's definitely helping him get consistently to these to do well in these tournaments. So I think we've got a great final here. I mean, like I'm cute and Zaratustra.
Strap.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't ask us to pick. That's too
Oh,
difficult. That yeah,
bro, those are I mean the forget about the other guys right now. Those are the minors winners. They're already
mm,
secured with their majors position, right? So,
yeah,
bro, this they deserve this spot. They've gotten through the gauntlet, and it's gonna be I'm cute versus Zarathustra. And then one more point, guys, before we go for on a short break. It's I don't know how Zarathustra does it. It's -2, +1, and then you have two energy generators with the hydrolysis chamber. So that kind of mental quick mats, or if he does have like a paper right beside him, like off
mm,
cam, There's probably a tally counter right there, how it's gonna be working. But
I'm pretty
it
sure. I'm pretty
we
sure the
wouldn't know.
cat's
Yeah,
calculating it. I think the cat's
yeah,
calculating it
yeah.
all for him, and
Okay.
the cat's telling him. It's feeding him a paper to
Yeah, the
say
cat.
this
Okay,
is the cat. Yeah.
yeah,
Cats are
yeah. It's just like
calculating on the
doing.
place.
Yeah, it's the cat. The cat is definitely a
It's
familiar,
not a
guys. It's
it's not
like
a calculator. It's a calculator. Yeah,
a
Calculator.
calculator.
it's a
Yeah.
calculator. Yeah.
All right, guys. Oh, don't take away my job of being pun master here, bro. Here we go. And guys, amazing, amazing. Thank you for casting this match, semifinals match number 2, and congratulations again to Zaratustraa for moving on to the finals. He's gonna be meeting up with I'm Cute. The stage is set. The players are locked in. The casters are locked in. We have our finalists, I'm Cute versus Zaratustraa, with their match for a seat in Worlds and becoming the Majors champion for Majors 2. Guys, we're back here with Ali and Qflux. Guys, were you able to watch those matches, man, between Pandapple and Zaratustraa? Wow, how amazing was that? Like, what was your favorite moment right there, Ali?
Definitely the Killbox Neve Void Unleash shenanigans. That was I had personally never seen that, and so that was quite cool to witness.
Yeah, bro, like double, even double Baron as well from the Neve. So
Yeah.
kudos to that RNG god smiling upon Pandapple there. How about you, Qflux? Any favorite moment?
The Neve was definitely cool since she's struggled a little bit in the tournament, and it's nice to see someone just getting really cool plays with her. I like seeing a game 5. We've been getting these matches done, in 4 games or less. So getting to 5 was fun, and it was interesting to see the Skippy, the wacky Skippy Zek that Zara was using. It was like, okay, it's losing a few games. Like, wait, is this going to be his downfall after all? But it turns out in the Skippy mirror, it's just exactly ready to go. Granted, Panda put up a good fight, had a nice board there, threatening some tempo damage to kind of get that other way of winning. But yeah, in the end, it was just an amazing series overall.
Yeah, game 5 for fighting for the finals is actually a good way to start or start the second match of our day 2. And now we already have our finalists. I'm pretty sure I'm Cute was watching that, and I was already finding a way to counter one of his decks, and this probably gave him like maybe more knowledge or more wisdom on how he's gonna be doing these bans. And guys, I'm were you able to look into the Versus website of what bands are gonna be in?
I did
Honest,
peek,
honest.
yes,
Oh,
I
yeah,
did.
bro. How about you, Qflux? Oh man.
I was waiting to see it live. I thought we were supposed to react. I guess I'm a fool.
All right.
I'm a fool.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's live already, and seeing at the Versus website, which is actually amazing, is we already have those bans in, and Zaratustra's Earthen has been banned, which is the Nehemiah, and I'm Cute's Markolian has been banned, which is the Lemieux. Now, both of the combo decks have been set up already, or rather, are still in the running, which are the Scipius decks. But what are your thoughts regarding these bans? Let's start with Qflux.
Yeah, Nehemiah getting banned makes a lot of sense. Like that is just it's been winning a lot. Nehemiah because it's both very strong and it's very similar to the old version, meaning people know how to pilot it. The Lemmy ban, it's been getting banned a lot, even though it hasn't seemed to perform quite as well as it should to get banned that much. That's really been the mysterious thing of the whole tournament, right? But hey, I guess that's what they want to do. So.
How about you, Ali? Like, I'm also like curious why Lemmy is not banned on one side, but Lemmy is banned on the other side as well. So, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so hang on. So, Lemmy, Zarathustra's Lemmy is banned,
Yes.
and then,
No, no, no.
or
I'm
Other way
there's
Cute.
a
around.
Lemmy has.
reverse there.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Lemmy has about, a 50% win rate against Scipius and Augencore, so it's sort of like rolling it there. But against Earthen, it looks like it's pretty unfavored. So I don't know. I think Lemmy can it's an aggro deck. It can pull out some good wins. It's got some tools. So I think across the board, it's probably like the safest ban. But Qflux definitely mentioned it. Like he's surprised that the Sipius has been getting through as well. But yeah, look, I'm inclined to trust these players. They've got a plan. So let's see the Lemieux at work here.
Yeah, and you can see also two of these decks already live, which is the Ogun Core and Markolian deck. So we're going to be having the first match of the final, Zaratustraa versus imcute. Let's see who will be the next major champion. Let's start with our casters, Ali and Qflux. Take it away.
All
Thank you
right,
very much. Okay, so
getting
we
into
got
it.
some nice opening hands here. Lots of early game cards. No one's getting stuck, just like passing the first few turns. Let's see what the full hands are.
Yeah, I like that
And
Zaratustra has included that new one drop, the one cost 2/2. Let's see, the Armored Systems Engineer. Good stats, and I think when we did a deck review yesterday, there's not that many vehicles, but it's enough to justify like a good statted one drop, right? There's I think a Lancer tank in this list. Um, he might have a glaive. Let's see.
yeah, this Armored Systems Engineer, the 2/2, is great because the stats are premium for a one drop, and the effect is actually amazing. Like ramping a good card by 1 energy. Like, granted, it's not as consistent as the other one, which is a 1/1 that buffs the top vehicle for +2/+2. But still, like, you're getting a better stat line here, and the ramp effect is arguably stronger. So it's just a phenomenal one drop. I agree. It's really cool to see Zara playing it. imcute's able to delete the free Lemmy token with a Gunslinger. Now Zara gets the nice Prime variant Machinist down, and looks like he's going to play another one. And the Glaive, which is what
Wow.
got discounted, is also in the hand. So next turn, he could play that Glaive and potentially get a +2 health bonus. That could be devastating for imcute.
I mean, that's pretty good. I'm glad we got to in discussing the new one drop here. I'm glad we got to see it at work. I mean, a 3-cost glaive is pretty nice, all things considered. But I'm cute. Let's take a look at his hand here. I mean, starting off with a shard never feels bad. And he's got a Tioli too for some options. He could get the relic developed next turn.
He
Yeah.
speed runs his turn there, sends it right back to Zara, who's is doing what we thought, right? Playing the glaive, and it's about to be imcute's turn again. It looks like just some very fast turns here. Yeah, that coin's interesting. That Tioli rather. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
the bombardment is available, but it's not going to answer glaive. Right of redemption.
Oof.
Why is he? Okay, he's going to do it this way, and then he's going to Tioli out the. Oh, but they're shielded, right? So
Yeah.
okay, I got a little too excited there.
It's
But if
okay.
you can get
Yeah.
something
That's
else to use
shielded.
on it, then you can maybe do it. Oh boy.
Ooh, that was a super nice top deck. A little 5 damage to the face from this other Catherine here. It was very nice. We see a Juggernaut's going to pop out here at the end of the turn. He could get the drone printer developed. When that Juggernaut pops out, it will definitely give him a card, and he also gets to develop the new 2-drop the Sentry here with 4/4. Like that's pretty solid, all things considered.
That was a ideal situation for the new Kathy card. Like you draw it right on curve and just slam it down
Mhm.
as if it was your Paragon practically. I'm
Exactly.
cute, definitely getting a lot of good value from the Sentry plus token. That is a ton of stats, but man, this glaive is so oppressive, and the Kathy's going to keep putting a lot of pressure, either putting Zara into lethal range or just like doing a ton of damage on the board. And now here comes a researcher for some draw. Zara just has everything going for him. Although imcute is like in a good position. It's just the Lemmy deck having some burn potential really makes it hard when he's got so much damage coming out so quickly.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder, has he banked yet here?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So he could make the attack and then use the right of redemption to get through the defender.
See how he's banking dispatch again? I'm telling you, dispatch is the weak link of these Lemmy decks. I really feel like it is.
Yeah, you think so? It's like I think I'm just partial to it because of the perfect loop. I think I want to like it because it's such a pretty card. But I hear you. Maybe it's not quite good enough, or perhaps it would be better if there were more supporting irregular stuff, and like just that and the rain, it maybe isn't quite enough, perhaps. But wow, look at this, guys. We've got a Freitas coming down very, very early on into the game here.
2 triggers, right? So it's not going to be too crazy, but still very nice. A lot of ramp to get us there. Also, I could be underestimating the fleet support plus dispatch synergy, just as simple as that. Like maybe that, but I don't know because I don't know. I'm curious to see how that goes. Yeah. So is Freitas going to destroy this? Wait. Okay. No. He drew some cards as well. Sorry, I was a little off on the other thing there. Yeah. Here it goes. He does destroy the researcher. Okay, we're good. PS8 comes in
Hmm.
off the top, and Zara's turn.
Interesting decision to clear that one. Maybe he figures he's got like a Cyrene and he could ping off the 3/2 or the Juggernaut or something. But I suppose if there's only one unit on the board, the glaive isn't as scary, but still interesting.
It does
Okay.
show, like, just that these 2 units are still on the board. He got so much value on turn 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's
For
turn
sure.
6 now.
Well, let's see. What is Zaratustraa thinking here? Looks like he's going to go to bank the bombardment. He's got 2 fleet supports in his hand, a Lancer tank. No way. Actually, he could get assault going if he just popped face here. Um,
That's not a bad
does-
play, really. Like, he hits face for 3, Lancer does 4 more. I think that's what we're seeing.
yeah.
And then fleet support is in hand, ready to go. He just has to find the burn spell, and he's pretty much GG. Yep.
Yep. Not bad. Oh
Wow,
my
and
gosh.
yep.
Kathy went face as well. Okay.
Yeah, that
Well,
could be
I'm cute
game.
at 7, so that's pretty good. Unfortunately, the Cyrene cannot do like a good attack into any of these 5 attack units here.
Could attack the glaive and then clear Kathy after that, which isn't too bad. Uh, there is the PS8 for some extra damage, maybe. Could also, yeah, you could even you can clear the whole board here. Really, it's not terrible. If Zara doesn't find burn, then I'm cute has some time. But man, it's gonna take a while to get Zara down to 0. He's at like 29 health. Yeah, yeesh.
Sure. An Idian hammer. All right. Yeah. This is a nice full clear. It worked out.
Yeah, Cyrene is just such a nice card. Like combined with a PSA, like you have so much ping and so many ways to do stuff. It's ever since Cyrene got revamped, it's just been it feels like a sign of the new meta kind of just like these mid-range cards that get value in all these different ways and have interesting decisions. It's been very cool to see Cyrene at work lately.
Yes. All right. So let's see. We've got Muriel. You can go face, get the
Yeah, the
oh
stealth
sorry,
here
not
is
face. Yeah, and stealth, not battle ready. So he's got her set up though, and then the quartermaster could get an effect back from hand, or sorry, from the waist here.
notably
Saboteurs.
still no burn for Zara after all that. And the Sabo, yeah, definitely. But of course, there's another fleet support still in the hand.
Yep. Yep.
That stealth really does a lot because 2 damage to face when he's at 7. I mean, then now 5, like that's 1 orbital away. It's the stealth here is I feel like a bigger deal than it looks.
Definitely. Gosh, being at 7 is so sketchy too. Like, I'm not sure if I'm cute's gonna be able to get out of this, honestly. And she's
Yeah, I
got
wonder.
relentless, right?
Oh, true. So it's 4 damage. I wonder if he should have just. This would be insanely painful, but just use bombardment just to get her off the board, even though he clears his own units, like before he played the Sabo. Something like that would have been interesting, but he's going with the Miasmancer instead.
Well, and there we have, what was I gonna say?
Oh, it turns off the
Miasmancer.
stealth. Right, right,
Yep.
right. So it does clear it. Okay, I'm being ridiculous then. Much better play from I'm Cute. That's why he's in the finals. And yeah, that'll take care of it. Much better
Good.
than a bull. Yeah, okay. Strike that from the record. Back to Zara, who draws his own bombardment, and still
Ooh,
no burn damage. Still nothing to burn with.
yeah, I mean, this bombardment is definitely nice, but I'm cute still at 7, that's a little sketchy, but he's gonna have to go off, with the bombardment here. Um, oh, he's
Oh, he's
gonna
doing it with the
opt
bank.
for Interesting. Okay,
That
I like
reminds me of a
that.
play yesterday, the Fastius phaser into the bank and then withdraw, right? That's a line we're seeing twice now in this weekend.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I think if he wasn't really going to do much else with the turn, I mean, I guess he could have developed the fleet support, but maybe he's thinking or respecting another board or sorry, relic removal, and he
Yeah, that
wants
makes
to
sense.
just like hold it because he'll be able to have the energy to be able to cast it with an orbital or something for the guaranteed kill.
So Ingrid
Um,
in hand right here, off the Wong. Very, very good for I'm Cute, who now has still not really much of a great chance. But I mean, Zara hasn't drawn the burn damage. If in theory he just keeps missing, I don't know. I mean, 7/7 Wong's pretty good.
is it just orbital that gets there? Let's see.
Also, it depends what's in his waist. Yeah, because if he gunslingers for assault now, that quartermaster can dig into the waist, right? So there might be. I just don't know if there's sufficient burn in there, though. I want to say there isn't. So very interesting.
Let me see. Yeah, I think
Nice
it's
little artifact appraiser.
just the orbital strike here. Hmm.
Machinist off the top. Still not a burn spell. Still not an orbital.
Oh, 17 cards left too. Well, he's at 23, but there's a lot of pressure on the board right now, and the Ingrid is in the hand. He's probably got to respect like the discard, right? He doesn't want to like have to thin his hand out too much by developing the relic or that type of stuff. But really, he's just at the mercy of one orbital strike. Like that's all he needs. So that machinist that he just picked up here, we've already seen a Lancer tank and a glaive that would get us to a scimitar captain most likely. Okay. He's got it
So here comes the
developed.
fleet support. And is it going to be bombardment? Yeah, because he just doesn't have. He's got his gunslinger. He's got his quartermaster. He just doesn't have the burn. And now the fleet support is on the board, so it is vulnerable to relic removal, which is in I'm Cute's hand. I mean, all of a sudden, I'm Cute is kind of in a cool spot. The problem is his board does disappear. Zara still has 23 health.
Oh
But
my
I mean, he's
gosh.
not dead, which is pretty good considering how the game's gone so far. And Miasmancer's nice.
Yeah. I mean, he basically had to do that, right? This gives him a little bit more time. It really sucks to lose the fleet support to this Sabo here, but he doesn't know that there's another Sabo in the hand. So I think it was the
Also,
right play.
if Ingrid comes down here, Zara can get his last two cards discarded off of one of Ingrid's effects there. And so he's going to
Yep.
be in that position of drawing a card and then banking it. If the gunslinger were to live, it's going to get stolen though, I guess, because it can't. If he can get assault, then his Lemmy can do a bunch of stuff. But yeah, Lemmy can get a card from the waist. So I'm trying to say, so he will be able to get out of the bank the only card you draw situation, but it would cost his Lemmy basically.
Such a power move, stealing the gunslinger.
Yeah, and he gets a Jerome Gim. He's not going to want to use that, but it's a funny card to see. Also, the
Oh,
muscle.
gosh. Well, you know what? This is yeah, I think he's just got to hope and pray. I mean, there's no world where I'm Cute is going to let this fleet support live one more turn. I'm honestly a little surprised. I mean, I guess he had to go for the Ingrid there, but man, just
Yeah,
one top
orbital would have
deck.
been GG. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
feels bad.
Which I don't even know if we've seen one this game, actually. Like, I don't remember one getting banked. And and there's 3 copies, right? Let's see.
I believe that's all correct. Yeah, so it should be a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 5, excuse me, to draw it from a 15 card deck. Like Zara's got good odds with his amount of draws, except well, I should say he had good odds, but yeah, he is running out of time quickly with the amount of pressure on the board from I'm Cute. Granted, this is where sentries affect these 4/4 guys. You know, they only have 2 attack when they go face, so that isn't going to be quite as much damage as it looks like, but it's still a lot of damage.
Uh, I could be losing my mind, but I'm looking at this list here and I don't actually see Orbital Strike, and that would explain why we haven't seen it
Oh no.
so far. So the out that we've been discussing, I
Is
don't
there no
think
burn in the
is.
deck then? Just isn't there?
I am not seeing it,
My
guys.
God. That is a
Yeah.
surprise to me. Okay, I just assumed there was an orbital in there, at least
Yeah,
one.
me as well.
Okay,
But
fair
that's what
enough.
Zaratustraa
Then
been doing. He's been going against the grain, His lists have been slightly different. Almost everyone's been running the like 3 orbital, 3 fleet support package, but Zaratustra has, you know, He's making his
Yeah, I'm
own
just
way
not really
here.
sure what his strategy has been then. I guess it just kind of made sense to me. He had to be looking for burn, but I guess he's just been establishing a board or something. That's very interesting. And what like why the quartermaster? That's peculiar to me. Interesting. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, I'm cute is very close to winning now. I mean, 22 health's going to go fast from this board position. Zara does not have any good way to win from here. I'm seeing very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, with a massive hand, I feel like, you know what?
Ooh, that's
That
nice.
is probably why I'm cute. Sorry, I was looking at the deck list. It looks like he banked the Sabo, or he transformed it. But I mean, he's looking at his deck. He knows that there's no orbitals in there, and he's like, okay, I'm not that scared of this fleet support, and so he's been, making other moves. So that makes sense.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Notable to mention that the Mantis Corsair off of Sanctuary there, that's a muster that just does 3 damage to the opponent's face. So that's actually not bad to give him a little extra reach. Definitely, I'm cute is threatening the lethal next turn, and I don't know what Zara's gonna be able to do to stop it.
Yep. Miasmancer taking away any if he does manage to find another way to assault the face, like the muster wouldn't even work. So yeah, I think that Zaratustra is locked out of this first game.
Wow, that was not the ending I was expecting, but just goes to show sometimes these odd deck building decisions or these less conventional decisions can
Oh,
backfire. The
well,
bombardment with the double, though, maybe banking that saboteur wasn't such a safe bet. Oh my
yeah,
god! Wow. Oh no, that maybe you just should have removed that fleet support, bro. Wow.
bro. I mean, he still got the turn to develop here. Yeah, he's checking that waste. He's like, oh snap, I don't want to mess that up again.
Oh,
I still think he's in a really great position. He can get the 4 Mantis Corsair or the other 4/4. He could even pop his drone printer for a 6/6. Like, knowing that he doesn't have to respect Orbital Strike. Okay, he's going for paid off. Interesting.
you're gonna
Sure.
pay the kickback too. All right. Guess there's enough energy out already. Doesn't really matter too much. Some interesting choices here. He could grab the Sabo now, but I guess now it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
Wong? Sabo? Okay. Looking at Sabo. But drifting towards the Wong. All right. Sabo. Making up for past mistakes.
Yep. He's like, okay, maybe I should get this out of there. It's also a unit, and he gets to play the Sentry as well as the Corsair. He wants to throw that
Yeah.
down. Oh, that Sentry has 7 attack, by the way.
Yeah, nice buffed Sentry. And Zara doesn't know that the Mantis Corsair is in there. I mean, you're not really thinking about that too much. So he's not going to necessarily know if he's in lethal range. So that's definitely an advantage for I'm Cute. It's still looking pretty good for I'm Cute. Yeah, that slowed him down, but it didn't stop him. That bombardment, double bombardment.
Yeah, that feels pretty nice having that option for a big 6 damage nuke to the board. Um, oh, well, there is the Gunslinger to trigger the Quartermaster, right? It's active, no Miasmancer. I
Bombardment
don't
again.
think that really does it though. Like I'm not. I don't think
He can
there's
get
any.
well. Is there an energy cost limit on what you can pull from the grave with Quartermaster? If
Good
you can get
question.
bombardment again, I mean, I guess he's not doing that since he's playing units first. So Miasmancer comes off the top. Let's see what Zara's doing here.
No, there is no energy limit.
Yeah, I mean, so you could clear everything except for the Sentry. The Sentry would do 5 damage to face because of the -2 effect.
Okay,
It's even a discounted one.
it's got to be what he's going for, right?
There it is.
Bombardment being the MVP of this game so far. He's gonna take
Oh,
the
it's when
3 damage from the Interrogator, though,
yeah.
which actually the Mantis, Corsair will just seal it, right? That is exact lethal.
Well, this Sentry is
Oh,
going to have -2 attack, right? Because of the effect, so it won't quite get there.
oh, and then did he play a Miasmancer, actually? Because then okay.
Sanctuary is hitting the Rite of Redemption to a Desmond. We haven't seen that. And oh, he gets the
Wow.
second one from the shard. That does make it lethal. That is incredible. The shard on 8 tokens, giving a second copy of the next unit played, giving him the lethal. That is incredible. Okay.
Love to see that.
Yeah, it's that was very cool because the shard thing, when the stabilized shard gives a bonus card, like it's one of those things. It does happen. It affects games, but you almost never see it. Like almost never. So that was very fun. Off of the Corsair from the Sanctuary, it goes to show you got to be able to play around the RNG and strategize effectively. Wow.
No, that was great. Wow, we saw like multiple bombardments come out there with the fleet support. I will say, like, I'm a little surprised at the deck building from Zaratustra's side. With like 3 copies of fleet support, you would think, and a quartermaster too, you would think that he would have the burn in there, but maybe it's just the dispatch, the Lemieux's Rain, and the bombardments, perhaps. But that was actually a pretty cool game, and congratulations to imcute for taking game 1.
Yeah, nice comeback down to 7 health and then pulling back in. I'm curious to see what the deck selection is going to be for the next round now, because we're about to find out. Oh, never mind. Just going to the list page. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think we're going to see in game 2?
I could see. Well, if Zaratustra's gonna run the Marco back, maybe we see imcute go with the Scipius. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't think he wants to run the Earthen into it, maybe. So, all right, let's see it at work.
Okay. Skippy has had an interesting run. Zara's Skippy. Oh, but right now it's imcute playing the Skippy, so forget what I was saying. Yeah. Nice opening with the chamber in imcute's hand, and Zara getting some good armored systems engineer, Crimson Fleet machinist. We're going to see both players have a strong start here.
Wow, even in that last game with the Astil's Glaive at 3 from the armored systems engineer, didn't quite get there, huh?
Yeah, it was such a strong opening, and then it just didn't quite make it all the way. It was so close, but just goes to show.
Okie dokie. Well, that is a strong start from imcute. He's got the chamber, he's got the Magna, even the diplomat for the card draw. I mean, that is a good starting hand. But also Zaratustra's got a strong opener as well.
Yeah, imcute's in a bit of an awkward spot banking-wise next turn, maybe, because he wants to play that 2-drop, the Cunning Diplomat, but he can't bank the coin, doesn't want to bank Magna, so he's kind of hoping to draw something easily bankable.
Ooh.
Leviathan on turn 2 is probably, or he's going to go for the early Magna, but nothing got cleared. Okay, I guess he's going to go for the early Magna, but he's only getting one of the 3 options here, which is fine. He's going to damage and hold on to both the coin and the Leviathan. Next turn, he can actually get straight into the Leviathan, so that makes sense. It's well worth not getting the full Magna if it means you can do Leviathan on 3. So yeah, that actually looks really good. Let's see what Zara's doing here.
I like the... Oh, that's interesting. Lemieux's Rain. He's got another one in the hand, right? So just getting the irregulars going. Maybe he can find a dispatch to get the buff here. Oh, that's interesting. He found the fleet support. Maybe he can get a couple copies going there. But yes, imcute's going to get the Leviathan going this turn. Not bad indeed. 3 cards coming to the hand right now.
Yeah, let's see what this is. This is exactly what imcute needs here with an 8-drop in hand and nothing else. There's the Meritus, so we're feeling good. And so this token on the board here is the armed evasive token, which means it could have been nice if there was something a little smaller on the board for it to deal with, but it's not doing much here. Zara slamming down the machinist and drawing a discounted Lancer tank, getting the discounted vehicles out of the deck very easily since there aren't too many vehicles competing for the draw. Trading in the token and then clearing it out with the Lemmy's Rain. Let's see what he gets here regular wise.
Man, if Zaratustra has the thought to go for the discard on the Scimitar Captain or the Guerrilla Warfare, he could just snipe the Meritus. That would be something. And then it'd have to be a fair game, and imcute have to win off of value. But We'll see if that comes into play here.
That feels likely as a possible turn 6 play, if not sooner. Definitely, because he knows if he can just get Meritus out, it's making his life a lot easier. And there isn't really a ton imcute can do about it if he's not ready to deploy the combo. Still, Zara got the weakest token pretty much. I mean, the 3-1 with no keyword. Maybe, yeah, I feel like that is arguably the weakest one. So not the best result from Lemmy's reign. And it
I think he
looks
wants to go
like,
for another Scipius. Interesting.
yep, getting a big draw here. Pretty nice. And a second Magna, which this one's going to be fully activated, right? He'll get all 3. So actually a very strong play. He's going to burn a card here, but doesn't really care anymore, I suppose.
Does he burn actually 2 cards? Because the Magna draw in addition to the 3 cards. So yeah, he burned 1, then burned another.
Right, he'll burn a third even.
Which burns a third. Yeah, honestly, I wonder if that telegraphs that he does have Meritus in the hand, like if he was willing to go for that play, I think he might be like, okay, you're not that worried.
Absolutely does, and Zara will most likely pick up on that. Still though, like can this token can attack, right? So I guess yeah, he could do it this turn. He can hit face and then guerrilla warfare. Or he can guerrilla warfare either way, right? The assault only applies to the unit. So yeah, I mean, I wonder if he just rips it is the bottom line. Just gets the discard right now. Does not feel like a bad idea. But
I
let's see.
think
Still possible.
because we're not in territory, or Zaratustraa is not in territory of being like killed with the combo, I think he'll go for the development a little bit more here, and then he can hopefully clean up with the discard maybe in the later turns. Or he wants to potentially get a double discard off with that fleet support, maybe on turn 6 with the mana reduction.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely kind of rushing ahead if he did it that turn, so probably totally fine to chill out and wait, get way more value, and leave imcute in the dark for a little bit, guessing, wondering if he actually is going to get hit with a discard or not. Although you got to figure he's not super optimistic about holding on to that Meritus. Raven coming down, Hammer hitting the waist, and it looks like that researcher is going away into the bank of imcute. That's a nice play there. The 3-cost Wong coming down, and it's actually quite a good turn so far.
He's just flying through the deck, all the cards. You have to think Zaratustraa like, there's no way you don't have Meritus yet. I mean, I guess there's 18 cards. I mean,
no, I think you're right. He'll be assuming Meritus is in there. imcute's not burning 3 cards that he doesn't have to burn if he hasn't found Meritus yet. I think. I doubt it. I think it's a pretty fair. It's a pretty fair bet that at least the odds are in the favor of him having Meritus now from Zara's perspective. And if he wants to, he's like 1 turn away from doing a double discard.
Yeah, that's Cyber Deck.
Yeah, interesting.
All right, let's see here. What is Zaratustraa? He's got 5 energy. He's still the shield pod still lives. I want to bring attention to that.
But yeah, it's been living a long time in some of these games, didn't it? One of the Panda Zara games that went a long time as well.
So I would probably be like somewhat anxious to get that Lancer tank going, but I think I wouldn't be shocked if we see some kind of like rite of redemption, to kill this Wong after like the 2/2 pokes in. A 3-cost glaive is not the worst. We'll take that. See if
well, we've seen 3-cost glaive before and it wasn't enough, so I don't know if it's worth the bad juju just to even give it a second chance.
This one's a 3/7 though, okay? The other one was a 3/8, so totally different.
That's true. Lucky number 7. This one's pretty much guaranteed to be good. You have a very good point.
Oh, that's painful to have to bank the Lancer tank. I feel like you'd probably want that damage. But I think he is thinking that his game plan is fleet support right now, and that dispatch could come in handy, certainly after he gets a double the guerrilla warfare next turn. So then what's imcute's game plan right now, do you think?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, he still has Meritus, but it just doesn't seem like he's getting his surges, right? So he's not able to set up his OTK. Zara is gonna hit him with some discards sooner or later. He just needs to get Odious going, or like he has to get some other form of tempo and value. He has to like get big units on the board. Because I feel like waiting around and hoping for Meritus at this point is I mean, it's hard for me to not just stare at
Yeah.
Zara's hand and know exactly what's coming, right? So maybe he's thinking there's a chance, but yeah, planning on Meritus just is not the move right now.
I actually I kind of liked getting ODS down that turn. That would have been kind of cool. Just put the pressure on, especially I mean, he's still on the combo plan. Um but getting that big development down if oh, okay.
He's
Okay,
gonna say
sure.
no, never mind, not interested. Thanks, Allie, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw it in the waste instead.
Yep.
And the glaive goes to the bank, and the cyber deck comes down. A lot of interesting choices there. Cyber deck's going to definitely have Zara sweating now. He does have multiple. Well, he has the Speculator in particular as a way to block the double guerrilla warfare, although that will ironically stop him from removing the relic if he does so. It's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah. No, the key here is the cyber deck, right? I mean, that is he can absolutely still be on the game plan as long as he's got a way to
Oh,
counter
it'll
the
be a
guerrilla
2-drop.
warfare.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it'll be a 2-drop, so that means Raven can be discarded because the discount from fleet support makes it cost 2. So you won't have to discard the Speculator, which means he can remove the relic after. That's actually not bad at all for I'm Cute. Not bad at all.
Yeah. I think with that in mind, he just needs to find the cerulean surges and then he's sitting pretty, right?
Yeah, if Zara is not able to discard the Meritus, then I'm Cute's in a great position. That turns everything around finding
Oh.
that cyber deck. Unless Zara can find his own relic removal. I'm not sure exactly what he's running. That's tough.
Oh, that's interesting. He went for the dispatch. I wonder if that was to bait the block or the counter spell, you know? Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty weak attempt because it's not a very strong
Mhm.
dispatch. I'm Cute would be crazy to go throwing away a 2-drop after
Yeah.
that. I feel like
Yeah.
that's a weak bait, but you're right. It seems like what he was trying to do. Dispatch is not impressing me right now. That's all I can say. I'm a
Yeah.
broken record at this point.
Flux is a dispatch hater. That's fair. That's
100%.
fair. All right. What do we think we're gonna see here? He popped the energy. He's gonna go for the bombardment. Okay.
Well, the Miasmancer active definitely limits his options here. It doesn't have a ton he can do, so
Yeah.
bombardment making a lot of sense.
It's
Has to kind of
fair.
chill. Other than that,
Not
what
much
to
else
bank?
to do beyond this, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you
I don't
probably just do you need
necessarily.
2 chambers? Can you just bank the other chamber here?
I think so. He's no. What are you doing? No,
Ooh.
think about it. Think about it.
It's kind of a nuanced thing to think about the guerrilla warfare being reduced, though, because of the fleet support. I
It's the
don't.
finals. He needs to be nuanced. He needs
Yeah,
to be
I
locked in. He
agree,
does.
I agree, that's fair. That's fair, but he was thinking about it, he held on to it, but
Yeah, he got there in the end. Banks the speculator, not really worried about fleet support anymore. Going face with the hammer, which I kind of felt like we might see. Maybe not that turn, but it's like, all right, just if you're not getting the perfect combo, if Cerulean Surge is refusing to show up, just get some damage to face, make the 1-turn kill threshold lower. And Leviathan also going to give another 3 draw. I mean, he's just got to get there. And
oh
this
my
is going to
god.
be blocked by the Raven. Wait, no,
Oh,
it is.
no, 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 he didn't reduce the cost, right?
Did he play a spell before, or was that? Did I miss? I'm
Oh,
not
but
sure if I
this
missed it.
still works, though, because it goes to the waist, so we can get it with
Yeah, you can get it from
the
Triumph.
triumph, right?
Yeah, for sure. So the hammer is gonna go face again. Still no surge, which is really funny, but hammer hitting for 8. I mean, it's Zara is nowhere near lethal, and I'm Cute is driving the bus.
He's so locked in, he's playing quickly, actually, this entire game, he's been like, flying through it. I mean, he drew a ton of cards, didn't really hesitate, he's got a whole game plan going. Love it.
Yup, and it's another researcher off the top. Zara does get to draw a bunch of cards here, so not gonna have too much energy left afterwards. He can also clear this hammer finally, which he has to do.
Wow. Yeah, I would say that this game here, it has to be I'm cutes. I do wonder if this build of Lemieux is betraying him or if the Scipius I mean, he had an amazing hand. He started with the chamber, he had the Magna, he was able to Tioli into the Leviathan. I mean, he had an amazing start and he's been piloting it very, very well.
Yeah, this Lemmy list from Zara is coming up a little bit short right now, honestly. Like he's not having the best results. And right here, it's looking really ugly. Interesting to finally see the Rubicon get played, since that's a card
Yeah.
that it's honestly surprising to see it in the list in general. So this is gonna clear out that hammer. Yeah, it's fun to see the Rubicon. It's like doubling your hand, and it's the other effect, the tokens, plus the shield. Like there's a lot of value there. It just usually doesn't get played because at 6, it tends to be slower than other options. All right, here comes the big draws.
Okay, I see one cerulean surge at the very least in that waste. Because I was going to say, I don't think we've seen a surge in the hand yet, but he did burn, I think, at least 4 cards this game. So,
True. Makes
um,
sense.
yeah, that's probably why we haven't seen it show up yet. But there's
Oh,
one.
there it
Yeah.
is. There it is. Okay. So what's he gonna do? He has so many options here. Scanning through the waste, considering a triumph. Is Meritus lethal? I suppose that's what he's gonna do, because that is lethal. And we're gonna see I'm Cute going up 2-0 in the series for the finals. Zara on the ropes after a very strong run up to the finals. Now it's gonna take a reverse sweep to bring it home, and with $20,000+ on the line. Oh my goodness, this is I'm Cute is definitely happy for this to be the result of the first 2 games here. Wow.
Yeah. Now this was a joy to watch. I think I'm Cute is really, really locked in with this deck. Like I said, even knowing like to going for the burns, like just holding the right cards back for, the cyber deck stuff. Like he's just he's really piloted this very well.
And it's
And
so
there we have
smart that
it.
he picked the Skippy, because now he doesn't have to win the mirror against Zara's Skippy.
Mhm.
Like he can avoid that scenario that that Panda ran into.
Totally. Nicely done.
Wow.
Yeah, he's proud of himself. He's like, I played that well. Let's go.
Yeah, nodding to the camera, very happy. Wow, that was a the Lemmy deck is just not getting there right now. It's not finding a win condition really.
I'm telling you guys, I'm like not super impressed with Lemmy, but I will say again, I think in that first game, there was a couple opportunities where there was a fleet support up if orbitals were in there, but that's why I'm like, is like going back to the full burn plan with a Kathy maybe just like the better option? Maybe. I
Nerf
guess it
Kathy.
depends. Yeah.
Stop them. Don't let it happen.
Yeah.
No, it really
No,
could
but I
happen though.
mean,
It could happen. Like the Kathy deck is so consistent, and people could just be like, "What if I put 15 1-drops and then a bunch of the best burn in the game, and then GG?" Like it definitely could. You're probably inspiring some people to queue it up
yeah,
right
I
now on
shouldn't
the
do
ladder.
this. I don't want to see more Kathy. So I'm just
Just
kidding.
using your influence.
Yes. I will say I think it's just a matter of like if Lemieux's reign that card, because that it's restricted to Lemieux, right? So if that card can carry Lemmy, then maybe people will stick with it. But um or it just comes down to like refining the list, right? And finding the best version of it. But yeah, that was a great game from I'm Cute there. He's currently up 2-0. That means what does he have left here? We've got his Gafar. Oh, that's
That's
fun. We get
right.
to end the day with Gafar. Let's go.
It feels like Gafar is not getting respected. Like Nehemiah getting a lot of bans for sure, but Gafar has been a powerhouse deck throughout the weekend, as far as I can tell. It's just got such a strong. I mean, it's okay. Maybe powerhouse is going a bit far, but it's very strong. It can get big wins, and when it only needs to win one, and there's 3 chances to get there, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that position, because once Gafar gets going, it just needs that one game where the synergy comes together, and man, it can be tough to deal with.
Yep.
Granted,
Um
at least it's never mind. I lost my train of thought.
I'm looking at the like diamond to master stats here, and it looks like Gafar really struggles against Lemieux.
That's true. I mean, it makes sense. Lemmy,
Mhm.
it's the as I've said before today, it's the anti-earthen deck for Marco, and that makes a lot of sense. That's
Yeah.
probably as much as it's tough to do the 3 in a row, but yeah, he'll probably pick Lemmy again. I'm guessing Zara, and then
But then
yeah,
everything else across the board, it's like basically a 50% at least. Again, except Iraq, but I don't think
I haven't seen
Iraq
any of that this weekend, sadly.
Iraq didn't have too big of a showing. So if the stats are, consistent here, I would not be shocked to see I'm Cute lose this one with Gafar, but then he's got, a couple extra chances to take the win. So let's see.
Zara fighting for the reverse sweep. Let's see if he can do it, or if I'm Cute is going to take down the major. It is game 3, and in the opening hands here, Tanak on Cute's side, and Alvaro. He's kind of making some back and forth decisions there. Zara with a couple of 1-drops chilling. Wow, keeping the Tradecraft supporter in the opening hand, or instructor rather. That I'm telling you, that Tradecraft 1-drop is really, really good. Like that card is becoming more and more of a standout in the Gafar list as I see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could definitely see that. All right, let's see. Zaratustraa. Ooh, I wonder. Gosh, do you ever keep a No, you probably don't keep a bombardment, right? You don't want to be playing from behind. You want to develop yourself here. It could be
Probably
good
not on
against.
the play because not
Yeah.
enough cards, right? But I think if he's on the draw, he definitely might do it. And there goes the Tradecraft right on turn 1.
Yep. Change of heart now 2 cost, down from 3. That changed a little while ago, but definitely helped in making this more consistent. It's nice he's got a 2-drop, but that gunslinger is going to take out the instructor, so a little sad for him.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to get any of that value off of the Tradecraft instructor, but Alvaro replacing it and just having some nice high quality universal cards to get Gafar started here. Triumph of Earth, not the best draw for this situation. Probably could see that getting banked unless he yeah, I mean he's gonna want to play Gafar next turn possibly. Oh, this is one of those tough spots where, yeah, this is why Gafar struggles against Lemmy, is that Gafar itself is just going to get hard removaled super easily by one thing or another, like the Lemmy's Rain or, any of a million other
Mhm.
things.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn. I mean, it's probably wrong, but he technically could Lemmy's Rain this turn if he just wanted to poke and clear the Alvaro, and then next turn have the 1 plus the dispatch because to buff up the irregular that he summons this turn. Don't know if he'll go with that, but it's an option. I think
He's
he is
going to
going to do that
attack it.
play.
Wow, look at that. There it is. Taking 3
Yeah, I
damage to the
like it.
face, but not
I
too
like it.
bad.
I think this play eliminates, you want to just be keeping as many units off of the Kafar's board as possible, right? And then he gets to go for the buff next turn, so we like it. But there it is, that Terra Glider, the 3
Yeah.
copies, consistently getting there on 4. We'll see how good of a 4-drop he can summon.
So Zara's got the Defender token there off of the Lemmy's Rain, banking a Trigger Happy Trooper. And we're going to see a Machinist come down. Let's see what gets drawn off of that. At least maybe he's hovering over it. Gafar chillin', but easily can be taken care of with Right of Redemption. And this time it's going to be the no keyword 3-1, which gets buffed to a 4-2. Yeah, the board's getting a bit stronger. It looks like we're going to see a Machinist come down now.
I don't see why
really
we wouldn't.
He's really just taking his time on playing that. Okay, here it comes. Glaive at 4. Just feels so expensive compared to past Glaives.
We're getting used to 3-cost glaive. Okay, there's the Lancer tank as well. All right. Yeah, I would not be shocked to see the Terra Glider just come down here.
I would go so far as to say it would be one of the least shocking things that could happen this turn. But Tanakh
Well,
does
but
shock me, and the Terra Mech shocks me double. Whoa,
who would have
that is
thunk?
something.
There
I
we
was not
go.
expecting that.
I honestly wasn't expecting it either, but the Mycotoxic Vapor, this is one of the new cards that gives Pacify. So, honestly, I'm a little surprised, but actually, I suppose the longer you wait with the Terra Glider, the bigger units you can get. Maybe wants to go for a 5 or 6, perhaps, and yeah, that's interesting.
Definitely could be. I mean, he he can withdraw that Terramech at some point, which I think got tossed in the bank there. Didn't have to bank anything else. I mean, his hand is so good, honestly. You don't really want to bank anything here. Like, all 4 of these cards are S tier. And as you just said, the Terraglider absolutely can take a swing at 6 or 7 or 5 or whatever. I mean, it feels like I'm Cute is in no rush here, which is interesting because it's easy to get antsy and just want to rush into some damage here. But yeah, I mean, it was a good turn. Here comes the glaive.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the turn to get the glaive down. It should be pretty useful in helping clear out this Gafar list. There's also something to say about going for the pacify last turn, just like putting the Gafar to 1 attack, so they're not getting free trades. At least there's some damage getting put down here. But okay, Terraglider. Let's see. Guess he's gonna go for a 5. Yep. What's he
Oh, the
get?
Shambler. Interesting. So it
What does
doesn't
this do
take
again?
damage from anything except for decay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at 6-2, it makes it it goes down to 6-1 the next turn, and then it's kind of an unstoppable hit. It's interesting.
It's a little awkward though with the glaive being able to. Oh well, no. So it just only takes damage to decay. Wouldn't the
Decay
glaive damage?
only. Yeah, it's very, very
Wow.
weird. I know.
Okay. I guess that is a little annoying.
Plus, they still got to deal with this Gafar. It looks like Zara is just intending to deal with Gafar manually, holding on to his right of redemption. He's got double bombardment in hand as well. It looks like he's double checking the text on Mycophage as well. Definitely a card you don't see very often, but
He's confused as well. Uh, I'm
a
cute facial
controversial card.
expression. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really deep in thought here. He's like really considering some lines.
I
You know what?
mean,
In his brain right now, it's like one of those Hikaru Nakamura chess boards with like 10,000 arrows on it. That's what his brain is like right now.
well, I will say that, a 6-2 trades mighty fine into that 3-6. So, that's kind of nice.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, clear that glaive off, no problem. I mean, I'm Cute has a powerful hand. Like at any given moment, he can pacify something. After he can play formidable first, then use his change of heart, and his board is huge. And again, we can get one of these 2-turn lethals I've been mentioning throughout the day. Just formidable can really he's close to setting that up. Although there is hard removal and evasive, so it's not. Lemmy has more ways to get around that, but it's possible to set something up there.
Okay.
Here comes Lemmy.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Develops, clears. Not the worst. All right. Is I'm Cute able to build another board? He doesn't really have that many creative options right now. I mean, I'm sure.
I think he's gonna do it at the pacify play because he can keep his Shambler alive another turn. Like this will get it up to 7-2,
That's true.
and then
That's
that's
true.
what 9 plus 7. That's 16 damage right there, which has Zara close to lethal range. Wow,
Yeah, how much is that
pacifying
pushing?
Lemmy because Lemmy's the evasive one, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna clear out the board. Not quite as aggressive as I was being, but let's see. At least he clears out
Oh my
something.
gosh, he's
Yeah,
gonna go face.
almost.
Uh oh man, I think you might regret not clearing that glaive.
Ooh.
It's still too much health, I think, to justify just the full smork here, personally.
Oh, I want to see a Leroy though. Come on, just do it. Hit him in the
Fair.
face. I'm feeling it. Yeah, he's
Uh,
definitely leaning towards the glaive. He
oh,
doesn't know. He doesn't know.
he's talking
Oh
out
man,
loud to himself.
he just really doesn't know. Okay, he's going face. It's happening. Leroy. Let's see. Let's see if it works out. The Peacekeeper is not bad. He's gonna keep his Shambler alive for the rest of the game at this point.
I mean, actually, maybe this is just how you play Gafar. You just gotta be aggressive, perhaps? I don't know.
He is discarding something from the hand, so I guess the Gafar maybe. I mean, unless he's scared of yeah, there goes the Gafar. I mean, I'm Cute just needs to draw formidable and it's GG. Zara with his tournament life on the line, down 0-2. This is not a good situation. Lemmy yet again with his back to the wall. I don't know. Sheesh. Okay, the rain actually can clear the Shambler. I'm being a bit dramatic here. Everything's okay. Zara's got it under control.
Yeah, I can't see Gafar winning this right
Unless he's not
now.
going to remove it. What's going on here? Right of redemption? Shouldn't you,
Well,
can't
it's
you
still
remove?
am I insane? It's still got decay, no?
Oh, it's going to die from
Yeah, it's
decay.
just
Oh,
gonna die.
okay. He didn't
Yeah.
ever, okay. I'm being silly.
Oh,
Got
you're
it.
good, you're good. I think from this point, like, oh well, there's another formidable, but
There's a
oh
formidable.
my
It's actually
god.
really close.
Mobile Fortress Tetsu.
And don't forget the Terramech still in the waist, or in the bank with the withdraw, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of lurking.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I just got so excited about Shambler not taking damage from anything except for decay.
Yeah.
It became invincible in my mind. I was like, yeah, it just doesn't take damage. That'd be a pretty sick
You,
card. What about a 1/1 that can't be buffed and can't take damage of any kind?
you
Let's
could
see.
see on his face, like, I don't know what the other field of five is usually not the one that you go for. Like, right, you're putting it on
Ah,
4 for tempo, or you're holding out till 6, right? So I don't really know too much on the field of fives there, but that had to be one of the worst ones.
yeah. 5 is sort of the awkward space in between where it's like 4 is amazing, 6 is amazing, 7 is amazing. 5 is still good, but it's just not quite at that level. Zara building up this huge board, though. I mean, I'm cute with the formidable. He's still got some room to maneuver, but I don't know. Zara getting pretty close to stacking up lethal on his side of the board. And there's
Okay.
another paraglider.
Technically, he can play. Well, let's see what he goes for here. Okay, he's gonna go for 4.
Or yeah, he was thinking the same as
Oh
us. And there's
gosh,
another ardent negotiator. Get out of here.
painful.
Still
Yeah, look, I said it, but I think this is what, a 35% win rate for the Gafar, so I don't think it's that out of the ordinary here. But I will say I don't think this would have probably won him the game, but on turn 4, instead of going for like that Terra Glider into like a high roll merciless bulwark type of scenario, he did go for the new decay card on that irregular, which over 2 turns it did clear it. So, and it did buff the board. But that's the only thing that I can really point to that maybe would have changed the game. But I think it just was going to be tough for him no matter what.
maybe still got a little bit of room for Zara here, right? He can gunslinger and then Rite of Redemption to get rid of that Terraglider. Assuming he doesn't have some evasive, I'm missing. I don't think he can do any evasive attacks here.
Oh
He's
wait,
got.
actually,
He
hang on a
also can
darn
discard.
second.
Okay, let's see.
You might be. Oh, he's at actually
Also, the
Zaratustraa is
Lancer.
at 7.
Yeah, the Lancer tank can also, on attack, deal 4 damage to target enemy unit, so he doesn't even have to use the Rite of Redemption there. So, yeah, now
Yeah.
it's interesting. He actually can Gunslinger face and play Scimitar. He doesn't need to. I keep thinking. Okay, you don't need to. He can either do that and get the unit. Yeah, so he's going to discard. Assuming I'm not crazy here, he's going to play Scimitar. It's going to discard I'm Cute's only card, and actually Zara might be about to win here.
Yeah.
Rite of Redemption, Scimitar unit side. Assault has happened. Unless did Gunslinger have to target the 2/5? Maybe he has to do effect. Nope, I'm not crazy. Yep, it's the unit side. And yeah, man, I mean that's I don't know what I'm cute is gonna draw. I mean, formidable would be close, but not quite there. That might actually be it, right? Zara's gonna go ahead and take that win, proving everybody wrong, including the casters. Wow. 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 Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
gonna do.
No, I think that yeah, Gafar should be pretty unfavored in this scenario. It looked like maybe for a little while there he had a chance, but I mean, unless he top decks another, holds on to that decay and top decks another formidable here, but I'm
No
pretty sure
bank.
this.
Very sad. Zara's gonna draw. Double draw, in fact. Wow. I mean, I'm cute was close. Like for a second there, he really seemed to have things potentially wrapped up, whole tournament in his back pocket. Now he's really got to get back in the right mindset to fight a long battle because he's got a long way to go. One win against Zara is a lot of wins.
Yep. Let's see. Catherine, is that actually enough damage here? Let's see. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
With the pacified Lancer tank, I think he's a bit short, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm,
Yeah, he's a
pretty close.
little bit.
Well, he's pretty close though. You got to put the other Catherine down, so I see that 2-1 can maybe still attack.
Yeah, it's not quite
Oh,
going to get there, but what is
mhm.
imcute going to do? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
GG. Zara takes the win, and we got a series on our hands here. Wait a minute. This is not battle ready, right? Nothing there is gonna. That gives it defender, but it's not. Shouldn't be enough, I don't think. Let's see. I mean, no, definitely not. It's gonna get killed, and then there's definitely lethal from Kathy. So Zara's about to win this one. Also, evasive damage could be enough there. Yep. All right. So that's going to do it. And yep,
Yeah.
Zara going to keep himself in the tournament by the skin of his teeth. Wow. That was quite
Yeah,
a game.
yeah. I mean, that at a certain point, I think that Lemieux just has too many tools to deal with the Gafar units. Like with 3 copies of Lemieux's Reign, Lemieux himself, I think he can just sort of pick off the units one by one here, and bombardments as well. He just can't really get there. So that was to be expected, right? It's a bad matchup for the Gafar, and so now he's just got to take down the Scipius and also the Agincourt, right?
Yeah, still got quite a way to go. Gafar definitely has a good chance to win against either of those. I'm actually kind of curious. Could be a tough match against the Skippy deck for sure. Zara going to Agincourt next, so we're going to see a lot of units on the board. Going to be a big board battle here from the looks of it. Let's see
I
how
can
these
see this
opening
one
hands
going
go.
either way, honestly.
Yeah.
Let's see. I would love to see some amazing Mei Lynx action here. I haven't seen her too much this tournament, so maybe we can get some good upgrades on her.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where it's so threatening that it never really gets to do what it could do because everyone always answers it, right? Which is too bad. But it's gotten a little bit of play so far, and Zara not finding any 1-drops is a bit annoying for him. imcute's got a nice hand there, actually, very nice.
Yeah, he's got options. Double 1-drop seems good. Even has a change of heart. Now, we've mentioned it multiple times this tournament, but those mechanics are menaces. That's for sure. So, I honestly, both players have a pretty reasonable hand here.
Yeah, but Zara's lacking on turn 1. He's going to make up for on turns 3 and 4, definitely. The Steward
Hmm.
coming down for imcute right on turn 1, getting his ramp going. Definitely a strong start. And Zara picking up a Rite of Redemption. Not useful yet, but he can play either of these 2-drops for a really good start. Probably going to play the Sentry. Well, no, maybe not, because his hand is mostly units, so maybe we see Mei come down here.
Wow, this is potentially the final game, folks. If imcute takes this, we'll see if we get to a game 5. But okay, there's the glaive, 4-cost glaive. Shame,
4 costs. Lame.
lame. Gonna bank that
Triumph in the
Triumph of
bank.
Earth. Curious if we'll see him just throw the Gafar down. I like it.
Something that Mei can't immediately deal with. And Zara does have the forward mechanics, but doesn't have a way to discount the overclock, doesn't have a Tioli yet, so he doesn't actually have a way to activate that yet this turn, unless I'm mistaken. And still really no good way to play the Sentry, unless he wants to risk not being able to bank next turn. It's kind of an awkward hand for turn 3, I feel like.
It is a little awkward. I'm much better than whiffing entirely. Wow, he decides to go for the. I'm kind of curious about that. Do you think he should have just played the sentry and banked the one of the other 2 4s or something like that.
I think I
Hmm.
like this pretty good because if the forward mechanic sticks, I guess that one's kind of getting cooked, but I don't know. It's he has no good way to deal with Gafar right now after banking Right of Redemption, and if he plays the Sentry and can't bank, like he's missing more draws. I feel like it's an okay decision. Um, he's gonna play the other mechanic next turn anyway. He's still gonna get a buffed unit. But yeah, Gafar getting up to 1-9, and Zara just doesn't have the answer quite yet. Spine and Face Disc both in his hand. Spine is just such a strong card, so that's going to get some value most likely.
Definitely one of the best new cards from Deception for Encore here. Okay, options are to play the mechanic, right, and get it super the Juggernaut super buffed with both of them on the board, or I think there's something to say about just developing a glaive against a Gafar board, but it looks like he's gonna go with the mechanic instead.
Yeah, it's just such a good opportunity to get a huge Juggernaut, and if you get a good upgrade here, it can really start to turn the game around. So let's see what he's going to get upgrade wise. Ambush Claws, so not the best, just a 1-drop upgrade, given a little attack buff there. But the 5/8 defender, definitely strong. It could get silenced potentially if he doesn't want to deal with it, but we'll see what happens. Here comes Terraglider, and it's going to be a 4 flip.
I like the 4s. Let's go.
I like
Ooh,
the 4s too, and
interesting.
it's our friend Lucian here, Lucian Laurent Reborn, defecting to Earth from the Markolian side. Interesting, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I you're right. Like getting a big defender does make sense here. The glaive does have shielded though, so it kind of stops like getting pacified, or it makes it a little bit more annoying to deal with. But he's got 2 change of hearts in hand. He's also got a no snitching, I guess, to get around some shielded units here. Um, what else?
Yeah, I mean, the glaive is kind of helpful, but he just really needs to deal with this Gafar before he's able to. Like 1-9 defender with a shield pod next to it just seems like
Is very scary. Yeah.
gotta go.
And the thing is like the longer he waits to clearing, like he's gonna be able to start pacifying things pretty soon.
Yeah, the potential for imcute to ramp his board up stats wise is very high.
He can even go into Tinkerer and Change of Heart next turn, which
Yeesh,
is
that would be really, yeah, that would be a lot. That would be a lot to deal with. Yeah, Zara does not want to see it go down that path. He's gonna play a Grawl and then get a unit from the bank here. Let's see. And
what
that
do you
is
get?
going to be the Face Pulverizer. Yeah, so big stat buff there. Very nice. He's going to go ahead and attack that Gafar, get it down to 4. He's getting there. He's getting there. But it's not killing. And now it's
Oh
a chance
man.
for a lot of buffs.
Well, that shielded can be got through with a no snitching. Why did okay. He just wants to
So
get rid of the
defender's going away.
defender. Sure.
Getting some control over the board here. Doesn't want to deal with that. And just like you said, Ali, there's the Ruin Tinkerer, and we are going to see a Pacify on the formerly defensive Juggernaut, and it is just going to be sitting there not doing much. Man, that is +6/+6 of stats. And it is going,
Yeah,
he's
I like
going
it.
face.
I
He's like,
like
all
it.
right,
Go face. I
wow.
think the well, yeah, I think the longer this game goes on, like the more options that the Encore is going to have here. So I like being aggressive. There is also another Juggernaut that's going to come down at the end of the turn, which is pretty irritating.
Yeah, clearing out that one workshop mechanic feels good since otherwise it's going to be a buff for the next Juggernaut token. I mean, man, I'm cute threatening Zara again. He's like, all right, I want to end this tournament. I want to take first place. Deal with this, or rather, don't deal with it because he's trying to end this. You can see that. I mean, look at this board.
Yeah.
He's
Let's
like,
see.
get me
What
out of
does
here.
that new Lucien do? Effects played by the enemy player costs 1 more, and damage dealt by enemy effects also causes you to gain that much health. And then whenever the enemy player plays an effect, you get to draw a card. For anyone that doesn't know the full details of that new Lucien Laurent.
Is the
Okay.
glaive going to the bank? Yes, it is. And Miasmancer is coming down, so Pacify is going to get ignored for a minute. And this is a really big issue for Gafar, is just Miasmancer getting around the Pacify stuff. All those units that you were kind of sweeping under the rug, they show up again as monsters under the bed, and you have to deal with them. So, got 2 attacks for Zara. And I wonder if we see... Okay, yeah, just getting rid of the biggest attack units, just shutting down the attack power. PS8 also fantastic. Ruin Tinkerer going away, just minimizing the units on the board, getting this under control. Actually, a really nice turn for Zara.
That was a really, really good turn. Even got to take out the Tinkerer. Wow, another Miasmancer comes into the mix, though.
Yeah, I mean, can't play it this turn, right? Zara could chain the Miasmancers and kind of block imcutes for a while, but Miasmancer has really been the star of the weekend. It's just so powerful in this meta. He's thinking about banking Tanakh or Miasman. Wait, am I crazy? Do you want to just bank? Is he valuing the stats on the stewards and keeping them for that reason? I'm surprised he's not banking one of those.
I'm very surprised he's not banking one of those too. I feel like it's just a tool that could come in handy, especially with these defenders on the board. I'm not
There's no way you bank Miasmancer. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
right.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Like, kind of a weird. Yeah, that's kind of a weird to knock bank, but at least okay. Just don't bank Miasmancer.
yeah. What's going on? Why? Oh, is it because Tanakh is he played Miasmancer last turn? He can't.
Yeah, I guess that's true. He wants to get
So
maximum value this turn, so bank it rather than hold it for the next turn. That's fair. I just could not countenance the banking of Miasmancer there. Still, Zara with the 000, not really what he wants. What the hell? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
tree of a kind. Tree of a kind. I don't think
Oh, the
we.
worst 3 of a kind. It's like 3 2s when there's a royal flush on the board. This is not what you want here, I feel like. Oh my.
Um.
With his tournament life on the line. Why now?
Yeah, this is looking rougher and rougher by the second for I'm cute. I'm trying to. Well, you know what? I wonder if there is a triumph. I think there might be 2 triumphs in his list.
True.
Yeah, there are 2 triumph of Earths. So maybe that could, but he's still at Zaratustraa still at 25. Like that is just not enough.
Yeah, and also I guess it is worth, as much as I was complaining about the no snitches, he could use those on his own pacified units if I'm not crazy. So that might be a way to sneak in like a lethal hit later on, maybe. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, with the Miasmancer coming down again, I'm cute. Both his cards are not playable yet. And Zara does have a chance. Critical Fusion, an interesting draw. Okay, Formidable is also interesting. Like, it's good, but do you want to play it now? I guess you do. You want to clear out some units, potentially. I don't know. I'm not sure what he wants to do here. What do you think? What do you think about this spot?
I think that this is just slipping away from him. I think that this is very, very tough. I mean, he can go with the formidable, sure, but there's still so much damage that needs to be done to Zarathustra's face. Maybe another decay pacify to clean up some of the units on the board here could work, but I am having a hard time seeing the out for I'm cute. I mean, oh gosh. Actually, the 5/1 does have decay, right? Or no, it's sorry, it's just pacified.
Pacify, but
Oh,
that's big. That draw.
Gafar.
Yeah.
That's not the worst. I
Really
mean,
not the worst.
that's something.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Zara is going to get to that place where if I'm cute, can't really refill his hand much, then like the Juggernaut tokens become a big source of value. And then it is a lot of health, as you pointed out a few times, like 25. I'm cute's not particularly close. So it's like, where's his win going to come from at this point? Definitely this Gafar the Vigilant is helping. But yeah, it's plausible that I'm cute just continues to be low on resources from here, and Zara just inevitably gets him with his infinite value.
Yeah, I mean the Gafar. Okay, the Gafar is good for disruption, but I'm cute. In order to like find enough damage, he's still gonna need to develop a board. So he needs maybe another Terra Glider. He could go for a bigger one. That could do some work for him here.
Interesting. Getting rid of the workshop mechanics, so the last one in Zara's deck gets eliminated as well. I mean, honestly, Ali, I feel like I'm Cute does have a board. Maybe not much of a way to refill, but there's some pretty good units right there. And with the Pacify and the 5/1, Zara's only got a Miasmancer to attack with. Still, lots
Yep.
of powerful upgrades in the hand. Critical Fusion could be big here.
It's true. I've been kind of counting I'm cute out of this, but I think you're right. Like maybe I'm being a little too pessimistic. I mean, with this Juggernaut coming down for Zaratustraa, that's definitely going to be quite nice for him. The Critical Fusion could do some work as well. He could pull out a lot of damage with that Spine.
Spine is big buff, and the Gafar is still on the board too, so Zara's stuck attacking it over and over. I mean, unless he gets evasive from an upgrade, like, it's an interesting spot. I mean, I'm Cute still at 30 health. Granted, Zara
That's
can
very
definitely,
true.
yeah, he can get bigger attacks on the board, but still, it's starting to look a bit worse for Zara here. That's to say the least.
Okay, that has got 14 attack. That has armed and relentless, but no evasive to get through these
If it
defenders.
if that could just have evasive, then my goodness,
They could
that would be
just have
something.
evasive, that'd be
Low
great.
key. What Zara doesn't have is an immediate answer for Gafar the
Oh,
Vigilant, which is... Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. Exactly. I said it a couple turns ago.
wow.
Yeah, so he's no snitches his own pacify. That's the answer. Very, very nice. And just like that, I'm Cute is back on the back foot with a myotoxic vapor. Zara shaking his head in frustration at that draw there. He did not want to see that. Very understandably, since he was going to have lethal. Now he does not necessarily, not quite. He still has Relentless plus Spine though. Is that lethal on the other token? That's
Mm,
very close. I
it's
mean, it's
very
+9, right?
close.
So 12 times 2. It's not quite lethal.
Oh,
He's
he's
gonna
banking
bank
in
the
the Prowler
Prowler.
too, which could come back with the withdrawal later.
Yep.
That's gotta be a lot. I don't know if it's exact, but it's very, let's
It's a
see,
lot, but it's not lethal. So
24.
he's like
Yeah.
gonna clear the unit there with the armed, not taking any damage. Hit face for 13. And I mean, next turn is very lethal, and I'm Cute doesn't have any way to deal with it. The Tradecraft Instructor is not going to be the answer. And just like that, it's 2-2. Zara in position for the reverse sweep, and we got a game 5 of the finals with $22,000 plus on the line and a guaranteed seat to Worlds. That was quite a comeback when you were counting I'm Cute out maybe 3 turns prior. What do you want to say for yourself after that one?
Well, he lost. So, I think I think good. Zaratustra took that one, so, now we actually get a game 5. I mean, I don't like the idea of Gafar betraying I'm Cute, in this series here, but it is definitely possible, and I think, the final deck that we've got is Zaratustra's Scipius, right?
Oh my.
So and it's such a unique deck. I
Wow.
mean, I didn't see anybody else, at least in the final days here, day 1 and 2, bring quite the same list as this like swarm kill switch deck. And it's going to be facing off against the Gafar. So, yeah, I don't really want to see Gafar lose 3 games in a row, but I think throughout the entire tournament, I've been really impressed with Zaratustra. But honestly, I'm Cute. Like, I think this is actually such a good final. They've both played incredibly well. And yeah, there's certainly a lot on the line. And Zaratustra has already won a major in season 1. So he's gunning for being a second major winner. And I think the only other person that's won 2 majors is Viper, right?
Wouldn't
Think.
this be the first double major win, or am I crazy?
No, I think
Did Viper win too?
Viper won the last one of season
Okay,
1
Viper did
and the
win too. Okay,
first
my bad, my
one.
bad. So yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
the second time it's been done. I mean, listen, it'll be an epic moment if Zara wins game 5 with this, what I want to call homebrew Skippy. This is a ridiculous pulse tap, 6 relics, Exodia, like just absolute bonkers deck. So if this wins the whole thing for him, it's going to be crazy. But if he loses on it, then it's going to feel like, I don't know, almost like betrayed by his own thing. It's also, okay, if Zara wins, then only 3 people have ever won a major, which is actually hilarious. It goes to show it's a skill-based game, to say the least. That's actually
That's
crazy.
actually really funny. Oh man. Well, I feel like this is actually quite an amazing matchup for this final match here, and it's exciting that we get game 5, right? Whenever these massive, high stakes games are on the line, it's always nice to have it go to game 5. Yeah, prediction. Which way do you think this is gonna go?
I feel like I hate to say it, but I feel like Zara takes it and imcute gets reverse swept. I'm feeling that. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, it's the caster curse, so for the sake of breaking the curse, I'll say that imcute will take this. But if I'm being honest,
I don't know. It's
think...
too late. Yeah, you already started saying it. We all
I
know what you
did.
were gonna say.
That's fair. Well, I think that Zaratustraa just he's really locked in with this particular deck, and the thing is like Gafar can do some crazy stuff though. So it could go either way. I think it really comes down to Gafar's early game though. That's probably gonna be a huge factor.
Yeah, imcute's gonna need a good start here. Gafar does not have the most board clears. It's just one of those things that he needs to take the tempo. He is going second. He's on the draw, so he's not going to have the immediate tempo advantage. But let's see what these opening hands look like. Game 5 of the major. It all comes down to this after 2 days of nonstop high-level competition. And that's a nice mulligan for imcute right there.
All right. Yep. Looking strong. Let's see
Zara throwing the whole hand back, it looks like.
Yeah, none of that. None of that. None of that. Needs to find it's like chamber or that type of stuff.
Beautiful hand. He's going to need to hold on to those relic repurposings to deal with some of Zara's relics. I wonder if we see an Alvaro bank, maybe. Zara's first, of course, so he's got to make his thing. Nice opening for Zara as well. The chamber into the Raven, into the drone printer, or potentially straight into drone printer on 2. So some nice starting options there. He just has to choose. Does he want to bank Kara or paid off? Considering the paid off, it looks like.
Yeah, I think I'd probably get rid of the paid off in this scenario. I think I want the draw with the drone printer option. I feel you've got the chamber in the hand, so the Raven could be annoying, like answering the high health Gafar. And then I think so. It's between paid off and Akara, and I think paid off against a Gafar isn't like that insane. So I think a good decision to bank there.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Akara, I mean, it's tough for Zara to keep it in his hand long enough, but if he was able to, it's one of those things that can be part of his win condition. imcute just absolutely turbo spamming the Tradecraft instructor, and he draws a second change of hearts. He's got 3 pacify enablers already. Pretty wild.
Interesting to have Zaratustraa. Like he's definitely respecting the relic repurposing. Not developing the chamber there. Man, Pulse Tap is such a cool card. I love this deck. I think it's really neat.
Yeah, it's nice to see Pulse Tap making an appearance, but not being like overwhelming, because these ramp cards, they're often unplayable or they're kind of overpowered, like to an annoying degree. But in Pulse Tap's case, it's got this interesting niche sort of use case with a token generation deck like this, and who knows if we'll see it in some other go wide decks in the future. It's a very interesting card.
Well, let's see. What's he contemplating here? I mean, if he's wanting to hold back the chamber for, the guaranteed Raven utility, I could see it, but it's a little awkward. It's been a slow start for him, I suppose.
He was waiting for us to finish being excited about Pulse Tap politely, and then he finished it after that, which is very nice. I appreciate that.
Giving the card its time. Okay, so access to 2 energy here from imcute. Wow, we're gonna go with the bank on the change of heart. I mean, I like it. I think it makes sense. I think he's really valuing this to knock being an extra unit, and then providing him another one. Oh, we got Granny on 3.
Yeah, with the buff from Tradecraft as well. So we're starting to see that value ramp up, which has been very good for Gafar in other games. One of those snowball effect things that can start to push Gafar towards a win. Zara with just a lot of good options. Just a question of when to deploy what. Definitely respecting the relic repurposing to a high degree. I mean, I'm cute's been holding a lot of cards, so assuming Zara's
Mhm.
watching the hand, he's going to know that there's some protective, reactive cards in there for sure, and it seems like he's playing accordingly, just playing it very slow. Nonetheless, though, I'm cute is starting to develop, and with Gafar, as soon as you have 3 units on the board, it's already getting kind of scary, especially when you can't help but have tokens show up on the board, so you can't even avoid giving him Pacify unless you play Hydralist. And here we go.
Yep, there we go. Which one is it gonna
Raven
be?
plus Chamber, just like Ali said, just like you said last turn, and looks like it's going to be the Interrogator. Drone Printer getting discarded. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the Leviathan in the hand, it makes sense because he's found the card draw. I'm okay with that. And sometimes I think that the universe rewards you when you make the right decision. So he got a replacement drone printer after the bank there. So all right, let's see. Looks
Oh
like we're
wait, it's the best card in the game, Tactical Display. We got to see that get played.
perfect. Excellent.
If you don't
Actually,
like
I
that
do
card,
low key like I love tactical display. I
yeah, no joke.
reminds me of those early Lemmy days. That's a fun one.
I
Um,
legitimately want to see it get played. I mean, it would make me laugh. The Miasmancer off the top and the Tradecraft Instructor still getting a lot of value with the whole tournament on the line, and it's a very precarious, let's say, position. I just feel like I'm cute is really close to popping off with some big buffs here. The Viaquin, nice though. The double coin draw as well as pulse tap. Zara has successfully held on to a Kara, and that's going to be huge for later, but doesn't
mhm.
have a ton of stuff to really manage the board now aside from Leviathan.
Yeah, this has just been a really slow start for Zaratustraa. But I will say that like with that new outnumbered card, right? You'd bounce a unit back to the hand and then summon 1/1s based on that bounce to units attack. Like he can kind of out of nowhere build a massive board. And so as long as he's not dying, like and he's got the kill box as the backup, like I uh I don't think it's, like, over if he hasn't, like, gone super wide in the first few turns. So, I think this could still go either way as it currently stands. Yeah.
Definitely. Plus, I'm cute does not have any more relic removal right now. So eventually, when Zara decides to make that play, I mean, as of right now, the relics can start sticking. He has been very cautious. We've gone from seeing 5, 6 relics on the board with regularity to 0 right now. It's a very odd game for the wacky Skippy. And sure enough, we're going to see both Pacify and Decay. And yeah, pet repurposing comes right back as soon as I said that. So never mind. Zara's relics are still at risk. But yeah, nice buff there. +4, +4 of stats hitting the board off of the Pacify buff. And I'm cute, continuing to drive the bus right now, continuing to be in control.
So, options, there is the, Leviathan's 3 draw in the Scipius if he wanted to throw it out for card draw, but with Akara, like, I do wonder if this is a game where he wants to be a little bit greedier with the Scipius, potentially. Um, but he's got a lot of options with those 2 Teolis in the hand. At some point, he'd probably like to get the pulse tap developed, but of course wants to respect another relic repurposing.
Gonna get some Teolis deployed, and let's see where it goes. Kara,
Oh man, is the Akara gonna get banked?
that would be surprising to me, but let's see. Is he doing it just to get the token? Just to that's not what I expected.
Yeah.
Like he held that Akara so close to the chest, like he was not letting that
I
thing go, and now
know, I
it's taking the bank.
agree. I feel like I had that in my head for the game plan. So I'm a little disappointed to see it, but it's understandable. Uh,
All right.
Wow,
Well, I
no.
guess Zara's leaning into the kill box strategy with the pulse tap. Definitely getting more aggressive with the relics. Now, I'm cute. Does have more relic removal, but it's not enough to get everything. Another Tanakh hitting the board, and man, Tradecraft Instructor still on the board. The value that that one drop has gotten, it's provided +3/+3 of stats so far to cards off the top of the deck, and it's not slowing down. I'm cute has more pacify in the hand. He can also stop Zara from banking at any point if he wants to with this unassuming agent, or Miasmancer to block all the musters. I mean, I'm cute just has such an amazing range of options right now. It's incredible. And
Yeah,
the
ab-
drone printer is going bye-bye.
yeah, for sure. Wow. I mean, that hand from Zaratustraa just like is not it. You know, 2 kill boxes, 2 chambers, Tioli. We're gonna probably see the Scipius come down next turn. Man, this is looking more and more like a Far's game with every second that goes by. He's down to
Wow.
13.
Gafar guffaws gloriously as I'm cute gets close to the third win of the match. I mean, this really could be it. Zara is like for the third game in a row, and we said this like both game. We've said this a lot, and then the other player wins, so caster curse in effect. Nonetheless,
I literally was
Zara
just
on
thinking
the
that.
ropes though.
Oh,
He's
that'll be
on the
so
ropes.
terrible if we curse Zaratustraa. This is why casters just need to shut up and not take any predictions before the finals. That's my bad. I asked you the question. But
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see I'm cute win this as well. I actually am really impartial here. Both players have done an amazing job. So yeah, I'm
So
happy for
professional.
whoever
I'm
takes it.
highly biased chat, so don't get it twisted. All right. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. JK. Yeah, let's see here. Zara has not yet committed to the Skippy, but it certainly seems like he needs to draw some cards. Like it's just he doesn't appear to have the answer in his hand for this situation, and that's putting it mildly. Like I feel like you got to draw, but it's not great.
Yeah, I mean,
Ruin
I would love to
Tinkerer
see
comes down.
the Scipius come down for that draw. He still can utilize the Leviathan's activatable ability, right? Discard
True.
one of the kill boxes, I suppose, to take out a unit. Yep, finally gets that
Yeah.
instructor off the board.
3 energy to remove a 1 cost that got like so much value. That card's slapped, and at least he gets to do something though. But I don't know. It's not the best spot for Zara to be in right now with a tournament life on the line, and drawing another Tioli is absolutely not it.
Oh my gosh, hold on a second. Is that where we've got 12 damage?
6+6
Like,
is 12. Is
6
there
is
any way to
12?
get a buff that I'm missing? I think he's got to wait one more turn to get the full lethal, but holy crap, it's super close. I'm sweating.
This is almost I mean, can the shield pod attack with Miasmancer? Or no, or
Does Shield Pod have the ability to attack? That's crazy. Okay, Shield Pod's not usually alive on turn 6, Ali. So this is
yeah,
actually
we haven't
lethal after Miasmancer if he attacks with all of the battle ready first. Just don't mess up your order here. Yeah, I've
actually
never
that's
seen that. I don't think I've ever seen Shield Pod on the board this late for a Miasmancer to. He's playing unassuming agent.
okay.
Am I wrong?
Well, I'm actually not 100%. You don't run into this situation very often. This is where you really got to know your interactions. I don't know for sure if that's how that works, but it doesn't matter because I'm cute doesn't think that that's how that works. So, he did
It's not
not.
a keyword. Cannot attack is not a keyword, so I suppose it wouldn't. I just got too excited.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
All right. So Zara down to 10 health and definitely still fighting for his tournament life. He can draw, he can send stuff back to the hand. Those kill boxes are no longer available. So it
Uh,
definitely production is telling us it absolutely would have been lethal, and I'm cute through. I
yeah.
just can't assume that he would miss lethal. I just assumed it couldn't be possible. I'm being told though, yes, that absolutely could have attacked. I couldn't fathom that was the case. Wow. So I'm cute apparently does not understand the interaction, and I didn't want to throw production under the bus. I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, okay. Wow, that is a $12,000 turn if Zara manages to come back from here. And that would be very, 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 very rough. Let's see what
Yeah.
happens.
To be fair, shield pod doesn't usually live that long with attack, so that's fair. All right. Well, is there any room for Zaratustraa coming back into this? I mean, with the formidable presence in the hand, it's very unlikely. But I guess the pulse tap has got 4 counters on it. He's also got a Tioli. He hasn't dropped the Scipius yet. Oh, okay.
That
There we go.
is gonna be lethal, and I'm cute
Wow.
is not concerned with giving it an extra turn just for the suspense of the whole situation, and he's gonna take the lethal, and that is a big win. The major number 2 of season 2. I'm cute taking the win, 22 plus $1,000, a guaranteed seat to Worlds, and poof,
Yeah,
what
look
a
at
tournament run! Look at that reaction. Oh man, no cap.
Amazing. Wow. Congratulations. I'm cute.
Wow.
The second major winner. Look at that enthusiasm. Oh, you got to admit that's
Wow.
the best feeling in the world, though. Just $22,500 richer and a guaranteed spot to Worlds. Let's go. Whew.
And yeah, you can see it hitting now. Emotion starting to set in that he really did it.
Yeah, bro. Like I love that that reaction from I'm cute right there. Like jumping, like he was bottling that up for a while now, 2 days now, man. And he was like not giving anything to the camera, not giving anything like any sort of joy. It's all like stank face, as as Q Flux would say it. But bro, congratulations to congratulations to Ike for getting that win. 5 matches, guys. Like it was back and forth. It all came down to him overcoming that relic deck that Zaratustraa was able to muster up. But bro, like I'm not sure, guys. You definitely have those casters curse already set up. So,
Kind of feels
bro,
like it.
yeah,
I'm
feels
not gonna
like
lie.
feels bad, man. Feels bad, man.
Ali owes Zara like 5 to 10K. Y'all have to
We
you have to
owe
work it
him a
out
lot of
in
money,
private.
I
in the
guess.
DMs.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot. Anyway, guys. What was that? What was the weak point with that kind of matchup in the last match between I'm Cute and Zaratustra? So why was I'm Cute able to do what others couldn't in that match? Let's start with Ali.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a few things. One, like the quality of the hand wasn't fantastic, but also he had to deal with the relic repurposings and sort of respecting that. Like normally you would just get the chamber down on turn 1, be able to spiral that a little bit more. But yeah, the double kill box, double Tioli, I think like there just wasn't enough things really to put a lot of pressure on. So I think that kind of was a big part of the issue. However, I will say that I had wished I had seen the Scipius come down at some point for an extra 3 cards to the hand. Like I think he was holding on to it, but he didn't have the time. Gafar was doing what Gafar does, buffing things up, and yeah, ultimately he got there.
Yeah, to follow up on that Flux, right? On what Ali has said. Like there was one point that I saw I'm cute. Instead of targeting the pulse tab, he went in with the drone printer. So, like, would you have any insights regarding why he did that?
I mean, it's tough. He was just respecting the relic removal so much, and to a point where it seemed to hamper his strategy. Maybe with so many relics, he should have just let them fly. But it's honestly hard to gauge the printer versus the pulse tap when they're both really powerful. They both have multiple effects, and they both do very different things. I would really be curious to ask Zara and kind of hear his opinion on that spot and like how he can even measure the two. But yeah, I mean, what a series. To me, it seemed like the ultimate issue was that Skippy deck is quite matchup dependent potentially, and like when it was able to find the right matchup, it won. But it just seemed like I'm cute kind of knew how to maneuver around it, and specifically avoiding the Skippy mirror in that final set was, I think, probably the key thing. Because if he had to do a Skippy mirror, Zara would have probably won that matchup.
Yeah, guys, like that definitely makes sense. Like he was I was thinking of it like he didn't want more units on the board because something might happen down the line. But yeah, bro, like I'm cute was already set it up with his banning of Nehemiah. He probably thinks that he can outpace that Scipius deck that Zaratustra was bringing. But yo, man, kudos to I'm Cute for finding that out. And it like where others have failed, I'm Cute just prevails, and he's one of the top players here in the minors, right? Or in the previous ones, he won the minor. Zaratustraa won a minor, so we have the finalists right here, and one of them won a major, and he's gonna be securing his spot at Worlds already. And guys, it has been a long day for you two. And we're going to be going for a short recap of the bracket. And Ali, what do you want
Oh,
to
I
say?
was
You
just
have
gonna say he was number one seed, right? I don't know how
yes,
often of the time number one seed takes number one spot. So I just want to say that was impressive. He lived
yes.
up to his placement. So congratulations again.
Yeah, so top seed makes sense, right? And it's not the top seed curse, right? Usually, when you go into a Swiss or a single elimination top seed curse, you lose out straight out to round one. But I'm cute has actually proven otherwise. So really good. Thank you for that insight, Ali. And Qflux, thank you as well for casting this finals. And we're gonna be doing a short recap of the brackets as we say goodbye to our casters for now. Here we
Bye, chat.
go. Let's look at the journey of I'm Cute. He was able to defeat Dean Money during the first round, also with a 3-1. And I'm Cute was able to thwart Burp with a 3-1. HyllusDiardi over at the semifinals with a 3-1 today. And the only guy who got him to a 3-2 was Zaratustraa. And it was a very harrowing finals with a 5-match to boot, getting him the spot at Worlds and being the second majors winner. And of course, a lot of points and a lot of money. And with that, we're gonna be having a special guest right here over at our interview chair. Like let's put him on the virtual interview chair because we have some questions for I'm Cute. Hey, bro,
Yo, what up?
congratulations! Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm gonna be asking some a few questions because you already won the majors too, man. First off, congratulations on winning. And how does it feel to take the title, especially in the first major tournament featuring the Deception expansion? Uh, yeah.
Obviously, I feel really good about winning this tournament.
Hmm.
Firstly, the first reason for that is because I worked really, really hard for this tournament specifically.
Hmm.
Because I really wanted to show that I'm capable of performing in high level tournaments, and I think this is a good example of me doing it. And the
Yeah.
second reason is that I'm I really want to bring this prize money to just buy something I really wanted for a long time, which is more specifically I think a car. And yeah, I think that's it.
Ooh, vroom, vroom.
Yeah.
Nice. Bro, that's a well deserved, man. Well deserved. Kudos to you for getting those funds to buy a car. And guys, parallel, man, you're changing lives, and I'm kid is right here. And bro, I've seen a lot of great players in this top 16. A lot of great players over the course of the previous weeks to get to these majors. It was a very stacked field with some of the best players in the scene. What do you think gave you the edge throughout this tournament?
What gave me the edge throughout the tournament? I think for me, my personal strength has always been deck picking. I feel like I'm good at picking decks to start the series. Like for example, against Zara, which is against Zara, game one I chose Universal Organ against
Hmm.
his lineup, which is
Hmm.
not I won't say it's favored against any of the decks, but I have a chance against every of the deck, You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that if I will have to answer the question, I think that's what gives me the edge.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. It's like and it gave you enough edge to just get into winning this majors, man. Like just enough. It's just enough, like to tilt the scales, right? And man, of course, lots of deck choices within this weekend, right? And we've had your decks right here, and I saw You brought Sippy, you brought Oginkor, you brought Gafar, you brought Lemieux. There's a lot of decks that we've seen over this weekend. Like, any thoughts, even though it's new, even though the Deception meta is new, any thoughts as to how the meta has been evolving when Deception was released?
When Deception first released, the few decks that we took note of is the CP's deck, obviously.
Mhm,
That's the Gafar, and then
mhm,
there's Lemmy. So personally, I
mhm.
think Gafar fell out of the meta because the deck itself is really inconsistent, and they don't have like much thinking when it
Mhm.
comes to playing the cards in the deck.
Yeah,
So why I brought it to this tournament was because I think it's more like a wild card. Like people don't know how to deal against it, and I know people
yeah.
also won't prepare against it. So I think
Mhm.
Gafar it's has been one of the biggest feature of Deception, I would say. But obviously,
Yeah.
there's also the CP, and now we saw Zara CP as well, which is also another version. And
Mhm.
yeah, I think the meta has evolved pretty well, and I think we haven't saw all the decks yet, and hopefully there's more decks for us to explore.
Yeah, lots of decks already to explore, and good spot right there, man. Like, people were probably not gonna be expecting Gafar to be in the lineup. Lots of Nehemiah we saw, right, over at the deck list of the other players. Lots of Uni Workshop, Classic Workshop with the upgrades. Finding that kind of, how do you say, the silver bullet to just get into the advantage over the other players has been doing well for you. This regarding World Championship, bro. Now that you've secured your spot at the World Championship, how are you planning to prepare for the next big stage?
Uh, I think okay. Now we are talking about preparation, right? So coming to this tournament, I had two people I really wanted to shout out who prepared this tournament with me. Firstly, is my
Yeah.
semi-finals opponent, HyllusDiardi. We actually
Mhm.
prepared together, and another person is okay. There's two more person I want to shout out. Another person is Manos, who also prepared
Yeah.
this tournament with me, and also
Yeah.
Hogwarts,
Okay.
who was generous enough to offer me support despite him not being in the tournament. So yeah, these are the
Hmm.
first few people, and I think I would stick with the plan. I would probably stick with these few guys. I'll try to do my best for my preparation, bring the best lineups, and just play my best during the tournament. That's all.
Yes, yes. Bro, like, that is a good shout out to the players right there that helped you to get here. HyllusDiardi, we saw Manos, and not from the top 16, Hogvax. Really good players that have been consistent in the community. So, well, shout out to those players, like, for helping I'm Cute get into this major spot and getting into Worlds as well. Like, one more question before we go and end this interview. I'm Cute. Uh, any word for those players that are planning to become competitive in the parallel TCG scene? New players, existing competitive players, any players that are interested in becoming professional esports players.
I think anyone can compete. Anyone have the chances of doing well in the tournament. But I think it's one big thing is that okay, this might sound cliche, but just never give up. But it's obviously at the start of first few tournaments, you might not do well. I think myself as an example, my first few Terabell tournaments didn't do well, and to be honest, it felt like I fell off of my competitiveness because I came from Maxi and I was way more dominant than I was in parallel. So I I think being able to just keep playing, keep trying to improve yourself is
Hmm.
what really makes me win the tournament today. And yeah, I think basically just never give up. Yeah.
Yeah, never give up. That's a good way to end the interview. Again, congratulations. I'm cute. Majors, we're gonna majors winner, majors champion, and also secured spot at Worlds. We're gonna see you there. And also, man, congratulations. You have the money to get the car, bro. We want to see it. And bro, this success is all you. It's all you and your friends and your team. Amazing. Congratulations on winning this tournament. And that's it. Thank you for giving us this interview.
All right, thank you.
And thank you, man. And here we go. We're gonna be bringing back our casters here, the Factor and Kinto. Wow, wow. So it was an amazing, amazing day, man. Like, bro, there have been a lot of decks right here that have been showcased. Right? Can you give us two decks that you think could go far, or not? Not, bro. It's not a pun. That can go far. Uh, can go far despite maybe having minimal nerfs in the future. Like for example, this deck can go far because most probably it will stay consistent and maybe not nerfed in the next patches. What are your thoughts? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, well, I think to be honest with you, I mean, I've been in the game for like a year and a half now, and I think over the year and a half, I have seen, Sippy and Marco. Um,
Mhm,
Marco in particular, when I say Marco, mean Kathy, but we've also now seen Lemmy. I think
mhm,
that like those decks are decks which seem to stand the test of time. So even if there are nerfs, they just generally tend to have like cards within their toolkit that allow them to adapt easily. So when we see Sippy get nerfed, there's still another way that it's strong. And it's kind of like the same with like Marco, Kathy gets nerfed, and then kind of like Lemmy all of a sudden becomes strong. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially after seeing so many of the players bring Sippy, and we've seen some really interesting plays with Sippy decks, right? Really crazy combos you can do, some
mhm,
wacky cards, that just like create some insane OTK plays, or just like copying cards. It's very, very interesting. And then like we saw Zara bring Sippy that was just really, really different. So if I was going to kind of say a deck, then I'd say Sippy, but I also think that Markham in general, you can never write off the Markolians. They're always there.
yeah.
They'll always be at the top
Mhm,
somewhere, it's Markolian.
yeah. Yeah, Markolian and Sippy is gonna be for the factor right there. Man, bro, I thought you were a Shroudy, bro. It's
I
a shame.
know. I used to be.
Shame.
Yeah, I used to be. I'm selling
Shame.
myself out. I think
How
I'm.
about you
I
can
think I'm gonna be gonna be Sippy. I think after this
bro, you
point,
don't have to
Cathari.
explain
Yeah.
yourself. You don't have to explain yourself, man. It's like, bro, you've been shunned. How about you, Akinto? Any thoughts regarding that question? Oh, you're muted, bro.
I mean, I think the team has learned a lot from previous expansions, all the life cycle of the game, and I think from what I've heard about the nerfs coming in and the changes, I think it's a more balanced approach going forward. Not much killing a deck completely, which is what essentially has to be done. So decks that are good, fun to play, and are essentially meta don't just get lost because of a big nerf. So the goal is the same. Um, make every Paragon playable. That's for me, uh,
Yeah.
in that regard, what needs to be done.
Yes.
So yeah, I think overall, if you tell me
Mm-hmm.
which decks are gonna remain, I mean, we have seen CPUs, Kathy overall, like
Mm-hmm.
CPUs and Kathy essentially
Mm-hmm.
have been the most consistent decks
Mm-hmm.
since forever, basically.
Yeah. Bro, like really that you guys have already mentioned it. Like those two decks have been consistent. They're gonna go back and forth between each other. And guys, sadly, somebody make it, please make it work. Somebody, even though all of the paragons have been represented, Yan remains to be seen. And
Yeah.
so somebody please make it work. Please make it happen. I mean, if anybody can make it work, probably Zaratustra, because he found that one deck that can make it work. Maybe just a shout out Zaratustra. Please make it work. Yan, please make it Yan work. Competitive Yan work. Okay, that's it. Okay. Another question, guys. Like, just we're just gonna be bantering about 4C. This being a tournament of deception cards, right? And now that we've seen how deception performs in high stakes tournaments, what do you think means for the upcoming season, right? Any thoughts, the factor?
Yeah, well, I think what I'm cute said there in his interview was key, and I think it's true. Is that we've only just scratched the surface, really, of like deception. There's still plenty of time and opportunity for like players out there to start exploring, to delve deeper. There's more combos to be discovered. Like there's more decks to be created. Like we saw the Zaratustraa one today, as you talked about, right? I don't think anyone was probably there was hardly anybody thinking about that type of deck. So the fact that
Yeah.
like there's always that room for innovation. We saw the Shoshana OTK one. Got a shout
Mhm.
out to my man here, legit bad guy, because he's been pushing the Shosh OTK even in the PTS actually. So
Yeah.
he was he's really up there doing it. So it's just there's just a lot of opportunities to like really discover new things, and I think that's really exciting. So I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Like this is the first tournament we've done with
Yeah.
deception, like, and the next tournament we do, we might possibly see completely different decks, right? And we'd be like, oh wow, more learning, more crazy combos that everyone's experiencing. But that's what it's all about, I think.
Yeah, that's like a amazing shout out to bad guy as well, man. I saw the stats and the division of the cards and or rather the decks that have been represented in the tournament. Amazing work right there. Great content creator. And same question goes to you, Kinto. What do you think this means for the upcoming seasons or next tournaments for Deception?
Well, comes down also again to the balance subject, where it's like I really hope that the type of meta we're seeing right now stays like it and even further develops, doesn't become stale, and essentially like super deciphered in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what I've seen until now, especially mentioning the fact that, and we have been discussing about this, the factor the game
Mm-hmm.
has shifted from a pure tempo based game where you drop
Mm,
units and keep the tempo going no matter the deck that you're playing to a more combo structure, like complex game where you can win even if you don't have a board in the beginning, or
Mm-hmm.
there are more tools to actually give you a win, and this is
Mm-hmm.
what makes um, different types of decks viable.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy about that. That I think it's been a great improvement in Deception. The sentiment
Mm-hmm.
towards it is actually really good in terms of the balances. So yeah, really happy. I just wish the best to the team and that keep it going.
Yeah, we love the cards, man. And more, yeah, I feel you guys. It has been more complicated in the sense that in a good way, meaning that there's like more interactions that you may not have found as a player or may not have realized as a player. It's all there. Like the bank is being more accessible with withdraw, having to discover some new cards, something
mm.
discovered some new keywords. Amazing work right there from the design team. And
Yeah.
here, this is gonna be a difficult question for you guys. Difficult question.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. How kind of
Yeah,
you.
difficult question. Difficult. If you had two words to describe the majors two, what would they be? Let's
I'm
start
cute.
with the factor.
I'm cute. There you go. There's your two words.
I'm cute.
I'm
No, that's
cute.
one name.
Thank you.
All right.
No, honestly,
Mhm,
no. I mean, yeah, I would say that to be fair, but I think what I would say is, yeah, I actually need to think. I mean, I guess I'm cute. I was going to say something else, but I think when I think about the tournament, it's hard to kind of put it into two words because
mhm.
there's been some. Okay, here we go. Eye popping
Eye
or mind
popping.
blowing.
All right.
Yeah, eye
Mind
popping.
popping
There's
or
been some
mind blowing.
moments. Yeah, there's been some moments where it was like you were like, wow, like
Mm,
just really almost sort of questioning what you've seen, because there's been some great combos, some like really well thought out and like planned plays where they're building up to get to do their master, big combo, and it's just been really fun. So yeah, I'd say eye popping and I'm
Eye
cute, but eye
popping,
popping. Yeah,
eye popping, or mind blowing. All right. So that's
yeah.
for the
There you go.
factor. And how about you, Kinto? 2 words, just 2 words, bro. I know you're having a lot hard time sometimes to like you just compress it into 2 words. Just 2 words.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay,
Neve
go.
Q-Box.
New
Yeah.
box. New box,
I
bro.
mean,
That was a
so
good
much
moment.
damage. Like
Mhm.
we're seeing so much damage being done with all the combos, the great like, and this is a beauty of the game in that sense. Right now is that the reason that
Mhm.
we're seeing a different meta is
Mhm.
because of the amount of damage um, decks can pull out in one turn,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
this is like the highlight for me of the whole meta.
Yeah. Like
Nice,
the
nice.
explosiveness, isn't it? It's like the
Yeah,
Explosiveness.
explosiveness now of decks. Like before, it was that kind of explosiveness of populating the board, so getting numbers down. And as Quinto said, it's kind of starting to shift away from that, which I'm happy because now we're starting to see more bigger brain plays happening, and we're starting to see decks that are more clever and more interesting rather than just spam the board and win that way. So it's that
yeah.
explosiveness now that you need to be aware of, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's like it's either chip damage or OTK combos right now, right? And you
Yeah.
don't see like more of swarms because like they're afraid. They're afraid like
Yeah.
bombardment is gonna be coming, and everybody has access to it. Like that's amazing,
I mean
amazing card design. Yeah.
that too is a lot
Mm,
of damage in that sense.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Guys,
Explosive.
guys, what explosive? I have 2 words, man. I have 2 words.
Yeah, go on.
Players cooked.
Players cooked.
Yeah, bro. They made a lot of decks, guys. They made a lot of decks,
Yeah,
and it's like
they did.
it's not. It's different from what we were looking at in ladder. I've seen Lemieux in ladder. I've seen Sippy in ladder.
Mm,
But bro, Gafar, Nehemiah is
mm,
still there, right? Neve is still there, and bro, like a lot of different 2 different Ogan core decks have been there as well. And man, it's a fresh meta indeed, but it's still not yet locked in. And as we close this post show, guys, any final words to the players, fans, or community before we close out? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, so again, a big shout out to everybody that tuned in today and yesterday because some of these tournaments, can go on for a while. So if you've been here from the very start or if you've just been like jumping in, jumping out, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time because everything that
Mhm.
we do here is to put on a really good show to help you really get involved and really enjoy as much of the game as possible and to really feel the intensity of it. And so hopefully you enjoyed that and you felt that this weekend. Big shout out to the players because it's a mammoth task to get into these tournaments. And then it's an even harder ordeal to kind of like get through all the way to the end, mentally, physically, emotionally exhausting, the time commitment and the time sacrifices. So shout out to them. Always shout out to production who have put on another great show. And Parallel, of course, just amazing. The team at Parallel, they're always listening. I know that
Mhm.
there's going to be a balance patch. We don't know a date yet for that, but like they have been listening to what people like, what they don't like. They've been trying to look at data as well to figure it out. And so, yeah, like keep going. I love the way
Mhm.
that the meta has evolved now, and yeah, we're just so excited to see the more development and evolution of this wonderful game. So yeah. And also one other thing, actually, I must
Yeah.
say this. I must say this. One thing we didn't see enough of, in my opinion, was I don't think we really saw enough. Firstly, enough Shroud turning up at this tournament, and then secondly, I
Mhm.
don't think we really saw Shroud do super good. So if anyone's out there, I'm going to put a wage, like a challenge out there. I challenge
Mhm.
anybody to come up with a really, really good Shroud deck that can do well at this tournament. I'd love to see that. Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
or the next tournament.
Shroud has not been represented as much during this tournament, man,
No,
successfully.
no.
And wow, amazing, amazing. How about you, Kinto? Any last words to our audience?
Well, yeah. Once again, thank you to Parallel, to the sponsors Echelon, to the production team, to everyone watching, to my fellow casters. and commentators. And congrats to the players on all that prize money and points that they just got. Congrats to imcute on getting a seat at Worlds. And yeah,
Yeah.
the state of the game is really nice right now. Just keep it going.
Yep. Yeah. Keep it going indeed. And man, talking about keeping it going, there's going to be another tournament that we're going to be having over the next week. Let's put it up right now. And here we go. Oh, wow. Lucien Laurent. Parallel Prime League Minor 7. Top 64 is going to be October 25, and the Final Four is going to be live on stream with the Prime League points and $10,000 prize pool. And this is going to be the next tournament that's going to be coming in next week. So that's one tournament we can watch out for. And again, guys, as we close out the session, let's not forget to thank our sponsors, Wolfsdow, OpenSea, AVEX, and Echelon Prime Foundation. They have been supporting the Parallel Prime League and all our players as well. And also, a shout out to our casters in the finals a while ago, Ali and QFlux. And guys, man, it has been an amazing weekend here at the Parallel League Majors 2. We've witnessed mind-blowing plays, bold deck choices, and the birth of a brand new era under the Deception expansion. Each player brought their A game, but in the end, only one could rise above and claim the title of Major Champion, and that's imcute, and secure that all-important spot at the World Championship. Huge congratulations to imcute, and a big shout out to everyone who completed, watched, and supported the scene all weekend long. To my amazing co-casters, production, and the Parallel community, thank you for making this event unforgettable. This has been the Parallel League Majors 2, and we'll see you next time as the road to the World Championship continues. Until then, stay competitive, stay kind, stay prime. See you.
A big win. The major number 2 of season 2. imcute taking the win. $22,000+, a guaranteed seat to Worlds, and poof!
Yeah,
What
look
a
at
tournament run! Look at their reaction. Oh, man, no
Amazing.
cap.
Wow. Congratulations. I'm
Wow.
cute.